Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Marvel. I became an ancestor by sacrificing offerings. Part 1. Peter, wake up, you're going to be late for school. A crisp, pleasant female voice rang in Peter's ear, waking him from his grogginess. Peter Parker opened his eyes, feeling memories surge in like a tide. After a brief moment of dizziness, Peter couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had transmigrated. He had actually transmigrated into the Marvel Universe and become the famous Spider-Man, Peter Parker. And today was the very day he was scheduled to visit the Oscorp Tower. The moment he realized this, an uncontrollable surge of ecstasy welled up in Peter's chest. In his previous life, as a corporate slave, his favorite Marvel character was Spider-Man. That red and blue figure leaping through the skyscrapers of the Big Apple City, acting with justice and chivalry, carried all of his heroic dreams. Now, he actually had the chance to become that superhero himself. The moment he realized this, Peter looked up with some excitement. As he looked up, a youthful face that was unbelievably beautiful immediately entered his field of vision. It was a tall, blonde Caucasian girl. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes were emerald blue, and her delicate face currently wore a hint of perfectly placed reproach. Memories surfaced rapidly, allowing Peter to quickly recall her identity. Gwen Stacy. His childhood friend from next door, the daughter of the Big Apple City Police Director George Stacy. Furthermore, in The Amazing Spider-Man, she was Peter's canonical girlfriend. Awesome. Starting off with a wife. Wait, this setting seems a bit off. According to the movie plots he was familiar with, whether it was the Tobey Maguire version or the Andrew Garfield version, before Peter became Spider-Man, his relationship with Gwen was nowhere near intimate enough to casually enter each other's bedrooms to wake them up, right? Although he was a bit confused, Peter quickly accepted this setting. The Marvel Universe inherently possessed countless parallel universes, perhaps the one he was in was a parallel universe where Peter and Gwen were childhood sweethearts. Coming back to his senses, Peter smiled and greeted Gwen. Good morning, Gwen. As he spoke, he got out of bed very naturally. And then, he felt a draft and Gwen's high decibel scream. Beside the narrow dining table, Peter, Gwen, Aunt May, and Uncle Ben sat together. Looking at the embarrassed Peter and the blushing Gwen, Uncle Ben and Aunt May exchanged a glance, both reading a knowing, matchmaking smile on each other's faces. Peter, Gwen was so worried you'd miss the chance to visit Oscorp today that she woke up extra early to wait for you. You really should thank her properly. Uncle Ben pushed up his glasses, looking at Peter with a teasing expression. Hearing this, Gwen also turned her head toward Peter, looking like a proud little kitten, with the words, "Praise me quickly," practically written on her face. Thank you, Gwen, but next time you wake me up, it might be better to knock first, Tilda. Hearing this, Gwen's face turned red again, and she gave Peter a huge eye roll. Who knew you actually liked sleeping naked? After a warm breakfast, Uncle Ben drove off to work in his fifth-hand clunker, while Peter and Gwen boarded the bus chartered by Oscorp, heading toward the Oscorp Tower. Because this visit was specifically for top students, those school bullies who always loved to cause trouble, like Flash Thompson and his group, didn't show up. This put Peter in a great mood, and he also grew increasingly expectant of the upcoming turning point in his fate. As long as he could get bitten by that spider and become Spider-Man, he would never have to worry about problems like school bullying again. Moreover, with his knowledge of the Spider-Man storyline, he could surely break that curse of the spider totem. To hell with, the beloved must die, and with great power comes great responsibility. Get as far away as possible. He wanted to be the happiest and most free Spider-Man. The bus moved forward slowly, and before long, the group arrived in front of the main entrance of the Oscorp Tower. Looking at the dazzling array of high-tech products displayed around him, Peter marveled in his heart while also quietly sharpening his focus. His gaze constantly scanned between the crowd and the display stands, always keeping an eye out for that radioactive spider that was about to change his life. Next, we will be visiting the radioactive genetically modified spider grafting laboratory. The sweet voice of the guide came from nearby, and Peter's breath suddenly hitched at that moment. It's coming. His opportunity was here. Just as his heart was about to leap out of his chest from extreme excitement, a very soft sound of a sharp intake of breath came from beside him. Hiss. Peter subconsciously turned to look. He saw Gwen frowning, one hand covering her fair nape, a pained expression on her face. Seeing this scene full of déjà vu, Peter was completely stunned. What's wrong, Peter? Gwen asked curiously, while also subconsciously glancing at her palm. A small, colorful spider corpse was lying quietly curled up in her hand. The moment he saw that spider corpse, Peter felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him from above, leaving him completely shell-shocked. The spider bit Gwen instead of him. An incredibly terrifying thought emerged in Peter's mind, making his vision spin, almost causing him to lose his footing. This is the Spider-Gwen universe. The moment this conclusion surfaced clearly in his mind, Peter felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his hands and feet became ice cold. The reason he was so terrified was very simple. Because in the Spider-Gwen universe, the beloved that Gwen Stacy loses due to the influence of the spider totem is none other than himself, Peter Parker. In the Spider-Gwen universe, the power-hungry Peter Parker, in order to gain power, took the lizard serum himself, eventually losing control and turning into a lizard monster, dying tragically in Gwen's arms. And this meant, not only would he not become Spider-Man, but he had also been handed the legendary sacrificial script. As Gwen became Ghost Spider, he could die at any moment. Peter, what's wrong with you? Gwen looked at his pale face and asked with concern, I'm the one who got bitten, so why do you look more distressed than I do? At this moment, she thought Peter was excessively worried about her, which caused two cute red clouds to involuntarily drift onto her face. But Peter was currently in no mood to appreciate this beautiful sight. He just subconsciously bent down and picked up the spider corpse Gwen had dropped on the ground, his expression complex to the extreme. Why? Why did it have to be like this? Was being a corporate slave for a whole lifetime in his previous life not enough? He transmigrated only to be toyed with like this. Just as Peter's heart was on the verge of collapsing and he was about to roar at the heavens, a cold, mechanical notification sounded in his mind without warning. The moment he heard that voice, Peter's mood felt like a roller coaster going straight from hell to heaven. Awesome. So what if I can't be Spider-Man? This uncle here has a cheat. The moment he realized this, the gloom in Peter's eyes vanished, replaced by an unprecedented light. He forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and, in a flash of thought, came up with a plan to hide his actions from others. He calmly took a tissue from his backpack and carefully wrapped up the spider's corpse. He then made a gesture as if he were going to throw it into the nearby trash can. But in reality, the moment the tissue wrapped around the spider's corpse, he was already chanting in his mind. Sacrifice. Sacrifice successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining sacrifice points, 5,000. The cold notification sounded again, and a virtual panel appeared on Peter's retina that only he could see, clearly displaying the words, sacrifice points, 5,000. It worked. The heavy stone in Peter's heart crashed to the ground, and he let out a long sigh of relief. With the sacrifice points in hand, he finally turned his head, leaned closer to Gwen, and whispered in a concerned tone. Gwen, how are you feeling? I checked. It shouldn't be a highly venomous species. At most, well, you might get a fever or something. Just get some good rest and you'll be fine. Peter's words were gentle, and the concern in his eyes was incredibly sincere. Gwen had been feeling a bit uneasy because of the spider bite, but hearing Peter care so much about her, a warm current surged through her heart. Today's Peter felt completely different from the slightly nerdy science guy he used to be. He had clearly become gentler and more caring. Gwen didn't harbor the slightest suspicion, she just nodded gently with a slightly flushed face, while her body quietly leaned a few inches closer to Peter. For the rest of the tour, both of them seemed a bit distracted. Gwen would steal glances at Peter from time to time, her mind filled with uncontrollable thoughts. Why is Peter suddenly so understanding today? Has he finally wised up? Does he feel? The thought made her cheeks burn uncontrollably. As for Peter, his entire attention was immersed in the existence in his mind called the sacrifice system. After some exploration and research, he finally gained a preliminary understanding of this cheat. The sacrifice system, as the name suggests, is a system where one obtains points by sacrificing items and then exchanges those points for power. The core logic of the system was simple and direct. Any item related to a named character who has appeared in the Marvel Universe can be sacrificed. The amount of points obtained from a sacrifice depends on the energy grade inherent in the item itself, as well as whether it holds special significance to its original owner. For example, even if Peter found a way to get Gwen's socks to sacrifice, because they were meaningless to Gwen herself, they would at most exchange for one sacrifice point as a token gesture. But if he could get his hands on the Tesseract, or something like Thanos' gauntlet studded with gems, the points obtained from the sacrifice would likely be counted in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Sacrificing has a built-in cooldown. Different items from the same character require a 6-month interval before a second sacrifice can be made. The sole purpose of sacrifice points is to exchange for items in the system shop. The system shop refreshes automatically once a month, listing 8 random mysterious items from across the myriad realms each time. These mysterious items were the key for Peter to gain a foothold in the peril-filled Marvel Universe. The tour of Oscorp finally ended in a strange atmosphere. On the school bus home, Gwen felt her head getting heavier and heavier, as waves of dizziness washed over her like a tide. Her breathing began to grow rapid and hot, and her eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Finally, she could no longer hold herself up, her body tilted, and she subconsciously leaned against Peter's shoulder, falling into a drowsy sleep. The faint fragrance from the young girl drifted into his nose, and her soft hair brushed against his neck. If it were any other time, facing such a romantic scene, Peter would surely have been distracted and full of fantasies. But at this moment, he had no mind to feel this ambiguity and beauty. Because his entire mind was immersed in the dazzling virtual shop interface before him. 8 items, each emitting a different light, were quietly displayed on the light screen. Item 1. Chakra Seed. Source. Naruto. Effect. After consumption, chakra energy can be cultivated within the body to perform ninjutsu. Price. 500 sacrifice points. Item 2. Kakaho Random. Source. Tokyo Ghoul. Effect. After use, a Kagun organ will be generated in a random part of the body. The Kagun possesses excellent offensive and defensive capabilities, but will produce a strong craving for raw meat. Price. 500 sacrifice points. Item 3. Kyugoku Makoto's Karate Insights. Source. Detective Conan. Effect. After use, one can instantly master all of Kyugoku Makoto's karate techniques and combat experience. After hard training, one can fight numerous armed thugs barehanded and dodge bullets at close range. Price. 500 sacrifice points. Peter's gaze quickly swept over item after item. From the Gigai from the world of the Shinigami, to the Nichiren sword from the world of Demon Slayer, every item made his heart race. These were all power systems or magical items from other worlds. Most of these items, if cultivated to a high level, would be enough for him to gain the most basic self-preservation power in this dangerous Marvel universe. It could be said that every item made an uncontrollable desire to buy well up in his heart. However, when his gaze fell on the last item, his breathing instantly stopped. Item 8. Random Talisman, choose one of 3. Source. Jackie Chan Adventures. Effect. After use, 3 talismans can be randomly drawn from the 12 talismans. The host can choose one of the 3 and gain absolute control over it. Price. 10,000 sacrifice points. It's heart fluttering. That look in my eyes can't be hidden. Peter's eyes were practically glued to the random talisman option, unable to look away. The 12 talismans. These were the most famous artifacts in the world of Jackie Chan Adventures. Each talisman represented a unique superpower. This was definitely the highest value and most heaven-defying existence in the current item list. As long as he could get any one of the talismans, he could immediately leap from an ordinary high school student to a superhuman. If he was lucky enough to draw top-tier talismans like the Dog Talisman Immortality, Dragon Talisman Combustion, or Rabbit Talisman Super Speed, he could practically take off right then and there. Unfortunately, Peter glanced at his sacrifice balance of 5,000, and then at that high price of 10,000 points, his heart full of helplessness. He was short by exactly half. Was he destined to miss out on this God-given opportunity? Just as Peter's heart was filled with unwillingness and he was lamenting his luck, a mechanical notification rang out in his mind without warning. Half price. Having caught the keyword, Peter's heart was filled with wild joy. Without even a shred of hesitation, he immediately shouted in his heart. Purchase random talisman choice of 3. Purchase successful. Talisman extraction in progress. The moment the system prompt ended, the system panel before Peter's eyes shifted and changed. 3 ancient, octagonal stone phantoms slowly emerged. They floated quietly in midair, like 3 Steins gates leading to the unknown. Peter felt as if his heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand, every beat heavy as a drum. Maneuvering his thoughts, he tremblingly unveiled the phantom of the first talisman. On the front of the talisman, an emerald green spirit snake totem glowed faintly. Serpent Talisman. The holder can turn themselves invisible along with surrounding people and objects. Tisk tilde. The corner of Peter's eye twitched wildly. A classic bad start. Invisibility. In the Marvel universe where big shots are everywhere, this ability is a toy among toys. Supervillains like Chameleon or Mysterio can easily achieve superior invisibility. Among the 12 talismans, this thing is pure NPC level. After taking a deep breath, Peter suppressed the frustration in his heart and continued to use his thoughts to unveil the second talisman. This time, the front of the talisman showed two symmetrical, opposing white tiger patterns. Tiger Talisman. The magic of the balanced tiger can harmonize all powers within the user's body, but when the talisman splits, it also divides the user into good and evil sides. A type of plant. Peter's vision went dark. He really wanted to find a rope and cosplay as a Turu Bozu right now. If the serpent talisman was for NPCs, then the tiger talisman was even more useless. The tiger talisman's function is to balance the powers of other talismans. Without other talismans, a single tiger talisman has virtually no positive value. God, I pulled the two most useless talismans, didn't I? Were his 5,000 points and first order discount going to go down the drain just like that? That kind of thing. I don't want that. Peter paused the action of unveiling the third talisman. His gaze drifted uncontrollably around the swaying bus, trying to find something to distract him and soothe his nerves that were on the verge of collapse. After looking around, his gaze finally fell on Gwen beside him. Gwen was currently leaning quietly against his shoulder, her beautiful brows, which had been furrowed in pain, relaxing slightly. It seemed that as long as she stayed by his side, the girl could draw a trace of peaceful strength. Looking at Gwen's pale face covered in cold sweat, Peter's irritable mood miraculously calmed down a bit. He thought of Gwen's fate as Spider-Woman. After obtaining the powers of Spider-Man, the girl before him was not happy. Losing her love, losing her father, carrying the heavy shackles of, with great power comes great responsibility, and only able to lick her wounds alone in the dark, her future life was filled with pain and sacrifice. As a transmigrator, Peter absolutely did not want the girl beside him to repeat that thorny path of destiny. He might not become the happiest Spider-Man, but he would at least make Gwen the happiest Spider-Woman. Come on. I don't believe a person can have bad luck one after another. Leaving the ranks of the unlucky and joining the lucky, it happens today. Taking a deep breath, Peter unveiled the phantom of the third talisman without any hesitation. This time, he didn't close his eyes. Instead, he stared fixedly at that void until a faint purple brilliance bloomed from within. In the light, an exceptionally majestic horse head totem slowly emerged. Horse Talisman. The noble horse expels all external forces from the body. Owning the horse talisman can expel all abnormal influences caused by external forces within the holder's body, and can even repair any damaged items. It's actually the horse talisman. Peter stared at the horse talisman before him, an extremely complex emotion surging in his heart. Wild joy and regret intertwined, giving him an expression that was caught between laughter and tears. The joy was that the healing ability of the horse talisman was undoubtedly in the top tier of all talismans. Even if it wasn't the absolute best, it was at least top class. Heals everything, expels all diseases, repairs everything. In the peril-filled Marvel universe, having the horse talisman was equivalent to having a guardian angel with infinite uptime. As long as he still had a breath left, the horse talisman could pull him back from the brink of death. The regret, however, was that this ability couldn't immediately increase his combat power. Compared to the dragon talisman's combustion, the rabbit talisman's Godspeed, or the ox talisman's strength, the horse talisman was more like a top-tier support. For Peter, who was desperately yearning for power at this stage to escape the sacrificial script, this was somewhat counterproductive. Forget it, a support god is still a god. Spending only 5,000 points to pull one of the top abilities among the 12 talismans is already explosive luck. Though he felt like laughing and crying, Peter made a decision instantly. The serpent talisman's ceiling was too low, the tiger talisman was the weakest of the weak. The horse talisman was the optimal solution for now. And Peter's gaze subconsciously fell to his side. As the genetic restructuring progressed, Gwen's cheeks showed an abnormal flush, her breathing was rapid and hot, and fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. She was enduring immense pain. Furthermore, this process was full of uncertainty. In the animated Spider-Man, Peter had once turned into a spider monster due to genetic mutation. Now, no one could guarantee that Gwen would definitely pass through this dangerous period safely. But now, with the horse talisman, this concern could be easily resolved. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the horse talisman. The moment the system prompt sounded, Peter could clearly feel his close connection with the horse talisman. The closeness of this connection even surpassed that of Shendu. The current Peter had absolute control over the horse talisman. The power of the horse talisman merged directly into his body, not even needing to exist in the form of a stone. After roughly sensing the power of the horse talisman, Peter looked down at Gwen, who was constantly shivering from pain, and without hesitation, reached out and pressed his hand against her forehead. Don't be afraid, Gwen. Peter leaned close to Gwen's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. I'm here for everything. In the next second, a gentle magic with a hazy white light emerged from Peter's palm and was slowly injected into Gwen's body. As the horse talisman took effect, the painful expression on Gwen's face slowly faded, and she fell into a deep sleep leaning on Peter's shoulder. The bus slowly stopped at the entrance of Peter's house. Peter hesitated for a moment and decided to send Gwen home first to get some good rest. He originally wanted to do a romantic Princess Carrie, but he underestimated the weakness of his current body. Even though Gwen's weight wasn't even 100 pounds, he was already panting for breath after carrying her for less than 10 meters. In desperation, he could only switch to carrying Gwen on his back. The girl's soft body was pressed against his back, but Peter's heart didn't have any flirtatious emotions, only an increasingly strong frustration and unwillingness. I really can't stand this weakling physique for even a second. Carrying Gwen on his back to her doorstep was no less than an extreme weighted cross-country run for Peter. Over a distance of just 200 meters, he stopped to rest a total of 3 times. By the last time, he even felt like his lungs were about to be coughed out of his throat. Ding dong. Finally, Peter freed up a hand and laboriously pressed the doorbell of the Stacy house. Before long, the door was opened, and a white-haired elderly woman appeared behind it. It was Gwen's grandmother, Pauline Stacy. Gwen's mother had passed away early, so she had been raised by her father and grandmother since she was a child. When Grandma Pauline saw her unconscious granddaughter on Peter's back, her expression changed instantly. Oh, my God. What happened to Gwen? Her voice was full of panic as she scrambled to check on her granddaughter's condition. Grandma Pauline, please don't worry. Peter panted heavily and explained with difficulty, Gwen is just too tired. She fell asleep on the bus ride back. Too tired. Old Pauline gave Peter a suspicious look and couldn't help but reach out to feel Gwen's forehead. Her temperature was normal, her breathing was steady and long, and there was even a hint of peaceful sleepiness on her fair, pretty face. After confirming that nothing was wrong with her granddaughter, Pauline breathed a long sigh of relief, and her tense nerves relaxed. But following that came a deep sense of oddity and inquiry. How could she, as her grandmother, not know her own granddaughter's constitution? As the daughter of the police director of the Big Apple City, her son had taken her through physical training since she was a child to ensure she wouldn't be bullied when she grew up. Even if Gwen's physical fitness couldn't match a professional athlete's, she was still a star athlete at school, energetic as a little rabbit. How could she possibly faint from exhaustion just from a field trip? Furthermore, old Pauline's gaze swept back and forth between Peter and Gwen, her eyes becoming increasingly subtle. The way her granddaughter leaned against Peter's back was intimate and natural, and as for this boy Peter, although he was tired as a dog, there was quite a lot of tenderness in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, a bold thought emerged in her mind. Could her granddaughter be using the trick of fooling sleep to play this blockhead Peter? Thinking of this, a smile uncontrollably tugged at the corner of old Pauline's mouth. Truly worthy of being my granddaughter. While she helped Peter support Gwen into the bedroom and settle her onto the soft, large bed, she sized Peter up with the look one uses for a grandson-in-law. Good boy, it must have been hard on you. Would you like to stay for a cup of hot cocoa? I'm baking apple pie, it'll be ready soon. Faced with the old lady's overly enthusiastic invitation, Peter was somewhat at a loss. No thank you, Grandma Pauline. I should head back now so I don't disturb you and Gwen. His mind was now entirely occupied with how to improve his weakling physique. He really wasn't in the mood to enjoy afternoon tea. I see. A perfectly timed look of regret appeared on the old lady's face. Well then, be careful on your way back. After seeing Peter to the door and watching his heavy-footed departure, the doting smile on the old lady's face couldn't be suppressed. Although this boy Peter's family situation was a bit poor and his body a bit frail, he made up for it by being smart, having a kind and gentle personality, and possessing a great sense of justice. In the future, he might get into a good university, enter a big company, and change his destiny. Her granddaughter dating Peter was actually quite reassuring. It was much better than those shady, good-for-nothing bad boys from God knows where. Calculating her granddaughter's lifelong happiness in her head, the old lady turned unsteadily and returned to Gwen's bedroom. Looking at her granddaughter sleeping soundly on the bed, she tentatively called out softly twice. Gwen, sweetheart, stop pretending. Peter is already gone. However, the girl on the bed remained unresponsive, her breathing still even in her sleeping face sweet. Now it was the old lady's turn to be stunned. She's really asleep. She shook her head with a wry smile and could only helplessly tuck the corner of the quilt in for her granddaughter. What is this all about? Just a tour of Oscorp, and she could get this tired. Gwen felt like she had a very, very long dream. In the dream, she seemed to be soaked in warm spring water, with countless tiny bubbles wrapping around her body, every cell cheering and jumping with joy. Peter's figure loomed in her dream, his voice was gentle and firm, easily smoothing away all the irritability and unease in her heart. Gwen, don't be afraid. I'm here for everything. That feeling was so reassuring, so sweet, that she couldn't help but indulge in it, unwilling to wake up. Gwen, time for dinner. It wasn't until her father's familiar shout came from outside the door that Gwen, like a startled kitten, reluctantly opened her sleepy eyes. The streetlights were shining outside the window, and looking at the wall clock, it was actually 7 in the evening. She had actually slept through the whole afternoon. Gwen rubbed her eyes and instinctively tried to sit up. As soon as she made a move, she immediately noticed something wrong. The quilt had sealed her in. This wasn't a joke about oversleeping. The thin quilt on her body was like it had been glued to her with super glue, sticking tightly to her arms and body. Gwen let out a puzzled hum and instinctively used force, trying to kick the quilt off her body. Rip. Boom. The crisp sound of fabric tearing rang out along with the groan of the wooden bed being overwhelmed. That soft and comfortable cotton quilt was as fragile as a piece of thin paper under her feet, torn directly into a huge hole, revealing the flying cotton batting inside. Even more ridiculous, the sturdy wooden bed legs beneath her actually snapped with a bang because of her struggling. Gwen, having finally regained her freedom, was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? She was startled by the situation and instinctively recoiled. But this slight movement caused her to bounce up like a spring, launching herself straight onto the ceiling. Ah! Gwen let out a short cry of surprise, but the expected sharp pain of hitting the ceiling didn't come. In its place was an incredibly eerie sense of weightlessness and stickiness. She instinctively opened her eyes, and then her eyes widened in shock at her own reflection in the full-length mirror. She was actually stuck firmly to the bedroom ceiling like a gecko in a strange, four-legged posture. Thump, thump, thump. Gwen, are you okay? What was that loud noise? Her father George's concerned voice came from outside the door along with the sound of knocking. No, it's nothing, Dad. I'm fine. Gwen was startled and quickly responded, her voice slightly out of tune due to nervousness. I just had a nightmare and accidentally fell off the bed. While she hurriedly dealt with her father outside the door, she desperately recalled everything that happened before she fell into a deep sleep. Oscorp Tower, the dazzling array of high-tech exhibits, and that colorful little spider that bit her. An absurd thought flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning. Could it be? I've gained the abilities of a spider. The moment this thought surfaced, Gwen felt her worldview suffer an unprecedentedly violent shock. But she didn't have time to think much right now, because her father outside the door was still worrying about her. Are you hurt? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? George really wanted to rush in immediately to check on his daughter's condition. But since his daughter was all grown up, out of respect for her privacy, he restrained himself. I'm fine. I'll be okay in a bit. Gwen struggled to get down from the ceiling while trying her best to calmly deal with her father outside. All right then, call me if you need anything. Listening to her father's receding footsteps, Gwen finally let out a long sigh of relief. Carefully trying to regain control of her body, after several attempts, she finally managed to retract the countless tiny barbs covering her limbs back into her body. However, this also caused her to fall onto the floor with a thud. Despite falling solidly from a height, she didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Clumsily climbing up from the ground, Gwen looked at her hands, feeling the seemingly inexhaustible new power within her body. The expression on her face was complex to the extreme. Shock, bewilderment, fear, and a hint of uncontrollable excitement. It seemed her life had turned onto a completely unknown path tonight. At the same time Gwen was pitting her wits against her father, in another old house in Queens. Peter was locking himself in his bedroom, engaged in a grueling internal struggle. 1, 2, 3. He was lying on the ground, gritting his teeth, struggling to perform butterfly wing push-ups. His two thin arms were shaking like they were fitted with high-frequency motors. If not for the horse talisman, he was worried he'd fan himself into a cold. 14. FIF. Teen. After managing only a dozen or so extremely non-standard push-ups, Peter was completely drained, collapsing onto the floor in a spread eagle position, gasping for breath. Looking at his thin chest with ribs clearly visible, Peter's heart was filled with despair. Weak. Too weak. This body was simply appallingly weak. Although the horse talisman could instantly heal injuries and dispel the soreness after exercise, keeping his body free from lactic acid and ailments. But it couldn't create energy out of thin air, nor could it directly increase his physical limits. He was like a Souls-like protagonist with infinite health regeneration but a pitifully small stamina bar. Though he wouldn't die easily, he'd run out of stamina and gasp for air after just a few steps or swings. While he could certainly transform from a weak high schooler into a muscular hunk at a speed far exceeding normal people if he persisted. But God knows how long this process would take. A month, 3 months, or half a year. He couldn't wait that long. As Gwen became Ghost Spider, the years of this world had already begun to turn slowly. Those supervillains lurking in the shadows with various dangerous abilities would soon appear one after another, like sharks smelling blood. Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Sandman, Electro. Just thinking of these names made Peter's scalp tingle. With his current weak constitution, a slight mishap or being grazed by the aftershocks of a battle would cause him to die on the spot. Even the noble horse, facing a pile of mush, could only shrug helplessly like a little bear. Relying solely on exercise to become stronger was simply too slow. He had to find a way to gain great power in a short time. Only then could he maximize the effectiveness of his system and create a snowballing virtuous cycle. With that thought, his genius mind, which could even make Iron Man, Tony Stark take notice, began to spin rapidly. Before long, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Peter sat up from the floor with effort, a frightening light flashing in his eyes. He thought of the lizard serum he took in the original sacrificial script, and the one his predecessor helped Dr. Connors complete in the normal Spider-Verse. Once injected with that stuff, he would instantly gain violent power comparable to Spider-Man, super defense, and an almost perverse regenerative ability. Of course, the price was equally massive. He would lose his sanity, his genes would collapse, and he would completely turn into a cold-blooded monster that only knew how to kill and destroy. Under normal circumstances, Peter would absolutely never touch such an extremely dangerous potion. But now, the noble horse expels all external forces from the body. The power of the horse talisman can expel and repair all abnormal influences, detrimental to the holder. Whether it was genetic collapse or bestial dominance, it was just a piece of cake for the horse talisman. As long as he activated the horse talisman's power while injecting the serum, the horse talisman would automatically eliminate all negative factors in the serum that were harmful to him, leaving only the purest and most essential strengthening effects. In this way, the lethal lizard serum could transform into a super soldier serum just like Captain America's. No. It would be a Pro Max version even stronger than the super soldier serum. Thinking of this, Peter's heart began to pound uncontrollably. This was undoubtedly the optimal solution he could currently access to gain power quickly. To obtain the lizard serum, I must help Dr. Connors overcome the decay rate algorithm, just like in the normal Marvel Universe movies. And the key to completing the decay rate algorithm is left in my parents' heirloom briefcase. With that thought, Peter immediately opened his bedroom door, first running downstairs somewhat weakly to devour the leftovers of dinner like a whirlwind. Then, after greeting Uncle Ben, he went to the old attic filled with the smell of decay and mold. After a thorough search in the attic, Peter finally dug out that old briefcase. The briefcase was densely packed with countless mathematical formulas and biology papers that would make an ordinary person's head spin. If it were the Peter from before the transmigration, even if he got this pile of stuff, he could only treat it as some not-so-soft toilet paper. But now, with the genius mind left by his predecessor, the effect was completely different. Returning to his room with the briefcase, Peter began to read late into the night. Flipping through his parents' legacy, which seemed like a heavenly book, when he turned to a certain page, a system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Detected a deep blue item that can be sacrificed. Original manuscript of the decay rate algorithm. Item description. Peter's most cherished heirloom from his parents. It is also the key that helped Kurt Connors develop the lizard serum and led Norman Osborn and Harry Osborn to become the Green Goblin. It holds significant commemorative and plot-driving importance. Sacrifice to obtain points. 3,000. Do you wish to sacrifice? Holy crap, that's a sweet deal. If it were the original Peter, no matter how valuable this manuscript was, he would never choose to sacrifice it. But today's Peter was clearly different. He had no feelings for the so-called parents he had never met, so naturally, he didn't care about the so-called commemorative significance of this manuscript. Therefore, Peter made his choice without hesitation. He casually transcribed the contents of the manuscript, and after repeatedly confirming there were no errors or omissions, he directly chose to sacrifice it. Sacrifice successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 points. The cold notification sounded, and on the virtual panel on Peter's retina, his point balance instantly jumped from 0 to 3,000. Seeing the cold relic transform into warm sacrifice points, Peter's mood couldn't help but brighten considerably. He didn't immediately rush into a shopping spree. The items in the system mall only refreshed once a month, they wouldn't just run away. He could completely wait until after he attempted to come into contact with the lizard serum, then create a more rational purchasing plan based on the final results. These 3,000 sacrifice points were both his savings and his confidence and trump card when facing the unknown. With that thought, Peter looked at the transcribed algorithm manuscript in his hand and began a new round of sailing through the sea of knowledge with satisfaction. Early morning, 2 days later. Peter stood before the mirror, examining his reflection. Despite having spent a full day and 2 nights without sleep or rest to conquer the decay rate algorithm, he was still full of vigor, his spirit frighteningly high. His eyes were clear without a single bloodshot vein, and his skin condition was even better than before he stayed up late. Don't ask. If you ask, it's the noble horse that healed all fatigue. The power of the horse talisman was like the top-tier body butler, silently repairing the wear and tear caused by his high-intensity mental labor, keeping him in peak condition at all times. Truly a good treasure. Peter smiled with satisfaction, then grabbed his backpack and strode out of the house. He boarded the school bus, and the cabin was as noisy as ever. His gaze swept across the bus and quickly found Gwen's location. Gwen was currently curled up alone in a corner by the window, her head down, looking completely withdrawn, as if saying, "Do not approach." Under her beautiful eyes hung a pair of large dark circles. Clearly, she hadn't rested well all weekend. Peter could guess with his toes that Gwen must have been busy trying to familiarize herself with the newly acquired and difficult to control Spider-Man abilities. Judging by her current dejected appearance, the results were clearly not ideal. At this thought, Peter didn't hesitate and sat down right next to Gwen. In the memories of his previous incarnation, although he and Gwen were childhood friends, they always deliberately avoided each other at school. When taking the school bus, he would never take the initiative to sit next to Gwen. The seat next to Gwen was usually reserved for Gwen's best friend, Betty Brant. But the Peter of now had long since been replaced by a soul from the great celestial empire of another world. He didn't have that peculiar, inexplicable affectation typical of adolescent boys. Morning, Gwen. Peter looked at Gwen beside him, his voice carrying a hint of subtle, knowing teasing. You look like you didn't get much rest. The sudden voice and the seat sinking beside her made Gwen's body stiffen involuntarily. She jerked her head up and saw Peter's face right next to hers. Instinctively, like a startled rabbit, she desperately tried to shrink her body toward the window. She was afraid. She was afraid that if she didn't control herself well, the countless tiny barbs on her body would firmly stick to Peter. If she actually got close to Peter, the jeering of the surrounding classmates and the teasing look from her best friend Betty would definitely cause her social death on the spot. If she got nervous then and her strength went out of control, directly tearing Peter's clothes, the situation would be even worse. However, the countless layers of worry and panic in Gwen's heart appeared as a completely different scene to Peter. This guy acted as if he could hear her inner thoughts. Not only did he not distance himself from her, he intentionally leaned a few inches closer to her. He lowered his voice and asked in a slightly aggrieved and hurt tone. Do you dislike me? Then should I leave? I don't. Hearing this, Gwen panicked instantly and retorted without thinking. How could I possibly dislike you? She was so anxious her cheeks flushed red, and she was at a loss for what to do. She wanted to reach out and grab Peter to prove she didn't dislike him, but her hand froze in midair, not daring to move further. This extreme conflict almost drove her crazy, making her look incredibly aggrieved. However, that pitiful appearance, in the eyes of the somewhat mischievous Peter, was quite cute tilde. So instead of backing away, he leaned his body even closer. Their faces were almost touching. Really don't dislike me. His voice was very low, and the warm breath from his mouth as he spoke tickled Gwen's ear like a feather, causing her smooth earlobe to be stained with a faint blush. Then why are you hiding so far away? There's almost enough room for another person between us. Feeling Peter so close, Gwen felt her mind go blank, her heart beating so fast it seemed it would jump out of her throat. Peter, what was wrong with him today? Why had he suddenly become so strange? Gwen stammered for a long time but simply couldn't say the truth. She couldn't exactly say she had suddenly gained the superpowers of a spider. Something so absurd, Peter definitely wouldn't believe it. He might even suspect she was playing a prank on him. Seeing Gwen's various attempts to find an excuse, to the point of being almost driven to tears by her own cuteness, Peter finally found his conscience and decided to stop while he was ahead. If he teased her any further, this future Spider-Gwen might actually explode on the spot. He gave a light chuckle and suddenly sat up straight, returning to a normal social distance, and began to talk to her about serious business. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. His tone suddenly became very serious, as if that mischievous jerk from a moment ago wasn't him at all. I remember you're an intern assistant at Oscorp, right? Working on the cross-species genetics project. The head of that project is Kerr. He deliberately pretended to be unable to recall the name. Kurt Connors. Gwen blurted it out, finishing his sentence. At the same time, her eyes brightened a bit. Peter had reminded her. Dr. Connors was an expert in the field of genetics, perhaps he could give her some advice to help her quickly master this newly acquired power. But, why would Peter suddenly bring this up? Oh right, that's the name. Peter snapped his fingers, a matter-of-fact expression on his face. The tour the day before yesterday suddenly gave me a strong interest in biology. I thought about it and felt this field seems very promising, so, could you take me to meet Dr. Connors? He made up a reasonably plausible excuse. Biology. Gwen's expression was a bit odd. Didn't you prefer physics before? You even said physics is the ultimate romance of the universe. But both my parents were biological researchers. Peter gave a little shrug, and then his face overflowed with a nearly arrogant confidence. Besides, I feel that with my intelligence, with just a slight effort, I should be able to get dual PhDs in both biology and physics at the same time. These words were spoken with extreme flamboyance, yet they carried a persuasiveness that made it impossible to refute. Gwen could clearly feel that Peter really seemed to have changed. He was no longer that slightly introverted, somewhat nerdy science guy, he had become confident, cheerful, and even a bit charismatic. Looking at Peter talking eloquently in front of her, Gwen couldn't help but have an incredibly strange thought pop into her mind. How come, it feels like Peter is acting more like a superhuman than I am? Although this thought only lasted for less than 0.01 seconds, it was decisively snuffed out by Gwen. However, after coming back to her senses, Gwen had to admit that the current Peter was indeed more attractive than before. What Gwen didn't know at this time was that Peter's words actually contained no element of boasting at all. It wasn't until he truly inherited his previous incarnation's genius brain that he understood the weight of Elder Qian's saying, no matter how stupid a person is, can they still not learn calculus by the age of 14? The formulas and theories in his past life's university courses, which were like cryptic books that could only be memorized by rote, were now things that Peter could understand at a glance and even apply to other situations. Combined with the horse talisman's ability to perfectly eliminate the fatigue and wear and tear caused by long hours of study, his current learning efficiency could simply be described as a cheat code. With the support of such perverse learning efficiency, getting a double doctorate was truly as simple as eating or drinking water for him. Gwen looked at Peter's confident and high-spirited profile, and after a slight hesitation, she nodded and said, "All right then, I'll take you to see Dr. Connors after school." Just as the two were talking and laughing about Dr. Connors, a tall figure swayed as he walked onto the school bus. It was the bully of Midtown High, Flash Thompson. He habitually scanned the bus, looking for that nerd Parker, whom he could bully for fun at will. Quickly, he locked onto his target. But before the sneer on his face could fully bloom, it instantly froze at the corners of his mouth. Because he saw that Peter Parker was currently sitting with Gwen Stacy. The two were leaning very close, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was incredibly intimate. The moment he realized this, Flash instantly behaved himself. Who was Gwen Stacy? She was the police director's daughter. Once he provoked her, her father really would go to the board of trustees and make sure he got what was coming to him. With this thought, Flash immediately became honest and slunk off to find a seat. Forget it, today is not a good day to cause trouble. Better wait for a time when Gwen isn't around to properly greet that Parker kid. Flash comforted himself this way in his heart, unaware that he had already forever missed the only opportunity of his life. Having missed today, for the rest of his life, he would only be able to look up at the nerd he once looked down upon. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least, a certain bully managed to save his own life. After school, Gwen brought Peter to the Oscorp building as promised. With her intern ID card, the two reached Dr. Connor's laboratory area without any hindrance. But before they could even reach the lab door, a heated argument drifted out from behind the ajar door. Dr. Connors, I need a definite time frame. Not those ambiguous promises of yours. A slightly sharp female voice clearly reached Peter's ears, her tone full of the arrogance of an ultimatum. Too much money and time have already been invested in this project. The boss and the board have lost their patience. If you still can't produce visible results, then I'll regretfully have to deliver the bad news of budget cuts or even shutting down the entire project. Give me a little more time. Dr. Connor's voice sounded tired and raspy, yet it still carried a hint of stubbornness. We're only one step away. Just one final formula, and we can transfer lizard DNA to humans. This will be a great leap forward in the history of human medicine. We will cure all diseases, regenerate missing limbs. Even cancer might be conquered because of this. Hey, still the same old story. The female assistant let out a disdainful cold laugh. The board has been hearing this rhetoric for 3 whole years, their ears are practically calloused. Dr. Connors, I am now officially representing Mr. Norman Osborn to give you a final ultimatum. 1 month. I'm giving you only one last month. If the project still has no progress, you can expect to pack your bags and leave. Click, click, click tilde. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor drew closer. Gwen immediately pulled Peter aside to avoid her. Only after the brown-haired female assistant walked away with a haughty expression did she lead Peter into the lab. Inside the spacious laboratory, everything was a mess. Kurt Connors was currently slumped dejectedly in a chair. The right sleeve of his white lab coat was empty, making him look even more down and out. Noticing Gwen and Peter behind her, Dr. Connors twitched the corners of his mouth, barely forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Sorry, kids, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Gwen opened her mouth, but for a moment, she didn't know how to comfort him. However, Peter beside her seemed completely oblivious to the awkward atmosphere as he walked straight to the whiteboard in the lab. The whiteboard was densely covered with various complex formulas and derivation processes, and a central area had clearly been erased and rewritten many times, leaving a large, blurry smudge. Peter's gaze fell on that smudge. After looking at the preceding formula derivations, he could basically confirm it. What Dr. Connors lacked was indeed just the formula related to the decay rate algorithm. He could completely help him solve this problem. Thinking of this, Peter subconsciously reached out and picked up the black marker next to the whiteboard. Without the slightest hesitation, he began to slowly lower his pen below the blurry area that had been repeatedly erased. The tip of the pen moved across the whiteboard, making a series of soft, squeaking sounds. Beautiful and rigorous symbols and numbers flowed from his pen, forming a brand new calculation path. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Gwen, who was thinking about how to comfort the doctor, looked up at the sound and was instantly stunned by the scene before her. Peter was actually trying to derive the decay rate algorithm. Seemingly noticing Gwen's gaze, the dejected Dr. Connors also followed her look toward Peter. And then, in just a dozen seconds, his expression underwent a dramatic change from doubt, to shock, and then to horror. He suddenly sprang up from his chair, his bloodshot eyes staring fixedly at the newly appeared line of formulas on the whiteboard, his breathing almost coming to a halt. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This decay rate algorithm that had troubled him and his entire team for years, a problem that even the world's top geneticists were helpless against, was actually, nonchalantly, solved by a high school student. Click. After writing the last character, Peter casually tossed the marker back into the pen holder. Almost the instant he stopped, Connors rushed forward like a madman. He stared at the formulas on the whiteboard with infatuation, unable to stop himself from trembling with excitement. He verified it a full 3 times before finally confirming the accuracy of the formula. There wasn't a single flaw. Every parameter and every derivation was absolutely correct. He whipped his head around, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Peter. Who exactly are you? Meeting Connor's gaze, which looked as if he were seeing a god, Peter simply smiled slightly. My name is Peter Parker, and my father's name was Richard Parker. Richard. Dr. Connors muttered the name he hadn't mentioned in years. A moment of confusion flashed in his eyes, only to be replaced by intense shock. Richard. You're Richard's son. No wonder you're so outstanding. It's not surprising then. Peter, thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. If only I had met you sooner, perhaps the lizard serum would have been released long ago. Looking at the nearly frenzied Dr. Connors and then at Peter, who seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mystery. Gwen, standing to the side, was stunned, feeling as if her brain couldn't keep up. Peter's parents. The decay rate algorithm. What was all this about? Peter, what you said. She instinctively wanted to get more details from Peter. But before she could speak, she heard Connors say, Gwen, please prepare 3 cups of coffee and go downstairs to buy some pizza. No matter what, today I'm going to work with Peter to completely conquer the specific application of the decay rate algorithm in lizard genes. And maybe I'll have to trouble you to inform George and Uncle Ben. Peter winked playfully at Gwen and added, You know, I'm afraid we won't be able to get home early tonight. We can't let them worry. Gwen opened her mouth blankly for a moment, then helplessly turned to leave, faithfully acting as their errand girl. For the rest of the time, the laboratory completely became Peter and Connor's stage. A one-armed mad scientist and a young genius in a white lab coat huddled together, engaging in heated discussions and calculations over a pile of data and formulas that ordinary people couldn't even begin to understand. Dr. Connors took the lead and provided the theoretical framework, while Peter, relying on his prophetic advantage and his enhanced brain, constantly offered key optimization suggestions, breaking through one dead end after another. From theory to practice. By the time Gwen returned to the lab with coffee and pizza, Peter and Dr. Connors had even moved past the theoretical stage. They began performing incredibly precise operations around a gene extraction device. Gwen stood helplessly to the side, going from initial restlessness to being dumbfounded, and finally to complete numbness. It's done. After an unknown amount of time, Dr. Connors slammed the table and let out an excited shout. Looking at the emerald green lizard gene extract in his hand, he felt as if he had grasped the key to opening the door to a new world. He could almost see the day when his severed limb would regrow, leading humanity into a new era of biology. Next, let's witness a miracle together. After some operations, Dr. Connors injected the serum from the test tube into a white mouse and then placed it into a specially made observation box. Under the tense gaze of the three, the white mouse gradually calmed down after a series of convulsions. The mouse, having stopped its convulsions, began to eat and drink as usual. Not only did it look full of energy, but even the data displayed on the various observation instruments was completely normal. The 3 of them stared at the mouse in the box without blinking. After about 3 to 5 minutes, the observation instrument emitted a series of beep 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 alarms. Dr. Connors nervously rushed over to check. A moment later, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, even breaking into an excited smile. The instrument showed that an abnormal cellular reaction had occurred at the site of the mouse's severed limb. The cell activity was more than 100 times what it was before. About half an hour later, a brand new, fully functional hind leg grew from the severed limb. The mouse ran back and forth freely in the observation box. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, absolutely no one would believe that this mouse was just a poor crippled mouse half an hour ago. It worked. I really did it. Dr. Connors looked at the scene before him, his eyes filling with tears of excitement. Gwen was also so shocked by this surreal scene that she was speechless. As for Peter, he seemed to be paying close attention to the mouse in the observation box, just like Gwen and Connors. In reality, he had quietly slipped a vial of lizard gene extract into his pocket without making a sound. At the same time, he, accidentally, knocked over another test tube, creating the illusion that he had accidentally broken a vial of extract due to being too excited. Such small movements would have certainly attracted Gwen and Connor's attention on any other day. But right now, because of the mouse, the 2 of them ignored it all. Lizard gene extract obtained. Next, he only needed to add other catalysts to synthesize the complete lizard serum. And the ratios of those catalysts were already etched into Peter's mind, thanks to his photographic memory. The ratios of these catalysts didn't require any complex or precise instruments. They could be prepared using only the equipment in the Midtown High School lab. Although the purity of the lizard serum might be affected because the proportions couldn't be precisely controlled, which would greatly increase the risk factor. But so what? The noble steed is fearless. Doctor, it's getting late. I think Gwen and I should take our leave. Any later, and our elders at home will start to worry. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Peter took the opportunity to leave. Because his reason was so sound, Dr. Connors didn't suspect anything and immediately let Peter and Gwen go. As for himself, he would, of course, spend the night with his precious little mouse. The experiment he had prepared for over 10 years had finally achieved a key breakthrough. He now wished he could carry the observation box with him even when he went to the bathroom. Even as they walked out of the Oscorp Tower, Gwen still had an unreal feeling of being in a dream. Peter. She instinctively wanted to chat with the person beside her. But then, the beep beep of a car horn came from behind. Gwen instinctively looked back and found that it was her father, George Stacy, waiting for her in a police car. The moment he saw George in the police car, Peter couldn't help but feel the urge to whistle. This was perfect, there would be no obstacles to him going to the Midtown High School lab now. Peter, would you like me to give you a lift? Captain George looked at Peter, a gentle yet slightly wary smile appearing on his face. He personally admired Peter, who was kind, upright, and had excellent grades. But, the ambiguous relationship between his daughter and Peter made him feel a bit uneasy. The little cabbage he had raised for 18 years couldn't be let go to a pig so easily. At the very least, he had to wait until she was 20. No thanks, Uncle George. Dr. Connors recommended some biology books to me. I'm planning to go to the library and check them all out at once, so I won't trouble you to make an extra trip with me. After dealing with George and saying goodbye to Gwen, Peter hailed a taxi and headed straight for Midtown High School. Relying on his reputation as the school's top student, Peter used the excuse that a teacher had asked him to pick up study materials. He easily tricked the security guard at the gate and slipped into the empty chemistry laboratory. Cold moonlight spilled through the window, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Peter turned on the lights, and the laboratory was instantly filled with a pale, harsh glare. He carefully took the emerald green lizard gene extract from his pocket, holding it like a peerless treasure. Then, he opened the medicine cabinet and, relying on his photographic memory, quickly began searching for the various catalysts needed to synthesize the serum. He methodically took out a dazzling array of chemical reagents in different colors and lined them up on the lab bench. Throughout the process, his movements were smooth and fluid, without the slightest hesitation, as if he had practiced them 1,000 times. This was a stage that belonged to him alone. There was no audience, no applause, only himself and the impending, transformative metamorphosis. He poured the lizard gene extract into a beaker and then added the various catalysts one by one, according to proportions precise to the milligram. Gurgle, gurgle. The liquid in the beaker began to boil violently, its color gradually turning from emerald green to a heart-palpitating dark green, streaked with an eerie blood red. A gas smelling of fishy blood and chemicals spread through the air. Peter held his breath, his gaze focused to the extreme. After an unknown amount of time, the liquid in the beaker finally stopped churning, turning completely into a tube of thick, dark green serum that emitted an ominous aura. The lizard serum was complete. Peter let out a long breath and carefully drew the serum into a syringe. He looked at the strange green liquid in the syringe, his heart pounding uncontrollably. In a normal universe, Peter Parker was the Spider-Man chosen by fate. But he would crown himself with his own hands. Without any hesitation, Peter rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm that looked excessively thin due to years of malnutrition. He raised the syringe and aimed it at his vein. Come on. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the needle into his skin and pushed the entire tube of serum into his bloodstream. My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's. Cold. This was the first sensation as the lizard serum entered his body. A bone-chilling cold instantly spread through his veins to his entire body, as if it were going to completely freeze his blood. Peter's body shuddered violently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. However, this cold lasted for less than a second. The next moment, a volcano erupted. An unimaginable burning sensation, like violent lava, rampaged through his veins, frantically devouring his every cell. Yes, it was devouring, not merging. Peter felt as if some terrifying existence was watching him, and the lizard genes in his body were trying to consume him entirely, and then, borrow his corpse to return to life. Thump thump. In Queens, Gwen, who had just gotten out of the car, suddenly felt her heart beating as heavy as a drum, and an inexplicable sense of oppression shrouded her heart. It felt as if she were about to lose something incredibly important. Alarms like electric currents rang in her head, and countless tiny goosebumps abruptly appeared on her arms. Spider sense, also known as the Gwen tingle. Without any hesitation, seeing that no one was around, Gwen used her hands and feet to cling to the wall of her house. Her wall-crawling ability, which often failed her, was unexpectedly reliable at this moment. She scrambled up to her rooftop in a few moves. Looking at the gap of more than 10 meters to the opposite balcony, Gwen instinctively took a deep breath. It's okay, Gwen. You can do this. She didn't know why she was taking such a risk. She simply followed her instincts, habitually pulled her hood over her head, and then leapt with all her might. A perfect landing comparable to a gymnast's, light and without a sound. Wow tilde. Looking back at the chasm between the two small buildings that was simply impossible for a human to cross, Gwen marveled, her heart filled with even more confidence. She began to run and jump through the city's steel jungle like a parkour girl. Although she hadn't yet developed her own web shooters, her speed was still far beyond that of a normal person, even allowing her to race the speeding cars below. And the direction she was heading was exactly Midtown High School. Arg. In the laboratory, Peter could no longer restrain himself and let out a repressed, agonizing roar. Intense pain. Pain beyond the limits of human imagination. He felt himself being torn apart and reconstructed over and over again. His body fell heavily to the floor, twitching violently. His skin began to take on an eerie green hue, and then, patches of fine, slime-covered scales frantically erupted from beneath his skin. The nails on his hands and feet began to grow long and sharp, turning into terrifying claws. His vertebrae bulged one by one with a sharp crack, and his entire frame expanded and twisted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Animality. Endless desires for brutality, bloodthirst, and destruction, like the most turbulent black tide, frantically assaulted his reason. His pupils began to contract, turning into the cold vertical slits characteristic of reptiles, filled with undisguised bloodlust. He wanted to tear everything before him to pieces. He wanted to make this world tremble beneath his claws. The birth of Dr. Lizard seemed to have entered its countdown. However, just as Peter's consciousness was about to be completely swallowed by that violent animality, turning him into a monster that knew only slaughter, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. A soft and warm white light glowed from within his body, then rippled out like a wave, instantly enveloping his entire being. Noble horse, harm not my master. The animality that could have completely broken a will of steel melted away like snow meeting its nemesis the moment it touched the white light. The gentle white light repeatedly healed Peter's fully bestialized body. Before this irresistible magic, even the deepest hunting instincts within his genes had to retreat, until they were completely dispelled. Huff, huff. Peter gasped for breath, his vacant eyes regaining their clarity. He was saved. But helping him regain consciousness was only the beginning. The power of the horse talisman did not stop after driving out the dominance of the animality. A soft white light began to seep into every limb and vein, launching an efficient and thorough purge of the genes that were mutating out of control. All the lizard DNA segments that caused genetic collapse and grotesque transformations were erased without mercy. Meanwhile, the beneficial traits, superhuman strength, regeneration, the speed and agility to leap between skyscrapers, specialized setae for wall crawling, and vastly heightened senses and motor nerves, were perfectly preserved. The fine scales that had just sprouted across Peter's body receded faster than they had grown, revealing pristine skin beneath. The claws that had sharpened retracted, turning back into neatly trimmed fingernails. His warped, swollen frame was re-sculpted into a flawless golden ratio physique amid a chorus of crackling bones. After an eternity, the agony that had racked his entire body ebbed away like a receding tide. In its place came a power unlike anything he had ever felt, an intoxicating sense that he could command the world. Peter slowly rose from the floor. The tattered, rag-like clothes had been mended by the horse talisman, shrinking half a size so they now clung to him like a second skin. He looked down at his hands. His arms were no longer skinny and frail, the muscles were carved like a Greek statue, flowing and explosive. He flexed, feeling the boundless energy coursing between fibers, and a wild grin spread across his face. Success. He was no longer the weakling who gasped for breath after 2 flights of stairs. Peter couldn't resist running a hand over his stomach. Those razor-sharp 8-pack abs were something he'd never owned in 2 lifetimes. And it wasn't just the abs. He could feel it. His body had undergone a tectonic shift. Strength, speed, Endurance. Every metric had multiplied geometrically. He stared at the thick metal lab table, drew a breath, and pinched the edge with 2 fingers. A half-centimeter deep fingerprint remained in the steel. This was a solid metal workstation. The old Peter couldn't dent it with a hammer, he'd probably just bruise himself. Now he could leave a fingerprint with a casual squeeze. He had blown past every human limit. If he did that to some thug's skull, man, the mental image was almost too brutal to imagine. His senses had sharpened as well. He'd had mild myopia, maybe 200 degrees. Now, in the dark, he could spot a spider the size of a grain of rice spinning its web 100 meters away through a window. His hearing caught every rustle of insects and rodents outside. Leaving experience aside, he was basically a Captain America Pro Max. Certain he was stronger, and still had a full head of hair, Peter didn't linger. He used the horse talisman to restore the lab in seconds, then slipped out of the school unseen. Between the wall crawling from the lizard serum and his hyper senses, the guard never noticed him leave. When the man finally found the chem lab empty, he rubbed his eyes, wondering if late-night overwork had him hallucinating. Peter sprinted home so lightly he felt he might float. The whole world looked different. Pedestrians seemed to move in slow motion like a movie effect. Roaring cars no longer felt threatening. He was confident he could outrun them, and believed he could stop one with a single hand, turning it into scrap. Even a head-on collision wouldn't faze him now. Huh. Is that Gwen? In the dark, his night vision caught a white hooded figure leaping between rooftops. Watching Gwen's silhouette flash past, Peter smiled. Soon he could fight beside her. But not yet, he didn't want her turning into a helpless spider who relied on him. Only after she was seasoned enough to stand on her own. He pulled his gaze away and headed home to reassure Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Then a woman's scream tore through the night. Peter froze, eyes snapping toward a shadowy alley. Enhanced ears picked up ragged breathing, a woman's sobbing pleas, and a mugger's vicious curses. Before, he could only hurry away and call the cops. Now, Peter flickered and vanished, leaving only a faint night breeze. He reappeared inside the alley. A black gunman pressed a trembling white woman against the wall, yanking her purse. Let her go. A cold voice came from behind. The thug stiffened, spun around, and saw a teenager in fitted casual wear. Beat it, or all. The rap-style threat cut short as the world blurred. Before he could pull the trigger, a sledgehammer fist sank into his gut, folding him in half. You're the fool. Peter's face darkened. Local gangs have no manners. Tight clothes equal gay. Classic lighthouse stereotype. Die. The enraged thug fired. Bang. He grinned, expecting to see Peter in a pool of blood. His truth wasn't a toy. But the next sound. Crack. A sharp bone snap echoed through the alley. Arg. The mugger screamed, his arm dangling at a grotesque angle, staring as if Peter were a ghost. What had he just seen? This kid had dodged a bullet at point-blank range. Was that even human? Peter's heart still pounded. Thank the lizard serum, half a second slower and he'd have been headshot. Probably survivable, but no thanks to that experience. His gaze hardened. You've just signed your death warrant. Crack. With the sound of a bone snapping, the neck of the previously arrogant black robber tilted to the side, and he ceased to breathe. Peter looked back and saw that the white woman who had been robbed had already disappeared without a trace. Sigh. People's hearts are no longer what they used to be. After muttering this complaint, he looked down at the now dead black robber. After a moment's hesitation, he reached into the man's pocket, pulled out a lighter, and set the man's clothes on fire. Since it was a spur-of-the-moment action, he wasn't wearing a suit or anything similar, and he had already left his fingerprints on the man's body. He didn't want to get into trouble because of such a flaw. Even more so, he didn't want Uncle Ben and Aunt May to worry about such things. Watching the corpse quickly catch fire, Peter felt very calm. There was no panic or nausea typical of a first-time killer. What kind of good person would a gunman be if he pulled the trigger on him without hesitation? Killing him outright was simply doing heaven's work. Peter was not like his previous incarnation, that pajama baby, who adhered to a no-kill rule. As someone from the Celestial Empire, he knew the principles that wildfire cannot destroy all the grass, it grows again with the spring breeze, and kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Not to mention this rotten lighthouse country, which had no fair and transparent judicial system at all. In the original Spider-Man stories, his previous incarnation showed mercy at every turn, but what was the result? Which of those supervillains ever truly repented? They were just caught over and over again, bailed out by the wealthy or escaping from prison repeatedly, causing trouble for his previous incarnation time after time. They even made life miserable for everyone associated with his previous incarnation, including Aunt May, Gwen, and Mary Jane. Peter admired Spider-Man's justice and courage, but that didn't mean he agreed with his previous incarnation's concept of not killing. Instead of becoming a superhero standing in the sunlight, he would rather be an anti-hero like Venom or Homelander. As the old saying goes, forgiving sinners is God's job. His job is to send these people to meet God. After one last look at the corpse on the ground, Peter turned and strode away, while simultaneously beginning to review his shortcomings in this brief battle. First, he wasn't sufficiently prepared. To ensure his public identity remained unaffected, he had to be well disguised. He couldn't let either the police or the villains easily track down his identity. Second was the lack of combat experience. That battle just now made Peter clearly realize that possessing power and knowing how to use it are two completely different things. Even though his physical fitness completely crushed the opponent, he was almost taken out by a single bullet. If word got out, it would be a complete disgrace to the superhero world. He had to quickly improve his combat experience and not let similar situations happen again. He needed systematic, efficient combat techniques that could push his physical advantages to the limit. Then there was the lack of equipment. As the saying goes, no matter how high your kung fu, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife. Although his physical fitness was now far beyond that of ordinary people, he had not yet reached the level of immortality. Ordinary bullets might not kill him, but what about a Barrett? Mortars. What about the energy weapons possessed by those aliens? He had to find a handy weapon capable of dealing with such things. For example, Captain America's vibranium shield, Wolverine's adamantium skeleton, Thor's Mjolnir, or the suits of Black Panther and Iron Man. Fortunately, there were solutions to these shortcomings. Peter's consciousness sank into his mind, looking at the virtual panel that only he could see. Sacrifice points. 3,000 points. Now, it was time to put them to use. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Midtown High School, a slender figure landed as lightly as a nimble white cat, without making a sound. Gwen took off her hood, revealing a pretty face filled with confusion and unease. She looked around. The empty rooftop was exceptionally quiet under the moonlight, with nothing but the sound of the wind. That heart-pounding feeling, as if she were about to lose something important, had mysteriously vanished just as she was about to arrive. Her spider sense fell silent as well. How could this be? Gwen muttered to herself, feeling like a fool who had been played. She searched around the campus, carefully checking every corner, even crawling on the ground trying to find any clues. But she found nothing, let alone signs of a fight. There wasn't even an extra footprint. She couldn't figure it out, not at all. Gwen sat dejectedly on the edge of the rooftop, her long legs dangling in the air, the evening breeze blowing through her blonde hair, making her look a bit lonely. She sat there for who knows how long, until the security guards below began to yawn in the night, before she finally sighed helplessly and decided to go home. Perhaps her control over this new power was still too poor, leading to the sensory failure. That was the only temporary explanation. Filled with doubt, Gwen put her hood back on and nimbly darted and leapt between buildings, heading toward home. But this time, without the alarm of her spider sense, Gwen focused more on the night view of the Big Apple City. Her intention was to appreciate the New York night scene, which she had never specifically admired before. But when she turned her attention to the concrete jungle below, what she truly saw was pervasive crime. In the less than 10 minutes it took to get from Midtown High School to her home, she stopped at least 6 robberies and incidents of molestation. This experience made Gwen instinctively think of her father, George Stacy. She used to feel that her father didn't care enough about her. But it wasn't until today that she truly realized what her father was facing. He was using his own flesh and blood to protect the peace of this city. And now, she possessed power far beyond that of ordinary people. A thought began to grow uncontrollably in her mind. I can do more. I must do more. After cleanly knocking out those ill-intentioned criminals, Gwen quietly pushed open the window and returned to her bedroom. After a long silence, she walked to her desk, turned on the lamp, and spread out a sheet of white paper. Picking up colored pencils, she sketched for a while, and soon, several heroic figures with white hoods and slender, athletic builds appeared on the paper. Beside these design sketches, complex and precise mechanical device blueprints were also being outlined. Today's experience made her feel like she was still missing something. Since she had inherited the abilities of a spider, how could she not know how to spin a web? So, she began to conceive a device that could fire high-strength spider silk based on the characteristics of a spider. The birth of Ghost Spider was already in the countdown. Peter would never have imagined that his self-rescue action, while clearly changing his own fate, had unintentionally guided Gwen onto that nearly predestined path of a hero. Brimming with plans for the future, Peter returned to his home in Queens. Thank heavens, Peter, you're finally back. Would you like something to eat? Aunt May popped her head out of the kitchen the moment she heard the door, a loving smile on her face. Uncle Ben rose from the sofa as well, grumbling in mild complaint. Do you have any idea how dangerous New York gets at night? I should have picked you up. Because Gwen had already explained over the phone that they'd been busy with legitimate work at Oscorp, Uncle Ben and Aunt May didn't scold Peter, they were simply worried he might run into trouble on the way home. Facing such genuine care from the two elders, Peter, whose parents had died young and who had spent so many years alone, felt a warmth in his heart. He couldn't help but pull them both into a big hug and said with complete sincerity. Sorry, Uncle Ben, Aunt May. I promise I won't make you worry again. He wasn't the rebellious, mouthy teenager from the original story who would talk back to Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Now, his mindset was far more mature than that of his previous incarnation before Uncle Ben's death. All he wanted was to care for the two of them and ensure they lived a rich and happy life from here on. Peter's sudden hug and promise left Uncle Ben and Aunt May momentarily at a loss. They had worried that, being at a sensitive adolescent age, Peter might explode if they spoke too harshly. But now, his embrace made the two elders' noses sting and their hearts swell with relief. Peter had always been a worry-free child, and now he had truly grown up. He understood and appreciated them. How wonderful. After giving his word and wishing them good night, Peter hurried upstairs to his room. The moment he shut the door, he silently called out in his mind. System, open the shop. The next second, a dazzling virtual light screen unfolded before his eyes. The items were still the same. After buying the horse talisman, only 7 remained. His gaze swept over the 7 products, and Peter quickly made up his mind. System, purchase Kyugoku Makoto's Karate Insights. Kyugoku Makoto is the combat ceiling of the Conan world, a fighting god who reaches superhuman levels through sheer physical power. He once took down 50 blade-wielding gangsters bare-handed. While wearing a gas mask that obscured his vision, he caught every BB pellet fired at him and counter-killed every bodyguard. With just a few punches he shattered a marble pillar as thick as a man's embrace. He's practically a humanoid star platinum. In the realm of karate, even the master brother of the Denketsu school is only fit to shine his shoes. In the Marvel Universe, Daredevil, famed for his fighting skills, is like a little kid next to him. Peter had previously looked down on this item, thinking its 500-point sacrifice cost overpriced. After all, given his rookie status, without 3 to 5 grueling years of training he'd never reach Kyugoku's level. By then the daylilies would be cold. But times had changed. With a physique and reflexes far surpassing the original Kyugoku, mastering the man's combat experience was child's play. Kyugoku's karate techniques, amplified by this body, could explode with 10, or even 100, times the power. The synergy of the two was a case of 1 plus 1 greater than 10. So Peter bought it without hesitation. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Kyugoku Makoto's Karate Insights. Remaining sacrifice points, 2,500. The instant the voice fell, a torrent of information flooded his mind like a bursting dam. Countless combat scenes, endless muscle memories, innumerable life and death battle experiences, every last scrap of Kyugoku's fighting instinct, technique, and mindset was etched perfectly into Peter's soul and body. Unconsciously, Peter snapped into a karate-ready stance. The moment he moved, every muscle crackled softly, the fierce wind of his palm split the air and tore a gash in the bedsheet. More importantly, he could feel his control over power and body leap several levels at once. He was no longer a rookie with brute strength alone. After a short period of adaptation, he would be a true grandmaster of combat. With strength surpassing Captain America and Kyugoku's god-tier technique, Peter was confident that, give or take, he could already be called mini-cap. He still had 2,500 sacrifice points left. After a brief hesitation, Peter ordered again. Buy Chakra Seed. For most ordinary people, this thing is basically junk. Chakra is the fusion of physical and mental energy. Thus a weakling can only extract a tiny amount even if they succeed. Plus, the product doesn't come with any ninjutsu instructions. Without hand seals, all you can do is stare at that pitiful chakra. Abysmal cost performance. But for the current Peter, it's a treasure. As a transmigrator boosted by the lizard serum, his mental and physical strength are dozens, if not hundreds, of times that of an average person. Therefore, the amount of chakra he can extract rivals that of the Uzumaki clan in the Hokage world. And don't forget his invincible horse talisman. A ninja who overdraws chakra will die on the spot. Yet the talisman can heal cellular damage caused by excessive chakra extraction. This means his chakra is not only vast but can also be harvested without limit. He's basically found a bug. Behold, what is a humanoid-tailed beast? Leans back in triumph. Someone might ask, so what if you have chakra? You don't know any ninjutsu, what can you even do with it? Answer. Even without elemental jutsu, there's still Rasengan. This A-rank technique developed by the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and brought to glory by the Prince Uzumaki Naruto needs neither hand seals nor elemental conversion. All you need is a massive amount of chakra and mastery of its shape transformation. It's tailor-made for the current Peter. Can't do elemental jutsu. Can't form hand seals. So what? Nothing in this world can't be solved with one spinning ball. If there is, then spin a bigger one. Big Ball Rasengan Barrage, Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, there's always a size that fits. Exchange for Chakra Seed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Chakra Seed. Remaining sacrifice points, 2000. The moment the system prompt faded, Peter felt a distinctly different power quietly being born. It wasn't like the surging physical might from muscles and bones brought by the lizard serum's modification, it was a more internal, more refined energy. This energy seemed closely linked to his spirit and soul. As he focused his mind, this energy could slowly flow through the meridians in his body, bringing a warm and comfortable sensation wherever it passed. This was chakra, the product of combining physical energy and spiritual energy. As I suspected, my chakra reserves are staggeringly large. Besides, this chakra isn't as useless as I thought. This feeling, just normally coating my fists with chakra can significantly increase their power. Although I'm not sure how much a normal ninjutsu consumes, with my current chakra reserves, making a ball should be more than enough. Thinking this, Peter immediately began trying to form the ball. Every detail of Naruto forming the Rasengan flashed through his mind. Shape transformation, extreme rotation, extreme power. To ensure success, he even chose the basic method of using both hands to form the ball. He extended his right hand, spread his palm, and began trying to mobilize the chakra in his body to gather and compress in his palm. The fingers of his left hand moved rapidly around his right, injecting chaotic and high-speed rotating chakra into the sphere. Bang! A sudden explosion rang out. The Rasengan in his hand instantly exploded due to an imbalance in proportions, whipping up a violent air current in the bedroom no less powerful than a small typhoon. Peter was even blown back directly, his sturdy body crashing into the already old wardrobe behind him. Holy shit. Sensing hurried footsteps from downstairs with his enhanced hearing, Peter didn't dare hesitate for a second. He immediately used the power of the horse talisman and pressed his hand against the bedroom floor. With a flash of light, the messy bedroom was instantly restored. Peter, are you okay? About 10 seconds later, Uncle Ben's worried voice came through the door. I'm fine. Peter opened the door with a calm expression, even stepping aside to let Uncle Ben take a look. I just accidentally bumped into the floor while exercising. Be careful, son. Even exercising requires a step-by-step approach. Uncle Ben looked around, and after one last look at Peter to confirm he didn't seem injured, he left reassured. Only after Uncle Ben left did Peter breathe a long sigh of relief. In his first attempt to use chakra, he had basically formed the chakra ball. His chakra control was far superior to the Naruto in the original series. Furthermore, although it was only his first attempt at using the Rasengan, he had already formed a basic understanding of rotation speed, output frequency, and shape stability. With his genius mind, he would likely only need a few more tests to calculate the approximate numerical range for the Rasengan to operate stably. At that point, mastering the Rasengan quickly would no longer be a pipe dream. This was much more efficient than the mindless practice Naruto did. If the Naruto in the original series needed a week of day and night hard practice to master the Rasengan, then he probably only needed half a day. However, he certainly couldn't practice the Rasengan tonight. The commotion from a failed practice was just too loud. Any more times and Uncle Ben and Aunt May would surely become suspicious. He'd wait until after school tomorrow and find a deserted place to practice. As for now, he should think about some other issues. He first looked at his system. There were 5 items left in the system, and he had 2,000 points. But Peter had no desire to keep spending. The remaining items in the system, like the Nichiren sword or Kagun, either lacked matching cultivation methods or had very low ceilings, making their cost-performance ratio extremely limited. Instead of consuming sacrifice points that wasn't easy to obtain on these mediocre items, it would be better to save it for next month's item refresh. The top priority is still solving the issue of the suit. A suit that could hide his identity and was easy to move in was a necessity for his foray into the night. Peter picked up a pen and paper. With his extraordinary memory and a brain comparable to a supercomputer, he quickly sketched a suit on the paper that was completely different from any other Spider-Man. Underneath was a tight-fitting black and gold combat suit, covered by a hooded trench coat in the style of Assassin's Creed. The mask was designed as a skull mask, the same style as Kurosaki Ichigo's. The overall look was elegant and agile without losing its cool and handsome vibe. It was simply awesome. Wearing this set out is going to be incredibly flashy. He could almost imagine how many fans and fangirls he would attract when he wore this outfit to act as a hero. It would definitely be more popular than a certain little spider wearing a black and white ballet leotard smirk. But after finalizing the style of the suit, Peter began to struggle. He had the design, but what about the materials? What about the tools? Aunt May did have an old sewing machine that could be used, but even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Even if he searched all his pockets now, his entire net worth wouldn't exceed $30. This amount of money probably couldn't even buy a scrap of special fiber. As for asking Uncle Ben and Aunt May for money, that thought was extinguished as soon as it arose. Both kind elders were at the bottom of society, making a living by working odd jobs. They were already doing their best just to scrape together his tuition and fees. How could he have the heart to add any more burden to them? At this thought, Peter couldn't help but fall onto his small bed in frustration. Power, skill, god-level items, he already possessed all the elements to become a superhero. Yet he was stuck at the agonizing stage of raising funds for a suit. This was truly ironic. Peter sat on the edge of the bed, quietly watching the bright lights of the Big Apple City outside the window. Heaven knows how much unknown evil and darkness were hidden beneath that prosperity. A long time passed. The curve of his lips gradually became cold and sharp. To let Uncle Ben and Aunt May live a good life, he would definitely take the righteous path. But, if it was just to earn the first bit of startup capital for his hero career, he didn't need to be so conventional. As the saying goes, extraordinary people do extraordinary things. As an anti-hero, it's perfectly reasonable for me to raise funds by robbing criminals, right? The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the gap in the curtains, Peter had already opened his eyes. Without any desire to sleep in, the triple boost of the lizard serum, horse talisman, and chakra had made his energy peak. It even allowed his body and newly acquired power to complete further integration. He could feel that his 5 senses, strength, speed, and even neural reactions had all improved slightly compared to yesterday. This feeling of getting stronger every second was truly intoxicating. After specifically changing into looser clothes so that his physique wouldn't be easily noticed, Peter walked out of the room with confidence. He chatted and laughed with Uncle Ben and Aunt May while eating breakfast, but what Peter was thinking in his heart was today's goals: successfully mastering the Rasengan and seizing the first pot of gold to make the suit. The morning sun always brings light and hope to people. But for Gwen Stacy, today's sunlight only served to ignite the raging fire of justice within her heart. The evil she had witnessed breeding in the dark corners last night had kept her awake all night. Relying solely on her father and the NYPD was simply not enough to illuminate every inch of shadow in this city. And she now possessed the power to walk through the darkness. Glancing at the blueprints on her desk and the half-tested web shooters, Gwen quickly made up her mind. She picked up her phone and contacted her teacher directly to ask for a day off, citing that she was feeling unwell. Immediately after, she found Peter's number, her fingertips dancing lightly across the screen. "Hey, Peter, I'm not feeling very well today, so I can't go to school with you." After sending the message, Gwen tossed her phone aside, her gaze returning to the blueprints, her eyes filled with focus. Today, she was determined to finish both the suit and the web shooters in one go. Except, ding dong tilde. The notification sound from her phone made her pause just as she picked up a screwdriver. The name, Peter, lighting up the screen caused Gwen's heart to skip a beat for some inexplicable reason. Taking a moment to reply shouldn't hurt, right? Queens, on the school bus. Peter looked at the message on his phone, his eyebrows arching as a smile played on his lips. Not feeling well. I suspect, not feeling well, is a lie, and being busy tinkering with secret gear is the truth. Thinking of this, his fingers flew as he quickly replied. Then you should get some good rest. Do you need me to come over after school to help you catch up on your schoolwork? The message was sent, and the reply was almost instantaneous. No need. It's just a minor issue, I'll be fine after a nap. Just focus on your classes and don't get distracted. The slight panic between the lines practically overflowed from the screen. Peter chuckled. This girl really wasn't good at lying. Peter, really? As the perennial number one in our class, my class notes are worth their weight in gold. Gwen. Oh, please. As if I'm not a top student too. My grades aren't much worse than yours. Anyway, I'm going back to sleep. Looking at the cute emojis in the message, Peter could almost imagine Gwen's flustered state as she tried to juggle her work while dealing with him. Teasing the little ghost spider is quite a joy tilde. Just as Peter was in high spirits. An untimely fellow boarded the school bus. Yo, if it isn't our good-for-nothing little loser Peter. A voice full of malice and mockery rang out. Peter looked up, and what met his eyes was a face he was all too familiar with, and all too disgusted by. Flash Thompson, the star quarterback of Midtown High School and the leader of the school bullies. Memories of his previous incarnation flooded his mind. The suffocation of being locked in a locker, the humiliation of having his lunch knocked over, the embarrassment of being publicly shamed, scene after scene was vivid in his mind. Now that he had power, it would be a disservice to his previous incarnation not to teach this guy a lesson. On the other side, Flash noticed that Gwen wasn't by Peter's side today, which instantly energized him. Failing to bully Peter yesterday had made him feel out of sorts even while playing football. Today, he had to double down on his harassment and thoroughly enjoy the pleasure of bullying the weak. Flash looked down at Peter, his gaze landing on the phone in Peter's hand, a flicker of mockery in his eyes. Who are you chatting with? Smiling so happily. Let me see, are you fantasizing about some girl falling for a nerd like you again? Before he even finished speaking, Flash's large hand reached for Peter's phone. He had already planned out the next script. He would snatch Peter's phone, then read the chat history aloud in front of everyone on the bus, savoring the sight of Peter jumping in frustration while being laughed at, yet unable to do anything about it. This was his favorite kind of drama, it felt better than romance. Hearing Flash's words, some students on the bus showed gloating smiles, while others turned away, pretending not to see, fearing they might draw fire to themselves. In their eyes, the frail Peter couldn't possibly resist Flash, the star of the school team. A one-sided bullying session seemed about to take place. But in the next second, Flash's smile froze on his face. Because before he could even grab Peter's phone, a hand clamped onto his wrist like an iron vise, preventing his hand from moving another inch. Flash was stunned. He looked down in bewilderment. He saw that Peter hadn't even looked up. He was leisurely texting with one hand while holding Flash's wrist in a completely casual grip with the other. Only after pressing the send button did he put away his phone and look at Flash with the eyes of a cat playing with a mouse. That nonchalant attitude instantly enraged Flash. He glanced at the surrounding classmates watching the commotion, feeling as if they were all mocking him. You. Flash Thompson's face instantly turned beet red as he used every ounce of strength to try and pull his hand back. However, the strength coming from Peter's hand was staggering. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't free his trapped hand. How is this possible? Flash's mind went blank. Was this still the good-for-nothing he bullied at will, who didn't even dare to breathe too loudly? When did he get so strong? Didn't your mother ever tell you it's wrong to take things without permission? Or? Peter finally looked up slowly, his gaze very calm, but his words were full of aggression. Do you not have a mother at all? As everyone knows, English insults are poor and direct, revolving around motherfooler, son of a fool, and a few racial slurs. So when Peter used a Chinese-style rhetorical question to ask about Flash's mother, Flash actually froze for a moment before realizing Peter was calling him motherless. And then, he completely broke down. It was a classic case of low attack and low defense. You're dead. Shame turned into rage, and Flash completely lost his mind. His other free hand clenched into a fist and swung toward Peter's face with a whistling wind. He put all his strength into this punch. He wanted to make this arrogant nerd pay a bloody price for his words. A low gasp echoed through the bus. Some timid girls even closed their eyes, unable to watch the bloody scene that was about to follow. AAAAAAAGH. Sure enough, in the next second, a scream like a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the school bus. Several girls couldn't help but frown, feeling a bit sorry for the unlucky Peter. But as they listened, the sympathy on their faces was gradually replaced by bewilderment. That voice didn't sound like Peter, it sounded more like Flash. Flash collapsed to the ground, rolling around in pain, for a moment not even knowing which part of his body to cover. At this moment, the fingers on his left hand were twisted like mangled dough twists, and an even more piercing pain radiated from his vitals. He couldn't understand, he clearly threw a punch at Peter, so why was he the one who fell? What a joke. With the motor nerve enhancement from the lizard serum and the karate insights of Kyugoku Makoto for protection, how could Peter possibly be hit by Flash? The instant Flash threw the punch, Peter had already dodged to the side with speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person. This dodge caused Flash's fist to slam heavily into the plastic backrest of the school bus seat, fracturing his fist on the spot. Immediately after, with lightning speed and before anyone else could see what was happening, Peter delivered a knee strike to Flash's vitals. He held back on purpose this time, using less than 1% of his strength. Otherwise, what exploded wouldn't have been as simple as just his vitals. Deathly silence. A deathly silence filled the bus. Everyone first looked at Peter, then at Flash, who was curled up on the floor like a cooked shrimp. For a moment, they all wondered if they were still dreaming. What exactly happened just now? Why was Flash the one lying on the ground? While everyone was in a state of shock and uncertainty, Peter suddenly raised his hands and spoke with an innocent look. Hey, you all saw that, right? I didn't even touch him, he just suddenly collapsed on his own. Looking at Peter claiming innocence, everyone first nodded, then couldn't help but start whispering. Peter didn't even touch Flash, so why is Flash acting like this? Yeah, with Peter's scrawny limbs, even if he fought back, he couldn't hurt Flash. What kind of act is this guy putting on? Amidst the whispers, Peter looked at Flash and suddenly put on an expression of realization followed by immense fear. Flash, it's one thing for you to bully me usually, but are you now trying to frame me in such a despicable way to get me expelled or even sent to prison? We're all classmates, and I have no grudge against you. Why are you doing this to me? Huh. So, this guy Flash is pulling a scam. At this thought, many people immediately showed expressions of realization. I see, that explains everything. Did this guy miss his punch and feel like he lost face, so he decided to frame Peter like this? This guess garnered agreement from many around them. After all, besides Flash intentionally scamming Peter, there didn't seem to be a better explanation. Otherwise, what could it be? Were they supposed to believe that Peter, the recognized nerd, had KO'd the bull-strong Flash with a move so fast no one could see it? What a joke. If Peter had that kind of ability, would he have needed to be bullied by Flash for the past 3 years? Thus, following the principle of, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth, everyone believed Peter's version. Flash was using a self-injury ruse, he wanted to completely destroy Peter's future. Thinking this, everyone gasped, and the way they looked at Flash changed. That's right, his parents are rich, framing an ordinary person like Peter would be all too easy. If his parents pulled a few strings, Peter would probably be expelled on the spot, and his life would be over. Holy crap, how can there be such a wicked person in this world? Bullying Peter for 3 whole years wasn't enough, now he's even trying to use a self-injury ruse to ruin Peter's future. This isn't just school bullying anymore, how is this any different from outright murder? It's human nature to sympathize with the weak. Before, Peter was being bullied, but at least it didn't threaten his future or his life. Everyone turned a blind eye due to Flash's physique and family background. But now that it had escalated to the point of destroying someone's future, those students with a sense of justice couldn't stand it anymore. Feeling the change in everyone's gaze and hearing the whispers around him, Flash, lying on the ground, was completely stunned. No, it's not like that. I'm clearly the victim here. But unfortunately, he couldn't tell the truth. How could he? Was he supposed to personally tell others that he suffered a critical hit from Peter and would henceforth become eunuch Flash? That would be more painful than killing him. What's scarier is that even if he said it, no one would believe him. At this thought, Flash felt the pain in his lower body intensify, making him feel like he was about to split apart. He, who was usually known for being tough, was now so aggrieved that he was shedding little pearls of tears. You can't bully people like this. Gasping in cold air and covered in cold sweat, he tried to defend himself. It's not true. I didn't frame him. But at this point, nothing he said mattered. The more he explained, the louder the disdain around him grew. Pa, listen, he's still making excuses. My God. How can someone be so disgusting? He's actually trying to gain sympathy. Just as Flash was tasting the bitterness of being abandoned by everyone, a red-haired girl spoke up, adding another wound to his heart. Flash, I never thought you were this kind of person. I must have been blind to ever like you and believe you were just joking with Peter. You've disappointed me so much. Let's break up. After saying this, the red-haired girl didn't even look at Flash on the ground. She stepped over him and walked up to Peter in a few quick steps. She first checked on Peter with concern to see if he was hurt, then softly comforted him, saying she would definitely testify for him and so on. This girl was none other than Flash's current girlfriend, Mary Jane. In some parallel universes, she was Peter Parker's dream girl. But in this world, neither the previous incarnation nor Peter himself was interested in her. What good could a woman be who could be wooed by a school bully and then immediately cut ties the moment he lost face? In the original work, this woman even hooked up with Peter's good friend Harry after having a conflict with Peter. She was just an utter mess. How could she compare to his fragrant, soft, and adorable little Gwen? However, just because Peter had no interest in Mary Jane didn't mean Flash didn't. Seeing the girlfriend he had pursued for 3 years ignore him and care for Peter instead, Flash's heart nearly shattered. At this moment, he really wanted to scream, no. And then, the snowflakes flutter, the north wind sows tilde. However, he ultimately didn't do that. On one hand, he was already humiliated enough and just wanted to find a hospital to hide in. On the other hand, he was truly afraid. Others didn't know he was being framed, but he certainly did. Peter Parker, this guy had not only suddenly gained great power but had also designed a trap to frame him. It was simply too despicable and too dangerous. This great demon king was simply not an existence that a school bully like him, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, could ever hope to scam. Did you hear? That guy Flash. He's truly too despicable. That guy's existence is a disgrace to Midtown High School. With the spontaneous promotion of the students on the school bus, Flash's despicable reputation spread throughout the school as if it had wings. In the cafeteria during lunch, the voices were all discussing Flash. Nowadays, Flash is like yellow mud falling into his pants. Even if it's not crap, it's crap now. Listening to the whispers of the students around him, Peter finished his last bite of lunch with satisfaction and then quietly left the cafeteria. This complete social death was exactly the ending he had carefully prepared for Flash. Due to the fact that his public identity could not be exposed, he really couldn't kill Flash directly. But through this method, he could make the other party lose everything they once had. This was also his standard of conduct in this new life. If others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If they do, I'll pay them back twofold. The school sports equipment room. It was sparsely populated here, so there was no need to worry about being heard. Even more, there was no need to worry about being detected by SHIELD's satellite surveillance. It was a perfect place for him to practice the Rasengan. Just as Peter had imagined. By simply setting the chakra injected when using the Rasengan into a mathematical model, practicing the Rasengan became twice as effective with half the effort. He didn't even need to bother with water balloons, air balloons, or rubber balls. Peter just normally tried to form the orb, controlling variables by writing and drawing on scratch paper over and over again. After working for just one lunch break, a high-speed rotating blue light orb appeared in his hand. Looking at the blue light orb in his hand, Peter hesitated for a moment before pressing it directly onto the floor of the equipment room. With a loud boom, the solid floor of the equipment room was instantly blasted into a large pit over 2 meters in diameter and more than half a meter deep. After using the horse talisman to restore the pit to its original state, Peter couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The Rasengan was complete. And its power far exceeded Peter's imagination. With the power of the Rasengan combined with the immense strength he already possessed, it was unlikely any supervillain in the Spider-Man universe could take a direct hit. Even Iron Man's armor would likely suffer local damage if hit by one. With the Rasengan, I temporarily have no shortcomings in terms of destructive power, and I feel even more confident about pulling off a black-on-black robbery tonight. As night fell, Peter, wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, used the excuse of going to Gwen's house for tutoring and successfully left home. After leaving, Peter quickly turned into an alley, pulled up his hood, and covered himself tightly with a mask and sunglasses. It couldn't be helped. Due to limited funds, he could only cosplay as a bank robber for now. After completing his disguise, Peter moved like a ghost through the shadows of the skyscrapers and soon arrived at the famous Manhattan neighborhood. Hell's Kitchen. Slowing his pace, he concentrated on listening to the sounds around him. Peter soon heard some interesting news while passing a car repair shop. Listen up, boys. Tonight's shipment is very important. Mr. Kingpin worked hard to get a share from Madame Gao. A hoarse, gravelly voice clearly reached Peter's ears. As long as we pull this off, each of us will get at least this much. The location is Pier 9 in Brooklyn, half an hour from now. The other party is a group of Russians. Remember to bring your gear and watch out for them trying to double-cross us. Kingpin. Madame Gao. Hearing these two names, Peter's steps came to a sudden halt, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Wilson Fisk, on the surface a successful businessman in the Big Apple City, was secretly the underworld kingpin, who controlled New York's entire criminal underworld. And Madame Gao was a high-ranking member of the Hand and a well-known drug lord in Hell's Kitchen. He didn't expect that his first time out, jungling, would involve the business of a big boss. This is really great. After all, the more famous the guy, the easier it would be for Peter to obtain items for sacrifice from them. At this thought, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. I choose you. Fatty Kingpin. Brooklyn, Pier 9. This place had been abandoned for many years. The sea breeze was filled with the salty smell of rust and seawater, and the dim streetlights cast claw-like shadows from the surrounding containers. Over a dozen gang members with weapons tucked into their lower backs strolled around, smoking and chatting, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Before long, the roar of car engines came from a distance. 3 black sedans drove onto the pier, the doors opened, and a group of burly Russians jumped out. The leader, with a mohawk, asked in heavily accented English. Where is Fisk? Why didn't he come to see me personally? Our boss is very busy. For such a small matter, there's no need for him to show up in person. On Kingpin's side, Scarface stepped forward and replied with a fake smile. Scarface then snapped his fingers, and a lackey behind him opened a briefcase containing packages wrapped in tape. Noticing these packages, the mohawked leader of the Russians' eyes lit up. He immediately called his men to carry 2 heavy metal briefcases down from the car. The boxes were opened, revealing neat stacks of crisp new US dollar bills. Just as both sides had inspected the goods and were about to exchange the money for the products. Swish! A faint sound of something cutting through the air rang out. The next second, a burly man standing on the outer edge collapsed straight down without even having time to groan, his neck tilting to the side. A small pebble had appeared in the center of his forehead. Sniper. Scarface reacted extremely quickly, instantly roaring out while drawing his pistol, rolling on the spot to hide behind a car, his dark muzzle pointing straight at the Russians. The Russians were stunned for a moment, then became furious. The local gangs were too impolite, actually using such a framing tactic. Stop them. The Mohawk man roared, and his lackeys immediately pulled out guns to exchange fire passionately with the gang members. The Mohawk man himself grabbed the money case and took the opportunity to rush toward a black sedan. However, just as he was about to pull the car door open, a figure dressed in black suddenly flashed out from behind a nearby container, pouncing like a predatory leopard. The Mohawk man was also an old hand. The moment he heard the movement, he pulled the trigger without thinking, intending to empty the entire magazine. However, he had only fired 2 shots when he felt a black shadow rapidly approaching. Bang! The Mohawk man only felt his vision go dark before his consciousness plunged into endless darkness. Splat tilde. At the same time, a dazzling red and white substance splashed onto the car window, nearly scaring the driver inside to death on the spot. Oh God! What did he just see? A Russian strongman weighing over 200 pounds actually had his head punched into an explosion by that masked man who looked well proportioned and slender. At the pier, the sound of the intense firefight came to a sudden halt. Whether it was Kingpin's men or the remaining Russians, everyone looked as if they had been hit by a pause button, stiffly turning their heads to gaze at the blood-soaked sedan. The air, which had previously only been filled with the salty tang of gunpowder and sea breeze, was now thick with a sickening stench of blood. Peter shook the filth off his fists, his eyes as calm as a bottomless spring. His gaze slowly swept across everyone present. Wherever his gaze landed, those present felt a chill rush from the soles of their feet to the crowns of their heads, their hair standing on end. The boss is dead. Fire. Kill him. Someone let out a desperate roar, breaking the deathly silence. The remaining Russians snapped out of it, fear instantly overwhelming their reason. They instinctively turned their guns and frantically poured fire toward Peter. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Dense tongues of fire wove a great net in the dark night, as countless bullets whistled toward Peter. Facing this hail of bullets, Peter didn't feel panicked. Instead, a trace of excitement surfaced in his eyes. Come on. Let me see where my limits are. In the next second, Peter moved. His figure turned into a blurred afterimage amidst the hail of bullets, dodging and weaving with a speed and trajectory that completely defied physical common sense. These bullets, capable of tearing through steel plates, couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. How is this possible? One Russian's expression turned from ferocious to dull. He kept trying to pull the trigger, but could only hear the clicking of an empty chamber. The bullets had unknowingly run out long ago. Just as he finally realized this and began fumbling for the magazine at his waist, Peter appeared before him like a ghost. Too slow. An indifferent voice rang in his ear, like the sentence of the Shinigami. Splatter. The Russian looked down in bewilderment. He saw a hand pierce through his chest without resistance, emerging from his back. In that palm, it held a heart that was still slightly beating. Squish tilde. In the next second, the heart shattered, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Peter pulled his hand out expressionlessly, letting the heartless corpse slump to the ground. Suddenly, his figure flashed, and a blue orb of light condensed in his hand. Bang! Beside him, another Russian trying to sneak attack Peter with a rifle butt happened to slam right into the Rasengan. Whether it was the gun in his hand or his arms, both were shredded by the Rasengan in an instant, and a massive hole was blasted directly into his body. Ah! Another Russian preparing to sneak attack was scared witless by the sight, but before he could finish screaming, Peter's other hand had already gripped his throat, his fingers exerting a bit of force. Crack! Amidst the crisp sound of bone snapping, the scream stopped abruptly. The slaughter continued. With his full combat power unleashed, Peter transformed into the most efficient killing machine. Kyugoku Makoto's karate techniques, bolstered by physical fitness far exceeding human limits, erupted with terrifying power. Every strike was inevitably accompanied by the shattering of bones and the fading of life. With a hand sword strike, one man's head flew high, freed from the constraints of his neck. With a straight punch, violent force punched completely through the opponent's entire upper body, internal organ fragments spraying from his mouth. With a knee strike, another unlucky soul's spine was snapped raw, his body folding into a bizarre V shape. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided carnage. The thugs under Kingpin, including Scarface, were all dumbfounded. Hiding behind cover, their faces were pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably, and a wave of wet heat came from their crotches. They were also tough characters with many lives on their hands. But the scene before them was completely beyond their comprehension. That simply wasn't something a human could do. Even in cult films, such bloody scenes were rare. In less than a minute, the boisterous Pier 9 returned to silence. All the Russian mobsters, without exception, had turned into a floor covered in incomplete parts. The entire pier had completely turned into a Shura field. Peter stood in the center of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his body spotless, forming a sharp and terrifying contrast with the hellish scene around him. He slowly turned around and looked at Scarface and the others hiding behind the cars. Scarface shuddered, nearly kneeling before Peter on the spot. He suppressed his heart, which was nearly jumping out of his throat, squeezed out a smile uglier than crying, and tremblingly raised his hands as he stepped out from behind cover. Boss, you're amazing. Boss is mighty. You are simply a god descended to earth. With you here, boss, Mr. Kingpin will surely be able to unify the Big Apple City. A crowd of thugs scrambled over, showering Peter with frantic flattery. In their minds, this inhumanly strong guy must be a secret ace trained by Mr. Kingpin, sent specifically to keep things under control. It must be that the Russians' attitude earlier was too arrogant, so this boss stepped in to teach them a lesson. Scarface was even more flushed with excitement, as if he could already see his prosperous future. As long as he could cling to this powerful thigh, in the future in Hell's Kitchen, no, in all of New York, he would probably be able to walk tall. Thinking of this, he leaned forward obsequiously, pointed to the 2 cases full of US dollars, and said pleasingly, "Boss, this money, should you keep it, or should we take it back to the boss?" Peter looked at these villains whose faces were full of greed and flattery, his heart completely unmoved. Boss. Who is the boss of you scumbags? His gaze fell on the crate of packages tightly wrapped in yellow tape, his eyes growing a few degrees colder. Once these things enter the market, how many human tragedies will they create, and how many innocent families will they destroy? With that thought, Peter's gaze fell on Scarface. Just as he was about to make a move to clean up these men of Kingpin as well. A sharp gust of wind suddenly attacked from his flank. Peter's perception was so keen now that he sensed the danger almost the instant the wind whistled. He didn't turn around, just tilted his head slightly. Swish! A dark red metal baton, carrying a sharp whistling sound, flew past his cheek and slammed heavily into a container in front of him with a dull thud. Then, a vigorous figure leapt down from the top of a distant container, landing silently on the ground. The newcomer wore a dark red skin-tight combat suit, with a mask featuring two small devil horns covering the upper half of his face, revealing only a resolute chin. The moment he saw the newcomer, the originally calm Peter couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This guy is the guardian of Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil. Daredevil, formerly known as Matt Murdock. Blinded by chemical waste as a child, his other four senses were significantly enhanced as a result. As an adult, he is a blind lawyer by day, dedicated to seeking justice for the poor. By night, he transforms into Daredevil, the man who strikes fear into the hearts of all criminals in Hell's Kitchen, using his fists and billy clubs to purge the darkness and evil within. Clearly, this fellow had also learned of this gang transaction from one of Kingpin's subordinates today. At this moment, Daredevil's heart was burning with rage. In his sensory world, over a dozen corpses were scattered across the ground in an extremely gruesome manner, causing the entire pier to be soaked in a thick scent of blood. And that fellow, wrapped in the aura of fresh blood, was currently being surrounded by a group of Kingpin's thugs like stars around the moon, enjoying the flattery of those around him. Based on these various signs, Daredevil instantly reached a conclusion. This mysterious and dangerous individual must be a terrifying enforcer newly recruited by Kingpin, similar to Bullseye. Kingpin's lapdog. Daredevil let out an angry roar. His body, like a fully drawn bow, suddenly catapulted forward, lunging straight at Peter. He didn't hesitate for a second, nor did he give the other party any chance to explain. Facing such an executioner with hands stained with blood, the only way to communicate was to subdue him with fists and then send him to court to face judgment. Noticing Daredevil's movements, Kingpin's subordinates were stunned for a moment before they all recognized Daredevil's identity. Oh no, it's the devil of Hell's Kitchen. Run. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Wait, what are we afraid of? With the big boss here, won't killing him be a matter of minutes? These people had originally intended to flee, but after looking at the masked Peter, they suddenly gained confidence. With that thought, instead of scattering in fear, they began to clamor excitedly, preparing to watch a good show. Listening to the clamor of the gang lackeys around him, Peter thought for a moment and temporarily gave up his plan to deal with them first, instead facing the charging Daredevil. This wasn't because he intended to fully transform into a villain. He also didn't intend to kill a saint, like Daredevil. He just had his eye on the other's suit and billy clubs. Peter's gaze swept over Daredevil's finely textured dark red suit. This material looks quite extraordinary. Strength, toughness, elasticity, it seems to have it all. It's simply the most ideal material for a suit. That club also seems to be made of a special alloy. He could take it back for his own modifications or simply sacrifice it. Anyway, as a superhero, the other party wouldn't lack such a set of equipment, so why not support him, who is currently quite poor? Furthermore, Peter was in no mood to play out some drama of heroes respecting each other after resolving a misunderstanding. Having read the original works, he knew very well that his philosophy was diametrically opposed to Daredevil's. This guy insisted on procedural justice and never personally killed anyone. Whereas Peter only believed in consequential justice, whoever dared to provoke him, he would send them to hell. Neither could possibly convince the other, so why waste words? If the opponent were a hero with special abilities, Peter might have tried to recruit them. But Daredevil, this guy had no superpowers and was a lone wolf who worked alone. In the comics, Captain America had invited him to join the Avengers several times, and he had been rejected every time. Peter didn't think he had more sway than Captain America. So, using him as a whetstone was about enough. He could use the other party to test what level his newly mastered Kyugoku Makoto-style karate had reached while he was at it. In the blink of an eye, Daredevil's fist was already close at hand. Peter's eyes narrowed. He deliberately suppressed his strength and speed to a level no different from an ordinary person, then reached out and grabbed Daredevil's wrist. Bang! Fist and palm met, producing a muffled thud. Peter's body swayed slightly. While neutralizing the other's attack, his footwork shifted, and like a butterfly weaving through flowers, he instantly moved to Daredevil's side, driving an elbow toward Daredevil's ribs. The movement was smooth and fluid, possessing a sense of violent aesthetics. Although Daredevil was blind, his sensory abilities were superhuman, and his motor nerves were incredibly developed. Without even looking, he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the elbow strike. Simultaneously, he swung a club toward Peter's face. For a moment, fists and feet flew on the pier, the sound of impacts constant. Two figures rapidly wove, collided, and separated among the shipping containers. As the exchange of blows increased, Peter became more and more startled. In official settings, Daredevil's fighting skill level is a 6, belonging to a combat master proficient in multiple martial arts. Experiencing it firsthand now, it truly lived up to its reputation. With Peter suppressing his physical attributes to an equal level, the other party was actually completely dominating the rhythm of the battle, even showing signs of gaining the upper hand. This wasn't because Kyugoku Makoto's karate was lacking, but because his own combat experience was insufficient, such that he hadn't fully integrated Kyugoku Makoto's combat memories. Thinking of this, Peter's gaze toward Daredevil held a hint of excitement. His idea was indeed correct, the Daredevil before him was undoubtedly his best sparring partner at this stage. He could clearly feel that under the immense pressure brought by Daredevil, those combat memories that had been somewhat stiff were now being rapidly digested, absorbed, and thoroughly integrated into his own combat instincts. He thus set aside his complicated thoughts and began to focus on fighting Daredevil. And so, unconsciously, each of his moves gradually became smoother and more lethal than before. Just as the two were locked in an inseparable battle, the group of thugs under Kingpin, led by Scarface, quietly exchanged glances. This big boss seemed to be tied up by Daredevil, and a winner wouldn't be decided anytime soon. In that case, should they take the opportunity to slip away? Scarface gave a signal, and two lackeys immediately picked up the briefcases that had fallen on the ground, trying to creep away from the scene. However, they had barely run a few steps. Where do you think you're going? Don't even think about escaping. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. One came from Peter, and one came from Daredevil. In the next second, the two figures tacitly disengaged from combat at the same time, one from the left and one from the right, instantly blocking the thugs' path. Daredevil used a leg sweep, knocking three thugs to the ground. Peter was even more direct. He instantly burst with speed, kicking a lackey holding a money briefcase so hard his body broke in two, then turned and blew another lackey's head apart with a punch. This bloody and brutal scene terrified Scarface so much he almost screamed his throat raw. On the other side, sensing the mysterious person's actions and the fear emanating from Kingpin's subordinates, Daredevil couldn't help but be stunned. Did I get something wrong? If this guy really was Kingpin's lapdog, why would he stop his accomplices from leaving with the money? And why would he disrupt the deal? Daredevil quickly dealt with the thugs around him and then looked at Peter, saying, "Wait, you." He wanted to pause the fight and have a proper talk with Peter. But Peter gave him no such chance. After blowing Scarface's head apart with a punch, Peter quickly closed in on Daredevil and threw an unreasonable punch. Daredevil was caught off guard by Peter's punch, sent flying and rolling awkwardly several times on the ground. Shaking his slightly dazed head, Daredevil couldn't help but feel the urge to curse. He could no longer tell if this guy was simply a battle maniac or so insane that he didn't even care about the lives of his own men. Looking at Peter, who just stood there silently, not pressing the advantage but quietly waiting for him to get up. Daredevil gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Once I defeat you, I'll see if you can still be this stubborn. Murdoch's grandmother once said that the people of the Murdoch family have devils hidden in their hearts. Clearly, the current Daredevil was releasing a bit of that inner devil. Getting up from the ground, Daredevil no longer held back, unleashing everything he had learned in his life as he clashed with Peter once more. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Daredevil's movements were no longer limited to boxing and joint locks, staff arts, judo, aikido, various fighting techniques were at his fingertips, integrated and transformed into a storm-like offensive that continuously enveloped Peter. That special short stick seemed to come alive in his hands. At times it was like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, tricky and ruthless. At others, it was like 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, ever changing, and sometimes it would be retracted just in time to become an indestructible shield. As time passed, Daredevil gradually sensed something was wrong. He found that no matter how his attacks changed or how fierce they were, he still couldn't take down the you-know-who across from him. Moreover, this guy seemed to be growing, at a staggering speed. At first, when he hadn't unleashed his full strength, he could still suppress the opponent. He could often find openings in the gaps between the opponent's moves to counterattack. But now, even though he was clearly using all his strength, that guy still appeared to be at a disadvantage on the surface, while actually maintaining order amidst the chaos. Furthermore, the opponent's transition between offense and defense gradually neared perfection in this process, becoming increasingly flawless. It was as if all his experience and all his techniques had completely become nourishment for the opponent to grow stronger. Even more terrifying was that although the opponent had clearly taken several heavy hits from him during the fight, he still acted as if nothing had happened. Fighting until now, he was already starting to feel exhausted. But the guy's movements showed no sign of slowing down, as if he were eternally tireless. Just what kind of monster is this? Finally, after another violent clash, Daredevil was sent flying heavily due to physical exhaustion. Just when he thought he was certainly dead this time, the opponent stopped again, quietly looking at him as if waiting for him to stand up and fight once more. Daredevil was a bit broken. He didn't get up immediately, but couldn't help but hiss out a question. Who, exactly are you? He was almost certain that the opponent wasn't one of Kingpin's men. If he were Kingpin's subordinate, he probably would have twisted his head off long ago to claim the reward from Kingpin. But if he wasn't Kingpin's subordinate, then what on earth was he after by tangling with him for so long? Facing Daredevil's inquiry, Peter didn't respond immediately. He first carefully recalled the battle with Daredevil. After the fight, he had completely digested Kyugoku Makoto's karate insights, turning them entirely into his own. Now, he had already stepped into the Hall of Combat Grandmasters. If he had to give his combat skills a score, it would be around a 5.5, slightly inferior to the Daredevil in front of him. The opponent mastered more combat styles than he did, but each technique was only at an A+ rank level. While Peter only knew karate now, he had elevated this single skill to an S rank level. Of course, this was just a comparison on a purely technical level. If he factored in his inhuman physical attributes, the terrifying recovery of the horse talisman, and a finishing move like the Rasengan, let alone Daredevil, even if the Hulk came, he would be severely educated by infinite recovery plus the spiraling serial spheres. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Peter finally turned his gaze toward Daredevil. Since the whetstone's utility had been squeezed dry, Peter looked at the solemn, panting Daredevil, and after flashing a harmless smile, spoke in a relaxed tone. Daredevil, you're quite good. Tonight, I had a lot of fun. So, our game can come to an end. Daredevil. Wait, man, so you're not a mute. Also, what do you mean you had a lot of fun? Were you using me as a sparring partner this whole time? This thought exploded in Daredevil's mind like a thunderclap, making him feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. However, he no longer had time to think further. Because in the moment he was dazed, Peter moved. This time, he no longer suppressed his strength and speed. Swoosh. His figure appeared behind Daredevil instantly, like a ghost. So fast. Daredevil was startled, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He instinctively wanted to take a defensive stance, but it was already too late. Bang. A clean and swift knife hand strike landed precisely on his carotid sinus. Daredevil's vision instantly went black, and he fell completely unconscious. Looking at the unconscious Daredevil on the ground, Peter nodded in satisfaction. He stepped forward without hesitation and quickly stripped the dark red suit off Daredevil, along with the mask and short sticks. The feel in his hands was indeed extraordinary. With a slight change in color and style, I can probably use it directly. After putting away the suit and sticks, he looked at Daredevil, who was left in only his underwear, curled up in a ball in the cold wind. After thinking for a moment, he picked a Kingpin subordinate who hadn't been scared to the point of wetting himself, stripped off his clothes, and put them on Daredevil. Then he dragged him into an abandoned shipping container and considerately closed the door. This would prevent him from being killed by Kingpin's arriving men and also keep him from catching a cold. After completing all this, he fished a phone out of a thug's pocket and dialed the New York Police Department. Hello. There's a dangerous goods transaction going on at Pier 9 in Brooklyn. After hanging up, Peter picked up the 2 suitcases full of US dollars and strolled away, sighing to himself. Sigh, I really am a kind and great person. Tonight was quite a bountiful harvest. 10:30 p.m. For a high school student, this time wasn't early, but it was just at the threshold where elders wouldn't worry too much. Peter pushed open the door to his home. Not a hint of gunpowder or blood could be smelled on him. The power of the horse talisman had long since erased all traces, even restoring his hoodie, which had become tattered in the fierce battle, to its factory settings, looking as clean as if its tags had just been removed. As for the 2 cases of US dollars and Daredevil's full set of equipment, he had already shoved them through his bedroom window ahead of time. Peter, you're back. In the living room, Aunt May and Uncle Ben were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing Peter return, gentle smiles appeared on their faces. Yeah, sorry I'm back late. Peter lied without blinking, pushing all the blame for his late return onto Gwen. Today's lesson was clearly quite simple, but for some reason, even after I explained it many times, Gwen kept saying there were parts she didn't understand. Sure enough, hearing this innocent explanation, Uncle Ben and Aunt May's attention was instantly drawn. It's not late, not late. That girl Gwen is just trying to catch up with her studies. Peter, you have to understand her. You need to be more of a gentleman and have more patience with girls. The old couple earnestly lectured Peter, not forgetting to exchange a glance, both reading a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. They didn't know when their silly nephew would finally wise up. After fooling Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Peter quietly returned to his room and immediately opened the 2 briefcases. The fragrance of ink, mixed with the unique decadent scent of money, filled the air. After a simple count, an exact figure surfaced in his mind. 4 million US dollars. For him at this stage, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Although it couldn't see the light of day and couldn't be deposited in a bank. But breaking it down to buy some precision instruments, adding necessary equipment and props, or even quietly improving his family's living conditions, was more than enough. After taking out a stack of dollars and pulling out a dozen or so to put in his wallet, Peter stuffed the 2 briefcases under his bed and turned his gaze to Daredevil's equipment. He reached out and grabbed Daredevil's short baton. As soon as it was in his hand, a system prompt appeared in his mind. Detectable blue item for sacrifice. Daredevil's multifunctional billy club. Daredevil's exclusive weapon, made of aircraft-grade aluminum alloy with a built-in high-strength cable. Daredevil has solved many troublesome enemies with it, and this baton has witnessed his entire journey from a rookie to becoming Kingpin's major headache. Sacrifice to obtain points. 1000. Sacrifice now. Only blue quality. Peter's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He felt the system was being a bit stingy. But on second thought, he let it go. According to the information he had gathered since transmigrating, the current Daredevil had only been active for a year or two and was far from his future peak. This baton itself wasn't made of rare metals like vibranium or adamantium, its value was indeed limited. Moreover, in the original comics, Daredevil's weapons had undergone several iterative upgrades, unlike Captain America's shield which remained the same throughout. For such transitional equipment to be rated at 1000 points was already thanks to Daredevil himself. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. With that thought, Peter still chose to sacrifice it. After all, with his current genius mind and those $4 million, he could create similar equipment anytime. But blue items worth 1000 sacrifice points weren't something he'd encounter every day. Current sacrifice points, 3000. After looking at the system balance with satisfaction, Peter's gaze finally landed on that dark red skin-tight suit. Because sacrificing items related to the same character has a 6-month cooldown, this suit didn't trigger a sacrifice point prompt. The spider corpse belongs to Spider-Man, the decay rate notes belong to Peter's parents, so there's no setting conflict. His fingertips lightly brushed over the suit. It felt tough yet elastic to the touch. This was a special material primarily made of Kevlar fiber, which not only possessed top-tier abrasion and puncture resistance but also balanced breathability and flexibility. For Peter right now, this was simply the most ideal material for his first-generation suit. Kevlar fiber. Huh. Looking at the $1,000+ in his wallet, Peter didn't hesitate. He pulled up his hood, opened the window, jumped down from the second floor, and headed straight for a nearby industrial supply store. Before long, Peter returned carrying a large shopping bag. Inside were rolls of finished Kevlar fabric, along with a tactical belt and a pair of black combat boots. With that, all the materials for making the suit were ready, and Peter immediately got to work. Taking a break, Peter opened his computer to check a local New York web forum. Soon, he found a post that had been pushed to the top. Masked heroine spotted fighting crime late at night in Queens. A photo was attached below the post. The photo's resolution was low, the shooting angle was awkward, and the image was blurry, clearly a snapshot taken by a panicked citizen on their phone. Although the photo was blurry, Peter recognized the classic suit in the photo at a glance. That iconic black and white skin-tight suit, and the emerald green ballet shoes that were full of things to complain about. It was exactly Gwen's ghost spider suit. Looking at the blurry photo, the corners of Peter's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly into a smile that was part playful and part appreciative. Gwen's movements were even faster than he had imagined. She had actually completed the entire set of equipment, including the web shooters, in just one day. In that case, I can't slack off either. At that thought, Peter's movements quickened slightly. When the morning sun shone through the window into the bedroom, Peter's suit was finally completed. In Peter's original vision, the suit was supposed to be primarily black and gold, but because he had used some materials from Daredevil's suit, the originally black and gold suit had to be modified into black and red. He put on the suit to get a feel for it. The fit was just right, it was very supportive, and more importantly, it was much more stylish than Gwen's ballet outfit. After stuffing the suit into his backpack for emergencies, Peter, having finished breakfast, took the school bus as usual. Today, Gwen hadn't taken the day off, but she still looked unhappy as she sat in her seat, holding a classic copy of the Daily Bugle. Peter sat down next to Gwen and instinctively glanced at the newspaper, almost bursting out laughing on the spot. The front page headline of the Daily Bugle today was. Peter could more or less guess what Gwen was thinking at this moment. It was just like in the Maguire version of Spider-Man. When Peter first gained his superpowers, he didn't immediately think about fighting crime. Instead, he only wanted to use his special abilities to make money in underground wrestling rings and buy a used convertible to pursue Mary Jane. As for becoming a superhero, what was that? Could you eat it? Clearly, Gwen had similar thoughts at this time. The reason she chose to become a masked hero was partly due to her father's influence, but mostly because of the vanity unique to teenagers. Last night was her superhero debut. One could imagine that after going home last night, she certainly didn't sleep well, her heart full of anticipation to see her own legend in the newspaper headlines and the discussions of her classmates early this morning. And the result? The fledgling little spider had her headlines snatched away, and there wasn't even a tiny column of reporting about her. It would be strange if she wasn't depressed. Since he had already identified the root of the problem, Peter naturally knew how to cure it. Hey, Gwen, stop looking at those old-fashioned print news. Look at this. Peter patted Gwen's shoulder and handed over his phone, which displayed a photo of Ghost Spider that he had specifically downloaded from his computer yesterday. The current year was 2009, and Tony Stark had not yet mysteriously disappeared. Therefore, the world's technology tree was still quite backward. Although there were industries like Oscorp with ridiculously skewed technology trees, smartphones were not yet widespread. This was also an industry Peter intended to lay out. Apple didn't exist in this world. As long as he had the right funds, he believed he could replicate Apple's business empire in the Marvel universe. However, he hadn't even secured his first pot of gold yet, so building a business empire by selling phones was naturally a matter for later. Hearing Peter's shouting, Gwen raised her head listlessly, her eyes carrying a hint of resentment. Can't you see I'm in a bad mood? Why are you grinning at me like a big jerk? However, upon seeing the specific photo on Peter's phone, her expression immediately underwent a massive 180-degree transformation. Because the photo on the phone was none other than her agile figure performing heroic deeds last night. Gwen unconsciously shifted her body, and after brewing for a moment, she put on a curious expression and asked. Who is she? Look at her, acting so well. After make complaining in his heart, Peter also put on an excited look and played along with Gwen's game of house. While it was impossible to keep it from Gwen forever, at this stage, teasing little Gwen was quite interesting. I'm not sure either. I saw it on an online forum. A female superhero who can shoot spider webs, that's so cool, isn't it? And the poster said he saw this masked hero yesterday while she was subduing a robber. That's just amazing. A friendly neighborhood hero dedicated to protecting ordinary people is just like the legendary Robin Hood. The people at the Daily Bugle have such poor taste. They didn't report on her deeds and instead focused on some gang infighting. It's truly baffling. As Peter spoke, Gwen's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. Her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. So her actions weren't unnoticed after all. At the very least, Peter was paying attention to her actions last night and highly approved of her. She subconsciously straightened her back, and her whole being became noticeably more cheerful. Is that so? Now that you mention it, I think she's pretty cool too. As she said this, she couldn't help but blush, but then she asked curiously. Did you notice how everyone on the forum was discussing the masked hero I'm very interested in? Well, Peter put on a thoughtful expression, and only after keeping Gwen in suspense did he smile and speak. I remember the netizens were discussing what to call her last night. Someone said, Spider Woman, and someone else suggested, White Widow, or something. What terrible names. Gwen couldn't help but complain. I also think the titles those people proposed were garbage. Peter nodded in agreement, then spoke with a serious face. If you ask me, her black and white suit flickering in the night is like a ghost. Maybe she should be called Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider. Gwen silently repeated the name in her heart, her eyes unconsciously shining. This name was both mysterious and cool, perfectly fitting all her fantasies about her hero image. It was infinitely better than those garbage names like White Widow. That's a great name. That's what she should be called. Gwen nodded vigorously, her smile more radiant than ever. Seeing her like this, Peter couldn't help but want to tease her again, so he sighed deliberately. Sigh, what's the use of us thinking the name is good? I posted this name on the forum yesterday and no one responded. Who says it didn't reach her ears? Also, it's a young lady, not a woman. Gwen was complaining wildly in her heart, but she could only smile and say. Maybe this masked hero is also curious about how everyone is praising her after her heroic deeds. So, she will definitely see the name you gave her. Gwen racked her brains to comfort Peter without exposing her hidden identity, only to hear Peter speak the next second. No way, is there really such a narcissistic superhero in this world? Gwen, who had been in a great mood, suddenly didn't want to talk to Peter anymore. At the same time Peter was teasing the little ghost spider, in Hell's Kitchen, at the top of the Fisk Tower. Kingpin, whose body was as massive as a mountain, was currently nestled in a custom-made luxury sofa. In front of him, a man wearing a blue tight-fitting suit with a bullseye pattern on his head was kneeling respectfully on one knee. This person was none other than Kingpin's trusted lieutenant, Bullseye. Every corpse was killed in a single blow, either with their head blown apart or their chest pierced through. The methods are extremely brutal, completely unlike Daredevil's style. I suspect, the reason the opponent's methods are so cruel is likely. At this point, Bullseye's voice paused. After observing Kingpin's expression, he spoke carefully. It's very likely they are provoking you, boss. Bang. As soon as Bullseye finished speaking, the solid wood coffee table beside him was smashed to pieces by a fist the size of a casserole. Kingpin's expression was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Daredevil hasn't been dealt with yet, and now another fellow who doesn't know death pops up. Did they really think I, Kingpin, am easy to bully? Immediately use all the media channels I have to publicize last night's incident far and wide. Portray that person hiding their head and tail as a madman who disregards life and finds joy in killing, a demon who might randomly kill people on the streets at any time. I want all the citizens of New York to spontaneously help me deal with this scourge. As a top predator at the peak of the food chain, Kingpin vaguely felt a hint of unease. While Daredevil was annoying, he was ultimately just an idealist adhering to a no-kill principle, hardly anything to fear. Thus, Kingpin never thought about killing him immediately, instead, he had a no rush, I'll play along with him mindset. Deep down, he even harbored some other ideas. Like using dirty tactics to drive Daredevil into a corner until he bowed his head in submission. But this you-know-who had committed the major crime, was different from Daredevil. This guy didn't just kill his men, he wiped out that entire group of Russians as well. The reckless, lawless style conveyed in these actions made even Kingpin feel a slight sense of wariness. As the saying goes, the soft fear the hard fear the reckless fear the suicidal, and the suicidal fear the insane. In Kingpin's eyes right now, the you-know-who who committed the Pier 9 case was an insane madman. This kind of uncontrollable existence was what he loathed and feared most. A powerful, reckless madman with unknown motives was like a venomous snake lurking in the dark, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Therefore, Kingpin decisively chose to strike first. Using all his influence on the surface, he directly framed you-know-who as a terrifying, random serial killer. Through this method, he would force the other party to reveal himself, exposing him to the sunlight just like Kingpin was. And then, naturally, he would use thunderous means to crush him. As you command, boss. Having received Kingpin's orders, Bullseye immediately withdrew from the room respectfully. It was only after exiting the room that he dared to let the admiration and excitement show in the depths of his eyes. He was very curious about this. You know who? No, it wasn't just simple curiosity. It was mixed with an anticipation of a long-awaited spiritual encounter. In the eyes of a true sociopath like Bullseye, the way you know who killed last night was full of artistic flair. He even felt that you know who was a genuine slaughter artist, just like himself. This made Bullseye incredibly excited, and his killing intent surged. If he could personally kill this artist, who shared similar ideas, the pleasure he would derive would surely reach its peak. As the saying goes, it's better than romance. As Bullseye loyally executed Kingpin's orders, public opinion began to ferment rapidly. Because Peter hadn't left a single photo or a shred of evidence when he killed last night. To better refer to him and grab the audience's attention, the media under Kingpin directly slapped Peter with the cliché title of Doc Butcher. For a time, all over New York, and even throughout the entire U.S., reports about the Doc Butcher were everywhere. Noon break, Midtown High School cafeteria. The cafeteria television was playing the midday news, and the topic of discussion was naturally still the Pier 9 bloodbath. On the screen, a so-called criminal psychology expert was talking eloquently to the camera. While most media outlets use dog eat dog to describe this tragedy, as a professional criminal psychologist, I can assure you. The killer is someone else, and every victim at Pier 9 died by his hand alone. This is evident from the large amount of cash that vanished from the scene. Since we have not yet obtained any biological information on the killer, I have named him the Doc Butcher. Analyzing the traces left at the scene, the Doc Butcher is an adult male over 1.8 meters tall, weighing over 140 pounds, with an extremely strong antisocial personality. He enjoys the process of killing and finds pleasure in torturing the weak. He is a dangerous element threatening the safety of all New York citizens. We must apprehend him as soon as possible, otherwise he is likely to commit more indiscriminate killings in the city. Doc Butcher. That title is just terrible. Watching the news report on TV, Peter couldn't help but complain silently in his heart. This generation of media was truly the worst he'd ever seen. They had no imagination at all. Even calling him Pike, or the Buddha of Bilgewater, would have more class than a generic name like Doc Butcher. Compared to the speechless Peter, Gwen, after learning the details of the Pier 9 crimes, couldn't help but knit her pretty brows. This guy is too cruel. Regardless of whether those people were bad or not, one shouldn't abuse life. It wasn't abuse. Peter continued to complain in his heart. Last night, before those people could even figure out what was happening, their heads or torsos were blown apart by a single punch. They achieved a high-quality sleep like a baby's on the spot. It was practically more comfortable than euthanasia. Munching on a sandwich, Peter said with a muffled voice. I personally think as long as this guy doesn't hurt good people, there's no problem at all. The more gruesome the deaths of the criminals, the more it can deter those petty crooks, right? Before, they always thought that even if they committed a crime, they could get away with it as long as they weren't caught. Or even if they were caught, they could use money to grease palms and continue their villainy. But now, with a truly dangerous individual like this, they'll have to think twice before wanting to commit a crime in the future. The law might let them find loopholes, but the butcher won't show mercy. Peter's words left Gwen somewhat stunned. She had never looked at the issue from this perspective before. Now that Peter put it this way, she actually felt it made some sense. Maybe you're right, but I still think this guy is a bit too extreme. Anyway, if I had great power, I definitely wouldn't do that. Gwen made her vow with conviction. To this, Peter only nodded noncommittally. Well, with me around, you really only need to be a pajama baby, and that'll be enough. As they were talking, the TV screen switched again, and a bald, stout man in a custom-made suit appeared on camera. It was Kingpin. Or rather, Wilson Fisk. This uncrowned king of the New York underworld spoke with a look of compassionate sorrow. I am incredibly shocked and saddened by the emergence of the Doc Butcher. This barbaric and bloody behavior is an open trampling of our city's civilization and order. To bring this dangerous individual who threatens public safety to justice as soon as possible, I am willing to personally donate $1 million to the NYPD to upgrade police equipment. Additionally, I will offer another $1 million as a reward for any leads regarding the true identity of the Doc Butcher. As soon as this news broke, the students in the cafeteria instantly went wild. That was $1 million. For a group of high schoolers, it was an unimaginable fortune. Buzz, buzz, buzz. While the students were discussing the Doc Butcher, the cafeteria windows suddenly vibrated violently, and one pane of glass even shattered strangely out of thin air. Just then, a student rushed in from outside, full of excitement, shouting at the top of his lungs. Guys, big news. That Manhattan bank on the east side of the school is actually being robbed. What? A bank robbery? For real? Let's go check it out. Upon hearing the news, the cafeteria instantly erupted into a frenzy. It was as if they had heard about a fight scheduled at the school gate. The students' curiosity was instantly ignited. One after another, they didn't even care about finishing their meals, abandoning their trays and swarming toward the school entrance in a massive crowd. Gwen's eyes also lit up instantly. A bank robbery. This was big news. Of course, it was also the perfect opportunity for her, as Ghost Spider, to make a name for herself. She reflexively stood up, only having time to hurriedly say, "I'm going to take a look too," to Peter before rushing out with the crowd. Watching Gwen's departing figure, Peter couldn't help but shake his head. Still too green. With so many people, you're the only one pushing through the crowd in the opposite direction. Anyone paying attention would see something's wrong with you at a glance. After grumbling to himself like that, Peter slowly finished the last half of his sandwich before getting up and leaving elegantly. He was definitely going to join in on the excitement. The new suit tucked in his bag was due for its debut, after all. Walking unhurriedly into an empty utility room, Peter quickly changed into the black and red suit he had made overnight. The form-fitting suit perfectly outlined his explosive, streamlined muscles. The black suit was accented with blood-red patterns and lines, filled with a sharp and dangerous unique beauty. Fully dressed, Peter didn't hesitate and jumped out from the second-floor window. The only slight drawback was that since he hadn't yet invented a device like the web shooters, he couldn't swing through the air like Gwen and had to scale walls and leap across buildings in the most primitive way. No way, next month I have to exchange for some speed type item or movement technique no matter what. If there isn't one, then I'll find a way to hijack the Green Goblin glider. In any case, I can't keep traveling on foot. As a superhero, appearing like this is just too undignified. While Peter was thinking this, the Midtown district outside the campus was already in total chaos. Near the school, at the entrance of Manhattan Bank, a man wearing a red and yellow quilted bodysuit with giant metal gauntlets on both hands was pummeling the bank's security force. Peter, who had quietly climbed onto the wall of a nearby building, instinctively tilted his head the moment he saw the man. A name surfaced in his mind. Shocker, Herman Schultz. This guy was also one of Spider-Man's arch-enemies, wielding weapons that could release an impact to persistently rob banks over and over, only to be stopped by Spider-Man every time. BRRRRM. At the same moment Peter identified Shocker. Shocker below raised his hands, aiming from a distance at the bank guards armed with live ammunition. An invisible impact was released. In the next second, the guards were sent flying backward one by one, spitting blood, their guns falling who knows where. Everyone get the hell away from me. Cooperate with me honestly, and I guarantee you'll be fine. Shocker swaggered through the crowd, threw the canvas bag on his back onto the counter, and commanded imperiously. Fill it up. Don't try any little tricks, or else you know what'll happen. The bank teller, living in the land of the free, nodded obediently and quickly got to work without any hesitation. While Shocker was leisurely leaning against the bank counter, admiring the metal gauntlets on his hands with a narcissistic look. Whoosh. A gust of wind came from behind, and in the next second, Gwen, swinging in on a web, struck a pose and landed as lightly as a ballet dancer. Looking at Gwen behind him, Shocker was stunned for a moment, then shouted in an unfriendly tone. Hey, pal, can't you see I'm busy? Ever heard of first come, first served? Can't you just find another bank? Gwen, am I being mistaken for a fellow criminal by this guy? Realizing this, Gwen's face under the mask turned bright red. This is too much. I, the great Ghost Spider, a rising star in the superhero world, was actually mistaken for a peer by a bank robber. If this can be endured, what can't? Well, also, maybe next time I should prepare an opening line so I don't get mistaken for a fellow criminal by the villain. After secretly noting down this superhero rule, Gwen gave a cold snort and suddenly shot a web that stuck to Shocker's calf. With a pull of her hand, the next second, the caught-off-guard Shocker was instantly tripped. Hey, big guy. Your little farce is over. Gwen deliberately lowered her voice to make herself sound more intimidating, but it clearly didn't do much. Falling down made Shocker furious. He quietly turned the dial on his thumb to adjust the impact setting and then suddenly released a powerful impact toward Gwen. Gwen felt the warning from her spider sense. But due to her lack of combat experience, combined with the fact that the invisible impact was indeed quite stealthy, Gwen failed to react in time. As a result, she was blasted away by the impact on the spot, her whole body crashing miserably into the bank wall, causing web-like cracks to appear on the thick wall. This was only because she had undergone the physical modification of the genetically modified spider. If a normal person had taken such a hit, they would likely spend the rest of their life in a wheelchair. But Gwen, oh, my back. The little spider just grumbled like that, and in the next second, she scrambled up from the ground full of life. Wait until you're at the police station. You'd better honestly confess where you bought this thing. Bought it. Hearing this, Shocker was instantly enraged, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I made this with my own hands. It's the culmination of my life's work. Greatly dissatisfied by the questioning, Shocker began to vent his rage frantically at Gwen. Invisible impacts struck toward Gwen over and over. Although Gwen's spider sense could predict danger, she was, after all, just a rookie hero. Letting her deal with ordinary armed thugs was manageable, but letting her deal with someone like Shocker, who could step into the ranks of supervillains, right from the start made her feel a bit out of her depth. After a lot of spinning, jumping, and frantic positioning using her web swinging, she finally made a mistake due to a lack of coordination and insufficient trust in her spider sense. While in midair, she was hit by Shocker's impact once again. Her whole body first slammed heavily into a ceiling beam and then plummeted rapidly from the heights. Hiss tilde. Just as Gwen thought she was definitely going to suffer a big loss this time, a black and red figure streaked in from the distance, catching the falling Gwen precisely in a bridal carry. Who else could it be but Peter? Looking at Gwen, who was held securely in his arms, Peter couldn't help but tease in a low voice. As a superhero, you really are incredibly bad at this. The moment she was caught by the stranger, Gwen felt completely uncomfortable. Without a second thought, she forcibly broke free from his embrace. But just as she landed, she heard his somewhat playful and lazy assessment. You're terrible. These words were like a heavy hammer, smashing hard against Gwen's fragile self-esteem. Frustrated. So frustrated. Yet, she couldn't even talk back. After all, her performance just now really was terrible. After finally steadying herself, Gwen looked back at Peter and asked rather crossly. Who are you? Facing Gwen's questioning, Peter hesitated for a moment before speaking in a deep, magnetic voice. You can call me the Punisher. This was a title he had come up with on the spot. It was much better than Doc Butcher, or anything like that. After saying this, Peter suddenly tilted his head. An impact flew past his cheek at just the right moment, hitting the bank wall and blasting a huge hole in it. Glancing at the furious Shocker not far away, Peter spoke to Gwen somewhat lazily. Watch closely, rookie. Let me show you what a real hero should do. Shocker, Herman Schultz was completely enraged. First, some strange girl in a black and white bodysuit had appeared out of nowhere. Now, another guy in a black and red suit had popped up. Since when did New York have so many cosplay enthusiasts? Or was it that everyone took him for a pushover? Did they really think my Lord Shocker, the future king of bank robbers, had no pride? Everyone, get the hell out of my way. Shocker roared, pointing his massive metal gauntlets at Peter and activating the energy again without hesitation. Buzz. Another invisible impact distorted the air, carrying destructive power as it blasted toward Peter in an instant. Watch out. Gwen instinctively wanted to shout a warning. But before she could speak, Peter had already stepped aside, precisely dodging the impact fired by Shocker once again. Bang. Another loud bang followed as the reinforced concrete pillar behind Peter instantly spider-webbed with countless cracks, filling the air with dust. Such fast reflexes. Gwen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Shocker was even more stunned. As an ordinary human, he hadn't seen how the other person dodged at all. Shocker cursed angrily, thrusting both hands forward and frantically unleashing impacts toward Peter. Buzz. 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 Ripples of invisible death raged through the bank lobby, shattering the marble floors and counters. However, Peter, at the center of the storm, remained as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll in a courtyard. His figure wove through the dense network of impacts, each dodge perfectly timed, forming a stark contrast to Gwen's previous frantic struggling. Finished playing yet? After dodging another impact, Peter grew completely tired of the boring game of evasion. He pushed off hard, lunging forward like an arrow from a bow, reaching Shocker in an instant. Too fast. Shocker only saw a blur before a black and red afterimage broke through his fire suppression. He instinctively tried to retreat to gain distance from Peter, but that was pure fantasy. Before Shocker could make a move, a hand in a black and red glove clamped onto his neck like an iron pincer. In the next second, a surge of immense power struck. Shocker felt his feet leave the ground as the whole world began to spin. Bang! With a dull thud, Peter slammed him onto the floor like a dead dog, his body making intimate contact with the cold, hard marble. Slammed heavily onto the ground, Shocker felt like his internal organs had shifted, and a metallic sweetness rose in his throat. If he hadn't been wearing a suit designed to absorb kinetic energy, he probably would have been slammed to death on the spot. The moment he realized this, his survival instinct overrode everything else. Die. A hint of madness flashed in Shocker's eyes. Disregarding everything, he cranked his gauntlets to maximum power and unleashed his strongest vibration directly at Peter, who was right in front of him. He had tested it at an abandoned construction site. This maximum power shockwave could even collapse an unfinished building instantly. Buzz. A visible, extremely violent ripple of energy erupted suddenly, centered on Shocker's body. The terrifying impact instantly covered the entire bank lobby. The innocent staff and customers crouching in the distance with their heads covered couldn't help but double over and vomit under the influence of the terrifying shockwave. Some even bled from their noses and mouths, fainting on the spot. Gwen was also pushed back repeatedly by the aftershock, feeling a tightness in her chest. She looked at the center of the impact with a horrified expression. That guy called the Punisher had taken the full force of the strongest attack at point-blank range. He's dead for sure. The thought flashed through the minds of both Gwen and Shocker almost simultaneously. However, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. Facing Shocker's maximum output impact, Peter's figure only swayed slightly, but the hand gripping Shocker's neck didn't loosen in the slightest. How is this possible? Shocker's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his face filled with disbelief. A maximum output impact capable of destroying an entire building was actually tanked by a body of flesh and blood. Is this guy even human? What neither of them knew was that against Shocker, Peter had at least 3 layers of protection. First was the chakra defense. The moment he sensed Shocker's movement, Peter controlled his chakra to cover his body and manipulated it to fluctuate rapidly, canceling out the vibrations acting on him and forming the first layer of cushioning. Then there was his Superman physique, modified by the lizard serum. One must know that in the original story, Dr. Lizard's strength and defense were far superior to Spider-Man's. Spider-Man's 2 encounters with Dr. Lizard were only won by luck after using a serum to force Dr. Lizard back into human form. Although Peter's lizard serum had lost the tail and scales under the purifying effect of the horse talisman, the enhancements in other areas hadn't diminished at all. In fact, they had reached a new level. Under these circumstances, using his physical body to withstand an impact that had already been weakened once was naturally no problem. Finally, and most importantly, were the healing abilities provided by the horse talisman and the lizard serum itself. The combination of these 2 self-healing abilities meant that the moment Peter was injured by the impact, he was instantly restored to full health. The final result of the 3 layers of protection was that Peter easily tanked the maximum output impact completely unscathed. If you're done playing, it's my turn. The moment the words left his mouth, Peter, still holding Shocker's neck with one hand, gave Shocker's hands a gentle squeeze with the other. Crack tilde. After a series of cringeworthy bone-snapping sounds, all of Shocker's fingers were broken by Peter, and the continuous output of impacts came to an abrupt halt. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the bank lobby. Shocker was just an ordinary person, facing the sheer agony of having all his fingers forcibly snapped. He lost his combat capability on the spot. Hey, quiet down, pal. Peter's head throbbed from the noise, so he casually slammed a fist into the marble floor next to Shocker. Unless you want to end up like this. Bang. Accompanied by a loud bang, the hard marble floor instantly cracked into a spiderweb pattern, with a clearly defined fist print embedded deep within. Shocker's scream stopped abruptly. Though his body still twitched from the pain, he didn't dare make another sound. If that punch had landed on his head, he feared he really would have died on the spot. I surrender. Finally, having caught his breath, Shocker spoke tremulously. I surrender. As long as you don't kill me and don't hand me over to the police, I'll do anything. Do anything. Peter's eyes couldn't help but light up. That was quite an enticing offer. Compared to Spider-Man's other arch-enemies, Peter actually appreciated Shocker. This guy hadn't even graduated high school, yet he was self-taught, mastering the skills of lock-picking and even teaching himself physics to handcraft the equipment he wore. He was a rare technical talent. Additionally, this guy had quite a few principles compared to other villains. Although he was focused on getting something for nothing, he never thought about using this gear to kill or commit arson. In the comic book setting, Shocker had never killed a single person from beginning to end. A technical talent with a conscience. Handing him over to the NYPD would be a waste. Perhaps he could give him a chance to work for him and turn over a new leaf. With that thought, Peter didn't hesitate, immediately hoisting the half-dead Shocker onto his shoulder, preparing to leave. He wanted to find a secluded spot to have a good chat with him. Hey, wait a minute. Seeing Peter about to swagger away with Shocker on his shoulder, Gwen finally snapped out of her shock and couldn't help but call out to stop him. Peter stopped and looked back at her. Under the white and red hollow mask, not a single ripple of emotion could be seen. Gwen summoned her courage, stepped forward, and asked in a tone she thought was very serious. Don't you think we should hand him over to the police? In her simple sense of justice, catching bad guys and handing them over to the police was only natural. Facing her question, Peter didn't even turn his head as he asked in return. Why do you think I'm called the Punisher? After leaving that question, he started walking away, leaving behind only a friendly tip. I suggest you leave as soon as possible too, rookie. Otherwise, watch out for being treated as an accomplice to the bank robbers. This callback hit Gwen right where it hurt, while also successfully freezing her in place. That won't happen. I'll prove to you just how wrong your thinking is. The NYPD wouldn't be as indiscriminate as this guy claimed. My dad is a cop, and the most upright cop in all of New York. To prove she was right, Gwen gave up the idea of chasing the Punisher and instead stood in the bank lobby with her arms crossed, silently waiting for the police to arrive. She wanted to explain everything to them personally and tell them that Ghost Spider was a trustworthy hero. At the same time, she wanted to show that self-righteous jerk just how horribly wrong he was. Watching Gwen's stubborn little expression in the bank lobby through the reflection of the building's glass, Peter, who had already disappeared around the corner with Shocker, couldn't help but smile slightly. Still too young, little Gwen. Reality will teach you a good lesson. The NYPD's efficiency never disappointed Peter. It wasn't until the bank robbery had concluded and the customers had mostly fled that the shrill sirens finally arrived, fashionably late. NYPD. Everyone inside, listen up. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. A large group of heavily armed police officers rushed into the bank lobby, seeing only a mess and a masked woman in a strange costume standing silently in place. These people raised their guns almost instinctively, the dark muzzles pointing squarely at Gwen. Gwen was instantly stunned. She held up her hands, for a moment not knowing what to say. The turn of events was completely different from what she had anticipated. In her imagination, the police would arrive, she would explain the situation to them, and receive a wave of gratitude and praise. As it turned out, why was she being pointed at with guns? Does being a good person mean having guns pointed at you? Don't shoot. She's the hero who came to save us. That's right. The robber in the red and yellow suit was driven away by her. No, he was taken away by another, even more powerful hero. She's a good person. Fortunately, the bank staff and the customers lying on the ground waiting for rescue spoke up one after another to testify for Gwen. Otherwise, Gwen might have turned dark on the spot in a matter of minutes. Hearing the consistent testimony from the crowd, the officer in charge finally raised his hand dubiously, signaling his subordinates not to fire for the time being. This, lady. The officer looked Gwen over, his tone still filled with caution. Regardless, you need to come back to the station with us to cooperate and give a statement. Go to the police station. Gwen's heart skipped a beat. You've got to be kidding. She wasn't mentally prepared to meet her own father, George Stacy, at the police station in her Ghost Spider identity yet. Just thinking about that scene made her scalp tingle. Refuse. She had to refuse. At the same time, Gwen couldn't help but think to herself. I regret not listening to the Punisher's words. If I had chosen to leave directly as well, there wouldn't be all this trouble. Sorry, I have other things to do. Gwen decisively rejected the police's request. Hey. You can't leave. The officer's expression changed, and he immediately stepped forward to stop Gwen. But how could Gwen be caught by an ordinary person like him? With a flick of her wrist, a strand of webbing shot out instantly, sticking to the ceiling. Whoosh! Amidst the exclamations of the police and onlookers, Gwen's figure was carried by the webbing, swinging high into the air, exiting through a broken window and quickly disappearing among the city's skyscrapers. And this scene happened to be captured perfectly by Eddie Brock, a photographer and reporter for the Daily Bugle who had rushed to the scene. Did you see that? Did you see that? At the Daily Bugle headquarters, J. Jonah Jameson looked at the photo in his hand and couldn't help but shout excitedly to everyone around. The masked hero you suggested I report on is fleeing in front of the police. What does this prove? If she didn't have a guilty conscience, why would she run? HMPH, in my view, this person, that Doc Butcher, and the Punisher, mentioned by witnesses are all the same. They're just a bunch of masked thugs threatening the city's safety. Gwen, who had finally managed to shake off the police pursuit, had no idea that a storm of public opinion was quietly brewing against her. She only knew that the guy called the Punisher seemed to have been right again. In a deep, dark alleyway, the air was thick with the sour, rotten stench of garbage. Peter casually tossed Shocker off his shoulder onto the ground, resulting in a dull thud. Hiss tilde. Shocker felt like his skeletal frame was about to fall apart. He wanted to cry out in pain, but he met that hollow mask in the shadows, which looked incredibly sinister and hideous. As a result, he forced the cry of pain back down his throat. Peter crouched down and swiftly ripped the yellow and red mask off Shocker's head, revealing an unremarkable, middle-aged white face that looked somewhat nervous and wretched. Name, the origin of your equipment, and your purpose. Peter's voice was low, devoid of any emotion. Herman's eyes darted around, and he squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying. My name is Tom. Crack. Before Shocker could finish his sentence, Peter grabbed his wrist and gave it a light snap. The sound of a bone breaking echoed again. Shocker's body convulsed violently, his entire face twisting in extreme agony. He tried to scream, but Peter covered his mouth, leaving him only able to let out muffled groans of pain. Did you know? There are exactly 206 bones in the human body. Peter shared a random piece of trivia, but it sent a chill down Shocker's spine. He couldn't possibly miss the underlying threat in Peter's words. If he dared to lie again, this maniac would break every single bone in his body. Realizing this, Shocker didn't dare play any more tricks. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he immediately spoke up. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. He didn't dare hide anything else, spilling his entire life story like beans from a jar. Over the next few minutes, Shocker, or rather, Herman Schultz, began to recount his experiences. To summarize, he was a poor kid who hadn't even finished high school, realized he was a physics genius, and tried to change his fate through self-taught brilliance, only to have his inventions stolen repeatedly by greedy capitalists. He tried to steal back his own inventions, but ended up in prison for it. After that, he fell into a life of habitual crime, fantasizing about getting something for nothing using the equipment he invented. Peter initially listened with some boredom. These Marvel villain backstories were mostly the same, lacking any real novelty. Intel. These shock gauntlets, I invented them myself. They're powered by a specially made high-density battery pack. Wait. For the first time, Peter's voice changed. He roughly interrupted Herman's whining. What did you say? Powered by a battery pack. Peter was genuinely shocked. He had imagined that Shocker's equipment energy source might be very sci-fi and advanced. But he truly hadn't expected it to be so advanced that it could be described as magical. A battery module capable of instantly releasing an impact wave that could level an entire building, and it could be reused at least a dozen times. What kind of god-tier capacity was that? Yes, it's a battery. Seeing Peter's interest, Herman clung to it like a drowning man to a life raft, hurriedly explaining. This is a micro-high-energy battery pack I developed myself. I discovered the material ratio by accident. The charging capacity of this battery is over 100 times that of common batteries on the market. Before Herman could finish, Peter roughly tore open his red and yellow bodysuit. Ripping through the unknown composite padding, a second later, over 100 crystal blue batteries, each only the size of a button cell, appeared before Peter. Hiss tilde. Peter couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. You're a real madman, kid. He pointed at the batteries, his voice slightly off-key. Aren't you afraid these things will short-circuit while you're fighting, or get punctured by an external force, and then, boom, blow you up like a firework? They won't. Absolutely not. Herman's tone carried absolute confidence. I performed many tests while developing these solid-state batteries. They have absolute stability. Even if you puncture one directly with a nail, it will only fail, it will never catch fire, much less explode. Listening to Herman's explanation, Peter felt his world spinning. Holding such god-tier technology, what can't you do with it? If you made phone batteries, you could make every phone manufacturer in the world kneel and call you daddy. If you made electric cars, you could disrupt the entire automotive industry in minutes. And yet, this guy used such god-tier technology to rob banks. At this moment, he really wanted to channel his inner Li Yunlong and give this guy a big thumbs up. Hey, you're a genius. If Peter had previously held a give it a shot attitude, planning to subdue this guy as a mere tool. Now, his thinking had completely and utterly changed. Looking at this loser, shivering on the ground from pain and fear, Peter felt like he was looking at an inexhaustible super gold mine. A true talent. As long as he could firmly control Hermann Schultz and his battery technology, the commercial empire he had previously envisioned would instantly have an unshakable, solid foundation. Hermann Schultz. After a long silence, Peter finally spoke. His voice was low and magnetic, carrying a strange sense of allure. Do you think robbing banks is the only path left for your life? The moment he heard this, Hermann was completely stunned. He truly hadn't expected that this demon, who had just ferociously snapped his wrist, would suddenly say such a thing. After a long silence, Hermann spoke with a bitter expression. I'm truly at a dead end. I've been to prison for theft at least 5 times, no company is willing to hire me. I told them about the technology I possess, but no one believed me. They just thought I was a madman. If there were a choice, if he hadn't completely lost hope in this rotten world, who would want to be a master thief chased all over the world by the cops? I believe you. Peter suddenly spoke. I've seen your talent. I'm also willing to give you a chance to truly realize your value, to let your talent no longer be obscured by dust. At this moment, even the wind in the alley seemed to stop. Hermann stared blankly at Peter, clearly feeling his heart beating violently. What do you want me to do? Hermann's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Hearing this question, Peter slowly stood up and looked down at him, like a god looking down at his believer. It's simple. Just work for me. With your battery technology and some ideas in my head, we can build a commercial empire no less than Oscorp, Hammer Industries, or Stark Industries. I will make you incredibly wealthy, allowing you to seize wealth that 99.99% of people in this world couldn't achieve in a lifetime. You will be admired by thousands, and those who once looked down on you will only be able to kneel on the ground and lick your boots. Part 2 coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Marvel. I became an ancestor by sacrificing offerings. Part 2. Looking at Peter, who was standing before him completely covered up, Hermann's mind went blank. Happiness, or rather, a shock, had arrived far too suddenly. Work for the Punisher. To be honest, Peter's earlier impassioned speech had indeed moved him immensely. But after the initial excitement, the waves of stinging pain from his hands forced his attention back to reality. This man before him was moody and ruthless. If he followed him, would there really be a good end for him? Moreover, his hands had already been ruined by him. In this state, he was no different from a cripple. What value could he possibly create for him? Watching Hermann stare at his own hands with a flickering expression, Peter easily guessed what he was thinking. He let out a light chuckle and spoke up. You seem to still doubt my abilities. As he spoke, Peter reached out and placed his hands on Hermann's mangled and deformed hands. Watch closely. Hermann subconsciously looked over. In the next second, he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. A soft, warm white light radiated from Peter's palms. This light seemed to possess a life of its own, holy and pure. Peter gently covered Hermann's twisted left wrist, where the bones were poking through the flesh, with his glowing palm. Immediately after, an indescribable warm current rapidly spread from his hands to his entire body. The agonizing pain that had reached his marrow was receding at an incredible speed. Under Hermann's astonished gaze, his fingers and wrists, which had been snapped and twisted into pretzels, were resetting themselves at a staggering pace. Broken bones healed rapidly under the white light, and torn flesh began to grow back at high speed, becoming as good as new. In just 3 to 5 seconds, his ruined hands had miraculously returned to their original state. Herman cautiously moved his fingers. All 10 were flexible and moved freely, as if the heart-wrenching pain from moments ago was just a nightmare. This. Herman's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg, and meaningless syllables sputtered from his throat. He felt like his brain had completely shut down. After a long while, Herman finally stammered out. Are you, an angel? To the sheltered Herman, this near-miraculous healing method was something only a god could achieve. Combined with Peter's earlier self-introduction as the Punisher, Herman naturally thought of something like a judgment angel from Christian legends. If I were to cosplay as one of those, I'd probably need to switch to a white and gold suit. Peter joked with a smile, then patted Herman on the shoulder and said. Now, Herman, tell me your choice. Do you want to continue being a rat in the gutter, or work for me and become one of the elite you never dared to dream of being? Thud. Without any hesitation, Herman Schultz dropped to one knee and somewhat clumsily placed his hand over his heart in a gesture of loyalty. Boss, thank you for giving me the chance to reform. I am willing to follow you. As long as you give the word, I will do anything for you, except for murder and arson. Don't worry, I won't ask you to commit murder or arson. Peter reached out with both hands to help him up from the ground, a subtle gesture that warmed Herman's heart. This loser, who had been looked down upon wherever he went, felt what it was like to be respected for the first time. Just as Herman was feeling deeply moved, Peter's next words left him instantly dumbfounded. If I need someone killed, I usually just do it on the spot. I don't need my subordinates to make an extra trip for that. Herman. If Peter had looked like a saint bathed in golden light to him before, now, Peter had become a being that was half angel and half demon. After a brief daze, Herman snapped out of it, swallowed hard, and asked. Then boss, what are we doing now? Peter's ears twitched under his hood. He faintly heard the school bell coming from the direction of Midtown High School. Lunch break was almost over. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out his wallet, handed all the $100 bills inside to Herman, and then said. First, find a place to clean yourself up. Then, I'll give you a week to create a new battery of the same size, but with only about 20% of the capacity of the batteries you have on you now. Also, hand over the related research data. Can you do that? No problem, boss. Taking the money, Herman couldn't help but feel his nose sting. He felt that since his parents died, no one in this world had cared about him like this. He nodded hurriedly, but then, after hesitating, he couldn't help but ask. But, why do we want to make batteries with lower capacity instead? Nonsense, how else can you make money if you don't squeeze the toothpaste slowly? Peter, who was well versed in the various shady tactics of smartphone manufacturers from his past life, couldn't help but complain in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't tell Herman that, so he just made up an excuse about an innocent man getting into trouble because of his wealth, and not wanting to be targeted by tech giants too early. Even though it was just an excuse, it still left Herman in awe. No wonder he was the boss and Herman was just the employee. After exchanging contact information with Herman, Peter intended to leave, but after glancing at Herman's suit and iron gauntlets, he quickly changed his mind. Wait, take off that suit and equipment. Who knows if those witnesses have already described your appearance to the police? You wouldn't want to get caught the moment you step out of the alley, would you? Boss is wise. Herman felt another wave of gratitude and immediately stripped off the gear in a few quick motions. After Herman left the alley, Peter nodded with satisfaction and picked up the gear from the ground. The moment his fingers touched the equipment, a system notification sounded in his head. Detected sacrificable dark green item. Shocker's tools of the trade. Shocker's work suit and vibration gauntlets. Although they are only the first set of criminal equipment Shocker created, they hold extraordinary commemorative significance to him. Sacrifice for 800 points. Proceed with sacrifice. Since you're going to be an honest man from now on, I, as your boss, might as well put this gear to good use. With that whisper, Peter chose to sacrifice it without any hesitation. Seeing another 800 sacrifice points arrive, Peter couldn't help but be in a great mood. Not only had he recruited a talent like Herman, but he had also gained a large wave of sacrifice points. Being a superhero is truly a wonderful thing. Relying on his superhuman perception, Peter easily returned to school without alerting anyone and successfully changed out of his suit. Almost as soon as he finished, the school bell rang. When Peter returned to the classroom, the other students paid no attention to his movements. Only Gwen stared at him unblinkingly, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't that she suspected Peter was the Punisher. Rather, she was very dissatisfied with Peter's mysterious disappearance. She was in a terrible mood because of the stark contrast between her and the Punisher, as well as being misunderstood by the police. Therefore, upon returning to school, she instinctively wanted to find Peter to chat and alleviate her bad mood. But as it turned out, Peter was nowhere to be found, which made her mood even worse. Anyone who has had a girlfriend knows that when your girlfriend is unhappy, even your breathing is wrong. If you dare to look happy, it's comparable to dancing on a grave. So, when Gwen, who couldn't find Peter anywhere, saw him appear before her with a smile, her face instantly puffed up like a bun. Where did you go? Why couldn't I find you anywhere? As a transmigrator, Peter naturally handled this with ease. Oh, I heard later that Ghost Spider also appeared at Manhattan Bank, so I wanted to go see the excitement. But there were so many people watching that I couldn't squeeze in at all. I also heard them say Ghost Spider was being suppressed by the robbers the whole time, so I figured they must have mistaken someone else for her. How could the heroic Ghost Spider be so weak? So, I left early and went to the library to read for a while. Oh, right, didn't you go to see the excitement early on? Did you see Ghost Spider? Peter's words nearly choked Gwen on the spot, and her pretty face turned bright red. I'm so sorry for being this weak. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel secretly lucky. Fortunately, Peter didn't see her embarrassing state just now, otherwise, this guy might have become a fan of the Punisher. Facing Peter's question, Gwen hesitated for half a second before finally giving up on the plan to lie and say she didn't see Ghost Spider at all. Mainly, she was worried that new videos would leak online today, and then she wouldn't be able to explain it. Thus, Gwen, who had originally wanted to throw a small tantrum at Peter, was instantly dumbfounded. She could only turn around and haltingly describe how troublesome Shocker was and how unreasonable the newly appeared Punisher was. That performance, that expression, she looked as helpless as a man. After easily handling Gwen, Peter began to conceptualize his business empire plan during the boring class time. Even with Herman's battery technology, building a tech company from scratch was no easy feat. Production lines, raw materials, designers, distribution channels, marketing, every link was a money-devouring beast. Even if he invested all $4 million he borrowed from Kingpin, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Not to mention that this money couldn't be exposed to the light at all. Therefore, to quickly take this most difficult first step, the best way was still to find a reliable angel investor. Speaking of investors, the first figure that flashed through Peter's mind was that man with the flashy mustache and a face that screamed, I am a genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, Tony Stark. As the head of Stark Industries and the future Iron Man, his financial power and channels were beyond doubt. But this thought existed for less than a second before Peter decisively extinguished it. The father-son relationship between Tony and Peter was a setting exclusive to the Tom Holland version. It had absolutely nothing to do with him, the Peter of this Ghost Spider universe. Not to mention that current Tony wasn't even Iron Man yet, he was just a pure playboy. If he, an unknown high school student, showed up with so-called black technology, the most likely result would be like Killian in Iron Man 3, being stood up and left to blow in the cold wind on a rooftop all night. Peter didn't want to accept such humiliation. So, Tony, pass. Excluding Stark Industries, what other giant could become Peter's angel investor? The answer to this question was obvious. Oscorp. In the memory of his previous incarnation, just like the Peter of the cinematic universe, he and the young master of Oscorp, Harry Osborn, were best friends who grew up together. And Harry's father, the future Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, also appreciated him very much, even more so than his own son. Compared to seeking investment from Tony Stark, whom he didn't know at all, it was clearly more reliable to seek investment from Norman Osborn. With the other party's appreciation for him, as long as he could produce the battery sample and then pitch the concept of the smartphone from his mind to Norman, getting tens of millions of dollars in angel investment from him shouldn't be a problem. And with Oscorp as a backer, he wouldn't have to worry about his industry being coveted and swallowed up by other capital sharks. Doing so might make him owe the Osborn family a big favor. Under normal circumstances, Peter was unwilling to owe favors to others. But Osborn was an exception. For no other reason than that their family's favors were simply too easy to repay. The genetic disease inherited by the Osborn family was an incurable disease for others, but for him, who possessed the horse talisman, it was just a simple matter. Although the horse talisman couldn't instantly cure genetic defects. But as long as it could help Harry and Norman eliminate symptoms and delay the frequency and timing of the disease's onset, that would be enough, wouldn't it? As long as he could help the Osborn family solve their genetic defects, the entire Oscorp would become his strongest ally. Isn't this much better than sucking up to Tony Stark? The more Peter thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. So, after school, he didn't hesitate to pull out his phone and call Harry Osborn. Hey, Harry, long time no see. Are you free after school? Harry was more than happy to be contacted by Peter, and his excited voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Oh, Peter, you finally remembered me. I was originally planning to wait until the weekend to find you, but this is a coincidence. Wait for me, I'm coming to find you now. Not long after Harry hung up, a somewhat flashy convertible sports car parked in front of Peter's house. Harry jumped out of the car, gave Peter a big hug first, and then asked casually, "What are we playing today? Basketball or arcade games?" Facing Harry's question, Peter twitched the corner of his mouth slightly and then spoke. Actually, I called you here because I wanted to ask if you're interested in partnering with me to do some business. Huh. Hearing Peter say he wanted to do business, a large question mark couldn't help but appear on Harry's forehead. What kind of business do you want to do? Handmade burgers or an ice cream cart? It really wasn't that Harry wanted to be sarcastic toward Peter on purpose. Rather, in his understanding, given Peter's family background, he could only manage small businesses like these. Of course, even if Peter just wanted to drag him into this kind of public-facing work, Harry, as a wealthy young master, would definitely choose to join without even batting an eye. After all, the two had been friends since childhood, their bond was incredibly strong. This isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere quiet to chat. Peter followed Harry into the convertible sports car, and before long, the two arrived at a secluded cafe. After taking their seats, Peter didn't keep him in suspense and directly pulled out the design sketches for a smartphone he had drawn during class today. Harry, what do you think the phones of the future should look like? Phones of the future. Harry was stunned for a moment, then glanced at his latest BlackBerry. This phone had a large screen, but it still wasn't a touchscreen. One had to use the small buttons below to compose messages. Larger size, more features. Better signal. Or, can play more games. Or maybe, press a button and a holographic projection pops up. No. Peter shook his head and pushed a design sketch of a smartphone, which would be very common in later generations, in front of Harry. There were styles with buttons similar to an iPhone. There were also true full-screen models, as well as various foldable screen styles. Although I also long for that kind of tactile holographic projection technology, such an idea is still too far ahead of its time at this stage. Compared to that kind of completely conceptual product, I want to produce a more feasible phone. As Peter began to describe his smartphone in immense detail, Harry's eyes couldn't help but widen. Looking at the simple concept drawings in his hand, his breathing became rapid for a moment. Although he wasn't a professional researcher or technician, as the heir to Oscorp, he still possessed a business sense far beyond his peers. Therefore, as Peter described it, he quickly realized that this so-called smartphone indeed had great potential. If this thing could really be made, then all current phone manufacturers would only have two paths left in the future. Either follow behind them and pick up the scraps, or be completely swept into the dustbin of history. Peter, all of this, you came up with it. Harry's voice was trembling. Of course. Peter nodded calmly and then dropped another bombshell. Moreover, a friend and I have solved the core energy issue. Once we use the new type of battery we developed, the battery life of the phones we produce will be more than 3 times that of our competitors. You know what this means, right? As Peter laid out his plan in full, Harry could no longer sit still. He was just a high school senior who had only turned 18 this year. He really couldn't be as calm and composed as Peter. Peter, this idea of yours is simply amazing. And the feasibility is incredibly high. Almost every difficulty involved can be achieved with current technology. Plus, with the specialized battery you and your friend developed as the core competitiveness, as long as there's enough financial support, we'll be successful in no time. At this moment, Harry's behavior was even bordering on obsessive. It couldn't be helped. The psychological shadow left by old Norman's oppressive education was far too severe. Nowadays, Harry could be said to dream of gaining his old father's approval and making him see him in a new light. Previously, he had no real skills and could only sulk alone when faced with his father's suppression and ridicule. But now, with the new type of phone proposed by Peter, he felt he could finally hold his head high. Harry couldn't help but grab Peter's shoulders and said with burning eyes, "This project can really work. As long as you bring the new battery, I can definitely persuade my father, or at least secure an opportunity for him to meet with you privately. I believe that when you lay out these concepts before my father, even he will be amazed." At this moment, Harry seemed to already see the scene of his old man patting his shoulder with a gratified expression, sighing, "I knew you could do it." He then slapped his chest boisterously and took everything upon himself, promising it would definitely succeed. What Harry didn't know at this time was that his father, Norman Osborn, who was omnipotent in his eyes, was currently under unprecedentedly immense pressure. Oscorp, top floor office. Norman Osborn gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. At this moment, he was holding a physical examination report in his hand. The report showed that the genetic collapse within his body was accelerating. His private doctor even asserted that if an effective treatment couldn't be found soon, he might only have less than a month left. The shadow of death was approaching him step by step. And what terrified him even more than death was his life's work. Oscorp was now standing on the edge of a cliff. "Norman, the military has issued an ultimatum." A member of the board of directors sat across from him and said in a heavy tone. "They aren't interested in the military flight vehicle project at all, even going so far as to say that having Stark and Hammer Industries is enough for ordnance projects. What they want from us is only the Human Performance Enhancer project. If we can't produce results that satisfy them in this week's demonstration, they will withdraw all funding. This is an outcome we cannot accept." This news, like a heavy hammer, struck hard against Norman's already fragile nerves. Over the years, as his health deteriorated, he had no energy to pay attention to the company's many projects. This indirectly led the group, under the idiotic operations of several shareholders, to invest in several projects with massive costs but almost no return on investment. These burdens made Oscorp's financial pressure increasingly tight, almost on the verge of collapse. If news broke now that Oscorp had also lost financial support from the military, the stock price would definitely plummet as well. Those shareholders who had long been dissatisfied with him would be like sharks smelling blood, tearing him and the empire he founded into pieces without hesitation. "I understand." Norman waved his hand wearily. Only after dismissing the board member did his last bit of strength drain away, and he slumped powerlessly into his chair. After being despondent for about half a minute, Norman rubbed his face and forced himself to pull it together. Nowadays, Harry still lacks the ability to stand on his own. For the sake of his son, he had to survive and sweep away all obstacles for his son to take over Oscorp. For this, he would pay any price. Norman cast his gaze upon the two reports on the desk. One was the physical enhancement formula that he had personally supervised. The other was the lizard serum project from Dr. Kurt Connors. The former had completed animal trials long ago, but because the effects were unstable, he had been hesitating whether to proceed with human trials. The latter had been progressing slowly until he suddenly heard of a major breakthrough the day before yesterday. Limb regeneration had been initially achieved in mice, and it was currently in the follow-up observation stage. If one failed, there was still the other as a backup. Thinking this, a trace of determination and madness flashed in Norman's eyes. He then pressed the call button on his desk and summoned his secretary, Saji, to the office, giving the order. Inform Stom to immediately arrange human trials for the physical enhancement formula, and then pay a visit to Dr. Connor's lab. Tell him I am very satisfied with the progress of his project and encourage him to keep up the good work and complete the animal trials as soon as possible. Understood. The hot-bodied female secretary respectfully exited the room, but her expression changed instantly once the door was closed. She immediately dialed a number, a cold light flashing in her eyes. "Gentlemen, the boss can't wait any longer. Moreover, he seems to intend to start Connor's project as well, as a backup plan." Hearing this, cheers and celebrations immediately erupted from the other end of the line. After a moment, someone spoke. "Very good. Next, go and pressure that cripple to immediately conduct human trials using veterans. This way, regardless of whether Norman's plan succeeds or fails, we will be the ultimate winners." Hearing this, the female secretary felt her heart rate accelerate. "And after it's done, don't worry, you'll get every cent of your share. Once we sell off Oscorp, you'll get at least this much." Hearing the astronomical figure mentioned on the other end of the phone, the female secretary became even more excited. Without any hesitation, she immediately jogged to Connor's lab. Bang! Rudely pushing open the door, the female secretary spoke haughtily. Dr. Connors, I'm glad your project has finally made significant progress. Mr. Norman is quite satisfied. Hearing this, Connors smiled and pushed up his glasses, speaking somewhat shyly. I will continue to work hard and strive to complete the animal trials as soon as possible. Animal trials. The female secretary couldn't help but sneer. That's over. Mr. Norman has already sent all the follow-up preclinical research reports to the FDA, Food and Drug Administration. Disabled veterans will be arranged for clinical trials the day after tomorrow. What? Connor's eyes widened in disbelief. He subconsciously reached out to grab the secretary's shoulder. You can't do that. The follow-up observations of the animal trials haven't even been completed. No one can guarantee that there won't be accidents. Conducting human trials now, how is that any different from murder? Doctor, these are not things you should be concerned about. Because Connors had only one arm and was just a frail scientist, the female secretary easily pushed him to the ground, looking down at him from above. Caring too much about certain things won't do you any good. You should know that once you leave Oscorp, you, a cripple, will be nothing. Secretary Saji easily trampled on Connor's dignity and left haughtily like a victor. Leaving Connors alone on the floor, his expression flickering as he looked at the serum in his hand. So cold. Lying shirtless on the cold examination table, Norman couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Norman, I must remind you again that the physical enhancement formula is still very unstable. Theoretically, it shouldn't even be in clinical trials yet. You are risking your own life by doing this. I know it's a risk, but I have no choice. Norman didn't bother to explain further, merely waving his hand weakly after drinking the formula. Begin, Dr. Stom. Stom, the project leader, sighed helplessly and had to start the device as instructed. As the green gas filled the sterile chamber, Norman began to scream in agony. Almost at the same time Norman received the physical enhancement formula, Connors made the same decision. He didn't want those heroes who had bled for the country to suffer an undeserved catastrophe because of him. Thus, with the spirit of, if I don't enter hell, who will? And a longing for limb regeneration. After one last look at his stump, Connors unhesitatingly took out a vial of lizard serum and injected it into himself. Ah! As Dr. Stom, who had kindly come forward to perform CPR on Norman, had his neck snapped by Norman with a sinister grin. At this point, the two major villains of the Spider-Man world, the Green Goblin and Dr. Lizard, were born together. Because the two had reunited after a long time, Harry pulled Peter aside to talk about many personal matters. The two talked about everything from a business empire that was still just a dream, to the troubles in their respective lives, and from those small troubles to the romantic matters that teenagers inevitably discuss. Their conversation lasted until after 9 in the evening. I'll wait for your good news, Harry. After a reluctant farewell to Harry, Peter returned to his bedroom and immediately contacted Herman. Since he was a newly recruited subordinate, Peter felt it necessary to give him some reassurance to demonstrate his extraordinary nature as a boss and, in passing, boost his subordinate's favorability. Yes, Herman, I've found an angel investor. As long as you can produce the first sample battery, the funds will arrive soon. Remember, this battery is for powering mobile phones, so the power output must be stable enough. While Peter was sharing the good news with Herman, the old car radio Peter kept by his bedside suddenly made a sound. This was a little gadget Peter had put together. The radio could hack into exclusive police wireless channels, helping him quickly keep track of police incidents in the Big Apple City. Calling all units. Calling all units. Emergency on the Manhattan Bridge. Witnesses report, a giant lizard monster is attacking vehicles. Repeat, this is not a drill. Lizard monster. Peter hung up the phone, his brow arching slightly. Why is the plot starting so soon? Wasn't Dr. Lizard supposed to appear only when he and Gwen were nearing graduation? After a brief daze, Peter couldn't help but slap his forehead. How could I have forgotten? Because he wanted to obtain the lizard serum sooner, he had given the decay rate algorithm to the doctor ahead of time. In this situation, it was only natural that Dr. Lizard would be born early. With that thought, he almost subconsciously reached for the suit in his bag. But just as his hand reached out, it suddenly stopped. In his mind, Gwen's stubborn and unyielding face subconsciously appeared. Perhaps, he should give her a chance to grow on her own. Only 2 or 3 days had passed since the birth of Ghost Spider. Moreover, because his transmigration had reversed the almost fated, lover must die Curse, the current Gwen was far more immature compared to the original work. She possessed immense power and a heart full of passion, but she didn't know how to control that power, and she was completely ignorant of the cruelty of battle and the darkness of reality. In this situation, if he continued to pamper her and didn't give her the chance to fight alone and accumulate experience, how could Gwen ever grow up? Flowers carefully cultivated in a greenhouse can never withstand the wind and rain. If he simply kept her protected under his wing, she would never truly grow into a real superhero. Perhaps, he should give her a chance to grow on her own. With this thought, Peter completely withdrew his hand and lay back on the bed. He knew Dr. Lizard's strength well. With Gwen's abilities, although she couldn't defeat him, she should have no problem preventing mass casualties and stalling until the main police force arrived. Furthermore, even if an accident occurred and things went south, given the previous mentor-student relationship between Gwen and Connors, who hadn't completely lost his humanity yet, wouldn't kill Gwen. Since Gwen's life wasn't in danger, why not let her handle it herself? Even if she got beaten up by Dr. Lizard, it would be a rare and valuable experience for her, wouldn't it? Thinking this, Peter simply ended his conversation with Herman, lay on the bed, crossed his legs like an old man, and turned up the radio volume a bit more. This time, he was determined to be just a quiet listener. Hum, tilde. On the Manhattan Bridge, even a traffic jam couldn't dampen the Secretary Saji's good mood. She rolled down the window, looked at the dimly lit night scene outside, and couldn't help but hum excitedly. After all, once today's job was done, it wouldn't be long before she became a multimillionaire. This was a windfall large enough for her to squander for a lifetime. While she was leisurely humming a tune and imagining a life of luxury. Boom. Rip. First, a heavy thud came from the roof, followed by sharp claws piercing the roof, tearing it open like a tin can. Dr. Lizard looked down at Saji in the car, his crimson vertical pupils flashing with rays of tyranny and chaos. He recognized this woman. It was this woman who, with the most vicious words, had driven him to a dead end. Seeing the giant lizard man, over 3 meters tall and covered in dark green scales, staring at her with cold vertical pupils, Saji felt a surge of warmth below. She was scared senseless by the terrifying monster on the spot. She screamed frantically, curled into a ball, and hurriedly tried to push the car door open to escape. But, a thick tail pressed firmly against the car door, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't push it open. Seeing the lizard monster's claws getting closer, Saji closed her eyes in despair. Just when she thought she was dead. Swish, swish, swish. Strands of white spider silk shot through the air, first accurately sticking to Dr. Lizard's eyes. Then, as the silk continued to pour over Dr. Lizard, he was soon wrapped up like a giant zongzi. Hey, big guy. Bullying an unarmed lady isn't something a gentleman would do. Although your current appearance has nothing to do with being a gentleman, anyway, your friendly neighborhood ghost spider won't let you have your way. Gwen, wearing her ghost spider suit, descended from the sky, not forgetting to strike a pose fit for a hero's entrance. Yeah, this was an exclusive move she designed after repeatedly simulating the pose the Punisher struck when he landed at noon. Gwen thought that after controlling the opponent with her silk, she could banter without a care. But the next second, Dr. Lizard easily broke free from the webs, opened his mouth, and let out a deafening roar at Gwen. Hiss, what brand of protein powder do you eat? Also, by the way, how long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Gwen dodged Dr. Lizard's attacks using her spider sense while leisurely mocking him. It seemed all Spider-Men were naturally gifted at banter. Although Gwen was still a rookie, her trash-talking skills were already reaching a professional level. Just as she was feeling a bit smug from easily playing with Dr. Lizard. Swish. A huge tail, fast as lightning, predicted where she would land from swinging her silk and whipped Gwen hard. A massive force struck, and she was instantly sent flying through the air. Her petite body slammed heavily into a bus behind her, causing a large dent in the vehicle's side. Gwen felt as if her internal organs were being displaced. The intense pain nearly made her pass out. This blow knocked the sense right back into her eyes under the mask. She couldn't help but vent inwardly. A version update without notifying me, right? How did Shocker just appear at noon, and now another lizard monster pops up at night? And this lizard monster's strength is even greater than that Shocker's impact. I wonder if the Punisher got the news this time. Or was he really just passing by at noon? While Gwen's mind was a mess of these random thoughts, her spider sense rang again. She immediately endured her injuries and stood up quickly. Sure enough, just as she left the dent where she had been lying, a taxi came whistling through the air and smashed down. The terrifying force caused the bus to flip instantly, tumbling and crashing into the bridge's railings, destroying a large section of them. The life or death sensation forced Gwen to focus. Realizing it was better to rely on herself than others, she tried again to use her agility and silk to wage a guerrilla war around Dr. Lizard. This tactic was indeed effective. As her experience grew, the lizard monster was gradually suppressed by her speed and silk. Additionally, as time passed, she noticed the monster's size seemed to be shrinking bit by bit. Just as she was feeling invigorated and thought she might defeat the monster in one go, a mother's desperate cry came from behind her. Please, save my child. Gwen instinctively looked back and saw a car about to be flipped off the bridge by the shockwaves of the battle. In the back seat of the car was a 7 or 8-year-old boy, currently clinging to the window and crying his heart out. Gwen's heart clenched. Without thinking, she shot a strand of silk that accurately stuck to the precarious car. Then, with a sudden burst of strength in her arms, she actually managed to pull the car back. Having done this, Gwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a sense of pride and satisfaction welling up in her heart. But just as she was about to turn back and continue dealing with the lizard monster, she saw a scene she would never forget. PFF'd. When Gwen turned her head, she saw Dr. Lizard's sharp claws penetrate the chest of the female secretary, Saji, without any obstruction. Saji's face was filled with terror. Even when Dr. Lizard threw her to the ground like trash, her eyes remained wide open, as if she couldn't believe she had died just like that. As for Gwen, she stared blankly at everything, her mind a complete void. As a young girl overflowing with a sense of justice, she subconsciously attributed Saji's death to her own powerlessness. If I had been more careful, if I had noticed the situation of the vehicles on the bridge at the first moment, I could have saved both of them. But now, looking at Saji's unclosed eyes, a sense of guilt involuntarily welled up in Gwen's heart. She felt that she was responsible for the other party's death. Realizing this, Gwen, in an attempt to rectify the mistake she had made, recklessly charged forward, trying to stop the lizard monster. At least the killer must be brought to justice. With this thought, she crashed into the lizard monster. Her anger indeed increased her strength. She successfully knocked down Dr. Lizard, whose potion's effects were gradually fading, and straddled him, repeatedly throwing punches. Her fists rained down on Dr. Lizard's face, even smashing his incredibly strong defenses into a bloody mess. But that was all. While anger enhanced Gwen's strength, it also caused her spider sense to temporarily malfunction. Dr. Lizard seized the opportunity to bind Gwen with his tail, then raised his hand and clawed at Gwen's stomach. Fortunately, the moment his claws swung out, they vaguely showed signs of impending collapse. Otherwise, if that claw had landed squarely, Gwen would surely have been disemboweled. Watching his strong right arm slowly disintegrate, the lizard monster seemed to witness the most terrifying thing in the world. Taking one last look at Gwen, who he had heavily thrown to the ground, and the armed helicopter circling high above, he dared not linger. He immediately climbed onto the bridge's steel beam and quickly disappeared from the scene. Gwen reluctantly got up from the ground. She originally wanted to continue pursuing the lizard monster. However, the distance between them was too great, and faint police sirens could be heard behind her. Thinking of what happened at noon, Gwen gradually calmed down. She dared not stay any longer, so she covered her bleeding abdomen and swung away with her web. Osborne. Watching his completely disintegrated right arm, Connors, who was gradually devolving from a lizard monster back into a human, involuntarily thought of this name. He must return to Oscorp Tower to inject himself with more lizard serum, and also, he must get revenge. Make that Norman Osborn, who regards human lives as worthless, pay the price. Clang. Dr. Lizard smashed through the glass curtain wall on the ground floor of Oscorp Tower, tearing apart all the employees and security guards in his path with his sharp claws. He stumbled towards his laboratory, completely unaware that outside the window, a monster in a dark green metal battlesuit, riding a flying skateboard, was quietly watching him. Kurt Connors. Green Goblin, or rather, Norman Osborn, grinned an exaggerated arc, his eyes flashing with excitement and curiosity. It seems my backup plan has also succeeded, or failed. Yeehaw. Seeing Connors, in his half-human, half-lizard state, about to reach for the lizard serum, Green Goblin, who was in the air, let out a strange cry and instantly swooped down. The Green Goblin glider beneath his feet easily smashed through the glass curtain wall, snatching an entire box of lizard serum into his hands at an incredibly fast speed. Seeing his hope Snatched away. Dr. Connors, in an extremely unstable mental state, roared and reached out to grab Green Goblin, who was in the air. But now, the effects of his potion had almost worn off, and his body had returned to the height of a normal human. How could he possibly reach Green Goblin, who was rapidly moving through the air? After all that struggle, he didn't even catch a single hair of Green Goblin's, and instead was riddled with wounds from Green Goblin's darts. Oh, poor Connors. Look at your worthless state, Tilda. Seeing the lizard scales on Connor's body almost completely disappear, he quickly manipulated the glider to fly down and injected Connors with 1/3 of a tube of the potion. This, in his opinion, was the most suitable mode, neither indecisive as usual, nor so violent as to be unable to communicate. After injecting the potion, Green Goblin jumped off the glider and simultaneously removed his Green Goblin helmet. Osborne. Connors looked at Green Goblin, letting out a low growl. Oh, I'm glad you still recognize me, Tilda. Green Goblin looked down at Connors from above, his tone full of mockery. However, Norman Osborn is dead. You should now call me Green Goblin. You deserve to die. The half-human, half-lizard Connors let out a piercing roar. Green Goblin, however, ignored this, merely circling Connors, analyzing and saying, "Unstable, it seems your gene chain, like mine, is on the verge of collapse." Green Goblin instantly determined that the lizard serum was a failure, even inferior to his physique enhancement potion. At least he was sane. Green Goblin believed he had killed the weak personality, while what Connors created was a monster completely unable to control itself. He needed a real antidote. An antidote that could both allow him to retain his power and perfectly stabilize his genes, freeing him, Harry, and future generations from the family's hereditary disease forever. To achieve this, a name quickly surfaced in his mind: Peter Parker. Because Connor's report meticulously detailed Peter's help in completing the decay rate algorithm, Green Goblin was convinced that this young man, Peter, or rather, the relics left by his parents, held the key to saving the Osborn family. Yes, it's him. In the blink of an eye, a crazy plan formed in Green Goblin's mind. Listen, you wretch. Green Goblin ignored Connor's chatter and shouted in a highly inflammatory tone. We are not enemies. We are now of the same kind. Both abandoned by this world, a higher existence. Green Goblin walked to the French window, looking at the bustling traffic outside and exclaimed. Look at them. Those fragile, foolish, lowly humans. We are meant to dominate and enslave these inferior beings, and even gradually transform them into our brothers. Listening to Green Goblin's words, Dr. Lizard's eyes subconsciously showed a thoughtful expression. Building a kingdom full of lizard men, that didn't sound bad either. What do you want to do? It couldn't help but ask. Green Goblin, hearing this, involuntarily grinned again. We must immediately find Peter Parker. That child will be our key to opening the new world. Tap tap tap. Thanks to Kyugoku Makoto's combat experience and the lizard serum's double boost to his hearing, Peter instantly recognized the visitor, Gwen. Peter wasn't surprised by Gwen's sudden arrival. It was something he had more or less expected. For Gwen, after a setback, it seemed the only person she could confide in was her childhood friend, him. With that thought, Peter walked out of his bedroom, went downstairs, and pretended to look for a late-night snack. Just then the doorbell rang at the perfect moment. Peter turned and opened the door. Gwen. He put on just the right expression of surprise, his voice pitched so that the two elders eavesdropping in the living room could hear. Almost the instant he spoke her name, Peter noticed the TV volume in the living room being quietly lowered several decibels. He rolled his eyes mentally. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, at your age you're still this nosy. While Peter grumbled inwardly, Gwen outside first exhaled in relief, then leaned close to his ear and whispered. Take me to your bedroom, don't let Uncle Ben and Aunt May follow. Peter nodded knowingly, his deep gaze flicking over the wound on Gwen's abdomen before turning back to call out. Aunt May, Uncle Ben. It's Gwen, she's stuck on some homework and wants my help. I'll take her upstairs. Oh, and she's on a diet lately, don't make her any snacks or she'll get mad. In the living room Uncle Ben and Aunt May exchanged a knowing smile full of, we understand. All right, you kids study hard, we won't disturb you, Uncle Ben said with a wicked grin, raising an eyebrow at Peter and even turning the TV volume up a notch. Click. Only after the door was locked did Gwen finally relax, nearly collapsing into Peter's arms. From Manhattan Bridge all the way here, who knew how much blood she'd lost? An ordinary person would have gone into shock long ago. Seeing her pale face, Peter wasted no words, pulling a pre-packed first aid kit from under the bed. He motioned for her to sit on the bed and gently lifted her top. On her fair, smooth abdomen, 3 ghastly claw marks were stark against her skin. It was the first time they'd been this intimately close. Gwen could feel Peter's warm breath on her stomach. A strange tingling spread from around the wound, warming her cheeks. How did this happen? Peter asked casually as he swabbed the cut with alcohol. The sting made Gwen hiss softly, scattering the flutter in her chest. She gathered her thoughts and recited the story she'd prepared. Did you see the news about Manhattan Bridge? I happened to be there and ran into that lizard monster. I saw him about to kill Ms. Saji, the secretary from Oscorp we met before. I tried to help and got hurt by mistake. Her voice dropped, thick with self-reproach. Then, Ghost Spider saved me. She was amazing and drove the lizard monster away, but Ms. Saji still died. Peter, am I useless? If I'd been braver, maybe I could have saved her. Listening, Peter silently grumbled. You silly girl, still protecting your superhero image every second. Aren't you afraid I'll fall in love with that elusive ghost spider? He finished cleaning the wound and said seriously. Gwen, it's not your fault. You did everything you could and got hurt in the process, don't be so hard on yourself. While wrapping the bandage, he guided her gently. Think about it. In all that chaos, the lizard monster singled out Ms. Saji. What does that tell you? It was probably a revenge killing. Since his goal was to kill Saji from the start, even if you or Ghost Spider saved her for a moment, the monster could have attacked other people to distract you and then finish the job. So don't blame yourself. As long as you know you did your best, that's enough. His words lifted a weight from Gwen's heart. His reminder also made details she'd missed click into place. A name surfaced, Drive. Connors. If her guess was right, Oscorp could still be in danger. I get it, Peter. Thank you. Once he finished bandaging, Gwen dared not linger. She thanked him and, afraid her father would notice she'd sneaked out, hurried home. Watching her disappear into the night, Peter knew she was heading to Oscorp to check. He didn't follow. He knew she'd find nothing. Too much time had passed. Dr. Connors had surely left with the serum. She'd arrive only to find an empty lab. And he'd already hinted she should put her safety first. If she couldn't win, she could still escape. Just as he expected, Gwen's trip to Oscorp came up empty and she left dejected. But neither Gwen nor Peter realized that as Gwen swung away on her web line, 2 pairs of eyes in the darkened top-floor office of Oscorp Tower watched her go. Huh. So there really are more of our kind. Beneath the Green Goblin helmet, his lips curled in a greedy smile as he stared at Gwen's retreating figure. He was certain this self-styled Ghost Spider was a perfect specimen. You should have let me keep her, Connors grumbled beside him. No, acting now would scare the prey. The Green Goblin's eyes glinted with calculation as a 2 birds 1 stone plan formed. Instead of tipping them off, tomorrow we'll pay a visit to Peter Parker's school, Midtown High, and wait for our chance. The next morning, sunlight bathed the campus. Midtown High was, as always, buzzing with youthful noise and energy. Students drifted down the corridors in 2s and 3s, chatting about last night's game or the coming exams. No one sensed the huge crisis creeping closer. Boom. A deafening blast tore through the air above the school. Green Goblin swooped down on his glider, hurling pumpkin bombs that left 2 craters in the quad. Before the students could grasp what was happening, he cackled and charged into the main building. He kept shouting at the top of his lungs. Peter Parker, good boy, where are you? At the same time, a beast-like roar echoed from the restrooms. Dr. Lizard, who'd spent the night in the sewers, burst out of the toilets. The 2 villains rampaged across campus, cornering lone students and demanding, "Where's Peter Parker?" Inside the chemistry lab, Peter stared at Green Goblin soaring past the window, his brain short-circuiting for a second. What's that in the sky? A bird? A cloud? No, that's Green Goblin. I've seen everything, right? Crossed out. This I have not seen. Dude, seriously. We agreed the target was Dr. Lizard, where did Green Goblin pop from? Green Goblin's entrance gave Peter a harsh lesson. From today on, he'd never trust any so-called villain timeline again. Shit. The instant Peter spotted both villains, Gwen realized something was wrong. Glancing at the clueless Peter beside her and the chaos erupting in class, she made an instant call. Peter, come with me, this place is too dangerous. No. Peter shook off Gwen's hand, dead serious. You heard him, he's after me. If I stay, everyone else stays safe. Gwen, go. Call the cops, fast enough and I'll be fine. Gwen froze for a second, then saw the cold logic. After a quick, stay hidden, she sprinted out of the chem lab. She had to suit up, only then could she save Peter. Aha! Good boy, found you. Less than a minute after Gwen left, Green Goblin on his flying skateboard smashed through the lab wall. Before the dust settled, his mocking voice hit Peter's ears. Peter answered by hurling a beaker of chemicals. Boom! It burst against the wall beside Green Goblin. The shockwave nearly knocked him off his ride. So your chem grades are solid too, tilde. Green Goblin shrugged, unimpressed by the parlor trick. But as he lunged to grab Peter, a black and white blur swung in, Ghost Spider. She kicked Green Goblin off his glider, then turned to Peter. I've got this, run. Her cool lasted all of 3 seconds. A thick tail smashed through the opposite wall and batted her aside. Dr. Lizard burst in, roaring, from the next classroom. Back on his glider, Green Goblin chimed in with glee. Nasty little bug, time to die. Gwen hissed, feeling yesterday's claw wounds start to bleed again. No time to care. To give Peter a chance, she fired a web at a metal cabinet. Yanked it free, and swung the massive locker like a mace at the duo, sending both villains flying. FYI, bugs and spiders are different species, tilde. HMPH, hope your moves match your mouth. Stung twice, Green Goblin hurled a flurry of blades. Gwen's spider sense let her twist and dodge every one. Before she could breathe, Dr. Lizard charged. The 2-on-1 beatdown spun the already wounded Gwen like a top. Neither villain noticed Peter slip into the boys' restroom instead of fleeing downstairs. The instant the door shut, his panic vanished, replaced by cold composure. Unexpected curve, but still on script. Time to put things back on track. Bam bam bam. Rookie and injured, Gwen lasted only moments before the pair floored her. She was flung by pumpkin bomb shockwaves or smashed by Dr. Lizard's brute force again and again. Each hit chipped at her resolve. This is impossible. Handling either one alone was tough enough. Facing both. This is outright bullying. As despair crept in, both villains felt a sudden chill. A calm voice cut through. Rookie, looks like you need backup. To Gwen it was heaven sent. She turned and saw the familiar yet alien black-red suit. The Punisher had arrived. Where'd this guy crawl from? Green Goblin muttered to Dr. Lizard. But the good doctor had lost the power of speech and simply roared at Peter. Peter didn't flinch. He smiled at Gwen. Rookie, keep the clown busy, give me 1 minute, then I'll tag in. The boast left Gwen, Green Goblin, and even Dr. Lizard blinking in disbelief. Is he nuts? Against a 3-meter monster that can level a building, he claims he needs only 60 seconds. Roar. Feeling mocked, Dr. Lizard slashed with his claws. And the next second, jaws dropped all around. One hand. The Punisher caught the lizard's claw with a single hand. Then, boom. With a neat shoulder throw he slammed the towering beast to the floor. How could he call me that? The Green Goblin was originally a bit angry because Peter called him Joker, wanting to give Peter an unforgettable lesson. But when he saw Peter ignore the completely disproportionate size difference and knock down Dr. Lizard in one blow, his eyes under the helmet instantly cleared. Suddenly, being called Joker didn't seem like such a big deal. On the other side, Dr. Lizard, who was knocked to the ground, felt his mind go blank. Did he just get knocked down by a human? Influenced by the lizard genes, Dr. Lizard's current logic was very peculiar. He subconsciously believed that humans were inferior creatures, and only lizardmen were noble beings. And at this moment, a noble lizard person had been knocked down by an inferior human. Realizing this, the lizard person was beyond furious. He let out a threatening low growl, attempting to scramble up from the ground with his hands and feet, while his thick tail swept out like a steel whip, creating gusts of fierce wind that tore through the air. This strike was enough to send a car weighing over a ton flying. But facing this thunderous blow, there wasn't a ripple of emotion on Peter's face. He just slowly raised his right hand. Under the incredulous gazes of Dr. Lizard, the Green Goblin, and Gwen in the distance, he actually caught that heavy, powerful tail with his palm, just like that. The violent kinetic energy, at the moment it contacted Peter's palm, was like a clay ox entering the sea, vanishing without a trace. Peter's body didn't move an inch. What? Dr. Lizard's vertical pupils were filled with disbelief. How could this be? How could his strength be so easily caught by such a tiny human? Before he could react from the shock, Peter's arms suddenly exerted force. Up you go, tilde. In the next second, Dr. Lizard only felt an irresistible, terrifying force coming from his tail. His massive body, weighing several tons, was actually swung up by Peter. Whoosh. Like a hammer throw, Dr. Lizard traced a perfect parabola in the air. Boom. The reinforced concrete wall was like paper, with a huge hole instantly smashed through it. Dr. Lizard's massive body slammed heavily into the corridor. The concrete part of the corridor railing collapsed, and the metal railing above was completely bent by the violent force. How is it possible? Gwen stared blankly at this scene, her mind completely blank. The lizard monster she had to struggle with all her might just to barely deal with was now actually being spun like a top by that guy named the Punisher. Is this guy really human? Roar. Shaking his dizzy head, Dr. Lizard let out another angry roar. As a being with strength equal to Peter's, he naturally wouldn't be defeated by two simple moves. Rage completely drowned out the remaining bit of reason in his heart, so he lunged at Peter regardless of everything, launching a fierce attack based only on the most primitive survival instinct. Sharp claws tore through the air, pouncing with the whistle of the Shinigami. The thick tail whipped toward Peter again, trying to smash him into a folding screen on the spot. But facing Dr. Lizard's reckless attack, Peter's face still showed no ripple of emotion. He just stepped aside, effortlessly dodging the tail attack. Want to move your body? Then I'll play with you for a bit. As Peter spoke, his fists traced series of afterimages in the air. Seeing this, Gwen, who was dodging the Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs while constantly maneuvering around him, almost had her heart in her throat. Is he crazy? To actually give up his powerful combat techniques and go head to head with the lizard monster without dodging. Bang bang bang. Just as such a thought surfaced in Gwen's mind, the muffled sounds of fists hitting flesh rang out one after another. Gwen subconsciously turned her head and saw, the Punisher, was actually trading blows with the lizard monster. Moreover, he performed with such leisurely steps, as if he couldn't feel the pressure at all. No, it wasn't, as if he couldn't feel the pressure, he really had no pressure. This guy even found time to reach out and yawn. This time, it wasn't very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. Dr. Lizard's eyeballs completely turned from yellow-brown to crimson. He almost frantically continued to attack Peter, and the battle between the two left the corridor in a mess. The ground was full of craters from the impacts, and the walls and classrooms they passed were torn apart. On the playground below, the high school students who were taking refuge were originally so scared their breathing almost stopped. But seeing the two fighting more and more vigorously, they actually started cheering one by one. What the Punisher and that lizard monster were currently dismantling was the place where they went to school. This was just like the daydream every kid in a certain large eastern country has had. I'm off to blow up the school, with a pack of explosives on my back. Now, the dream had become reality. As long as the Punisher or the lizard monster threw one more punch at the surrounding classrooms, they could have an extra day off. Even many of the seniors among them might be able to just lie at home until graduation. Not having to attend a single day of class and being on vacation until graduation, what a beautiful thing. So cool. Punisher, help us out, give the classroom next to you another punch. Nice. I love you to death, Punisher. I want to have your babies. Seeing that an entire floor of the teaching building had been almost destroyed by himself and Dr. Lizard's movements also became slower and slower. Peter then spoke mockingly. Hey, no way. I haven't even started trying yet, and you're already giving out. Humble human. Stop talking big in front of me. Dr. Lizard retorted angrily. But this behavior precisely proved his weakness. If the serum was still in full effect, he could never have spoken such a coherent sentence. Talking big. Peter sneered, and in the next second, his entire being instantly turned into a black and red afterimage. Followed by boom. A straight punch hit Dr. Lizard's stomach like a heavy cannon. Caught off guard, Dr. Lizard took this punch, the solid scales on his body were shattered, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. It's not over yet. Peter didn't give the midair Dr. Lizard any chance to adjust his state. Stomping heavily on the ground, he rushed toward Dr. Lizard at high speed. Followed by aura 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 aura. Like a storm of consecutive normal punches, Dr. Lizard felt like a small boat in a violent storm. His massive body became almost entirely a large punching bag, with no chance to fight back, only able to retreat steadily under the barrage of Peter's aura sounds. After taking who knows how many hundreds of punches, with his joints deformed and his body size completely shrunk back to a normal human, Dr. Lizard struggled to get up from the ruins, but failed several times in a row. Finally, Dr. Lizard's vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Dr. Lizard retired. How's that? I'm quite punctual, aren't I? Having laid out Dr. Lizard, Peter turned back to look at Gwen, his voice lazy and flippant. Gwen, Green Goblin. Before Gwen could even snap out of it, the Green Goblin subconsciously glanced at the time display built into his helmet, and then couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cold air. From the moment this guy called the Punisher engaged Dr. Lizard until Dr. Lizard lay motionless like a dead lizard, the whole process really took less than a minute. The moment he realized this, the Green Goblin couldn't help but shudder, nearly falling off his glider. The madness and playfulness in his eyes had vanished, replaced instantly by the weakness and tendency for compromise characteristic of a capitalist. Run. I have to run right now. This guy is not someone I can deal with at all. The Green Goblin knew his physical condition very well. The physique enhancement potion had only increased his physical capabilities by about a dozen times, therefore, he actually couldn't compete with Dr. Lizard in terms of either strength or speed. In other words, I'm an ADC. What sane ADC would think of standing their ground against a heavy juggernaut? Dr. Lizard had super regeneration, which allowed him to tank over 100 punches from that guy named the Punisher. As for him, if those fists landed on his body, forget being pounded into mincemeat, he'd probably be kneaded into hand-beaten beef balls. With that thought, the Green Goblin didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately manipulated the machine guns at the front of the Green Goblin glider to fire wildly, then threw out all the remaining pumpkin bombs on the glider. And then, without a second thought, he turned and fled. The Green Goblin's plan was quite beautiful in his mind, but he had overlooked one thing. That was the fact that Gwen had spider sense. Almost the instant he made his move, Gwen reacted immediately. Run! Gwen first shouted a warning, then stepped off the school building's railing and jumped out, while using the web shooter in her hand to stick to the Green Goblin glider. And Peter also made a judgment almost instantly. He immediately hoisted Dr. Connors and performed a leap of faith from the third floor of the school building. Almost at the same time Peter landed with Connors, the school building behind them was completely blown into ruins. At that moment, realizing she had to do something, Gwen used all her strength to physically drag the Green Goblin down from the air. Peter and Gwen's coordination was incredibly seamless. Almost the moment Gwen pulled the Green Goblin glider down, Peter, noticing the webbing was about to snap, exerted sudden force. He soared into the air, while a deep blue Rasengan had already condensed in his hand. Boom! The Rasengan smashed heavily onto the Green Goblin glider, blasting a massive hole in it on the spot. The Green Goblin glider exploded instantly, and the Green Goblin tumbled miserably to the ground, his armor severely damaged by the impact of the Rasengan and the explosion. Gwen instinctively wanted to step forward to subdue the Green Goblin, but was stopped by Peter's hand. He walked quickly to the Green Goblin's side. Just as he crouched down, the Green Goblin suddenly lunged, a sharp blade popping out from his right arm armor, stabbing fiercely toward Peter's throat. If this move had been used on Gwen, even with her spider sense, she would have most likely suffered a heavy blow after dodging the vital spot. But the reason Peter didn't let Gwen come forward was precisely to guard against this trick of his. Although he didn't have spider sense, he had predicted the Green Goblin's prediction. Thus, just as the Green Goblin made a move, Peter keenly tilted his head, and after dodging the thrust, he moved like lightning to grab the Green Goblin's arm. Terrifying strength crushed the arm plating of the Green Goblin's armor along with his bones. Ah! The Green Goblin screamed in agony and immediately became compliant. To prevent this guy from having any other hidden tricks on him, Peter reached out and quickly pressed several spots on the Green Goblin's armor, directly crushing the entire suit into scrap. Now, even if the Green Goblin wanted to play dirty, it would be to no avail. The Green Goblin also hadn't expected that the Punisher, as a heroic figure, would be so cautious. With all his means exhausted, he could only helplessly try to use words to tempt the Punisher into letting him go. To this, Peter simply ignored him and tucked him under his arm, then turned to hoist Dr. Connors onto his shoulder as well. You can't take them away. The battered Gwen tried to stop Peter. To this, Peter only said coldly, Miss Ghost Spider, you wouldn't want me to take off your mask in public, would you? We're all superheroes, you're being far too much. Gwen's small face under the mask flushed red with anger. But she was indeed frightened by the threat. She knew very well that in her current battered state, she couldn't be his match. So, she could only aggrievedly hypnotize herself. I'm not being a coward, I'm just, oh, right. I'm just worried about Peter. I wonder where he's hiding and if he's safe now. Seeing Gwen leave tactfully, Peter then turned to look at his surroundings. Countless boys and girls there wanted to crowd around to observe him up close, yet feared his power, so they could only shout to him from a distance. Looking at the students whose faces were full of gossip, a mischievous smile suddenly curled the corners of Peter's mouth under the mask. Kids, you know what? Gossiping comes with a price. The students who heard this burst into laughter, thinking the Punisher was just joking with them. But in the next second, they saw the Punisher walk with the two villains to the front of the school that had been blown into ruins. What is he going to do? A few students felt a faint, ominous premonition in their hearts. And then, they saw a scene that they would never forget and that would utterly break them. As the Punisher pressed one hand onto the ruins of the school, a soft light quickly covered the debris. Then, under the power of this white light, those ruins still burning with fire actually began to float rapidly, restoring themselves according to some strange power. In the blink of an eye, a brand new Midtown High School appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at it, it seemed even newer than before it was bombed. No. At this moment, countless boys and girls let out the heart-wrenching sound of an explosion. I wish you a happy time, learning, in school tilde. After leaving behind such a sentence, Peter hoisted the Green Goblin and Dr. Lizard, jumped over the campus fence, and turned to leave coolly. Behind him, looking at the Punisher, who left after the deed was done, hiding his merit and fame, the students completed the mental journey from fans to haters in the blink of an eye. Punisher, you failed us. Punisher, you have no heart. Scumbag, I never want to have your babies. Never. The moment he saw the school being restored, the Green Goblin, who had been incessantly trying to tempt the Punisher, fell silent instantly. Looking at the brand new school, he felt his mind go blank. Beneath the Green Goblin helmet, his aged and cloudy eyes widened to their limits at this moment. An invisible thunderclap exploded in his mind. In this moment, his feelings were just like Yongdong's in the three-body problem. Physics no longer exists. Everything happening before his eyes could not be explained by modern science at all. This was entirely a miracle, or rather, magic. After all, the Green Goblin wasn't a pure scientist, so he wasn't about to commit suicide on the spot. On the contrary, after the brief shock and breakdown, a more fervent, more extreme emotion instantly occupied his entire brain. It wasn't fear, nor was it despair. It was absolute hope. It was as if a drowning man had grabbed onto the last life-saving straw. This Punisher possessed the miraculous power to repair inorganic matter. Then, could this power be used to repair organic matter, or rather, the human body? Could it repair a genetic chain that was already on the verge of collapse? Once this thought arose, it was like a prairie fire, instantly incinerating all the logic and madness in his mind. Norman Osborn knew very well that his physique enhancement potion was only a half-finished product. The potion had birthed the Green Goblin personality and given him great power, but it hadn't eradicated the Osborn family's hereditary disease. The potion only gave him a stronger body, thereby temporarily delaying the countdown to genetic collapse. But the Shinigami's scythe still hung over his and Harry's necks. Before, in order to survive, he could only pin his hopes on Peter Parker and Ghost Spider. But now, he saw a fork in the road. A brand new possibility. What was that you just used? The Green Goblin's voice was no longer arrogant and mocking as before, but carried a humility and respect that even he hadn't noticed. Peter paused, glanced down at him with interest, and then spoke with a half-smile. It was just a type of repair magic. Magic. These two words were like a heavy hammer, smashing hard against the Green Goblin's heart. Does magic really exist in this world? Then, can this magic repair the human body? He squeezed these words out of his throat carefully, his voice dry like a traveler in the desert. Looking down at the Green Goblin, whose face was obscured by the mask, Peter couldn't help but smile inwardly. Although the development of events had exceeded his control. Fortunately, the result was good. It could even be said that it was completely beyond his expectations. In his original plan, he would have needed to waste a lot of breath and then owe the other party a favor to get the investment to start a company. But now, the situation had completely reversed. The one who owed a favor had become the Green Goblin, or rather, Norman Osborn. And this favor wasn't something that could be repaid with a simple tens of millions of US dollars. Thus, Peter spoke with feigned nonchalance. The human body, huh? Peter deliberately drew out his tone until the Green Goblin's heart was in his throat, and only then did he speak. Of course it can. The moment he heard these words, the Green Goblin felt as if he had heard a hymn from the gods. At this moment, the emotions belonging to Norman Osborn completely overwhelmed the madness of the Green Goblin. He suddenly grabbed Peter's hand and pleaded, Punisher, I want to make a deal with you. To make himself appear more credible, he revealed his true identity without any hesitation. You should have heard of me. I am Norman Osborn, the owner of Oscorp. As long as you can cure me, cure my son, I can give you everything you want. Wealth, power, women, I can even give you the entire Oscorp. Although he had awakened an evil personality like the Green Goblin due to the physique enhancement potion, his love for Harry had never changed from beginning to end. Whether he was Norman Osborn or the Green Goblin, he was willing to give up everything for Harry. Feeling Norman's constantly trembling hands, Peter finally spoke. This is not the place to talk. Norman was stunned upon hearing this, but then he immediately understood something. With trembling hands, he pressed a few buttons on the armor controller on his arm. Buzz tilde. Before long, a black stream of light sliced through the sky at extreme speed, hovering in front of Peter within a few breaths. It was a brand new Green Goblin glider. This was his last trump card, and also the escape tool he had prepared for himself. The Green Goblin had originally planned that if the Punisher was unyielding, he would use this final trump card to fight to the death at the critical moment. But now, this final bit of madness had become his way of showing sincerity. You just need to stand on it. It will take you to my family's manor on its own. Hearing this, Peter nodded noncommittally and immediately jumped onto the glider with Norman and Connors. The glider took to the air, flying toward the outskirts of New York like a bolt of lightning. Standing on the glider and looking at the busy traffic of New York City below, Peter couldn't help but feel a bit exhilarated. This Green Goblin glider was much more convenient than swinging on webs. Perhaps he really should ask Norman for one of these in the future. With this flying skateboard paired with Herman's battery technology, wouldn't Peter be able to go wherever he wanted in the future? While thinking this, the glider landed steadily on the lawn of the Osborn Manor. Norman had already arranged everything. The servants in the manor had all been dismissed to ensure that everything that happened would not be known by a fourth person besides the three of them. Sir, please follow me. After being set down, Norman respectfully guided Peter to the study, then took out his medical report and carefully explained the genetic disease he and Harry suffered from. After listening to Norman's explanation while pretending to be ignorant, Peter suddenly sighed, somewhat abruptly. I really didn't expect you and Harry to suffer from such a strange disease, Uncle Norman. Hearing this, Norman Osborn, who had just taken off his Green Goblin helmet, was instantly stunned. Sir Punisher, what did you just call me? He even wondered if he was hallucinating. Besides, how did this Punisher know Harry's name? While he was still pondering these questions, Peter had already raised his hand and removed his hood and the mask covering his face. As the oppressive hollow mask was removed, a young and familiar face that Norman could never have imagined in his wildest dreams was revealed. I heard you went to Midtown High School just to find me. Peter asked with a half smile. As for Norman, he was completely petrified at this moment, and he couldn't help but cry out in shock. Hey, Peter. Boom. Norman Osborn's brain crashed for the second time. If seeing the school restored had only shattered his worldview. Then, at this moment, when he recognized Peter's face, he began to wonder whether he was still asleep. How could he be having such an absurd dream? The Punisher is Peter Parker. The straight-A, somewhat introverted kid who's best friends with his own son. The teenage prodigy who helped Dr. Kurt Connors complete the decay rate algorithm. In an instant, countless clues snapped together in his mind. Norman Osborn couldn't stop himself from blurting out. If the Punisher is Peter, then Ghost Spider must be. Norman suddenly recalled his son once mentioning that Peter had a childhood friend named Gwen, and that girl seemed to be Dr. Connors' assistant. Gwen Stacy. Could the world really be this small? His gut told him the conclusion was outrageously absurd. Just as Norman was about to laugh it off as a joke, he noticed the smile on Peter's face vanish. The boy he'd treated like a nephew stared at him coldly, a faint but unmistakable murderous aura flooding the study. Green Goblin, you know too much. Peter stepped toward Norman, voice icy. For Harry, and for Gwen, it looks like I'll have to silence you permanently. The instant those words hit him, Norman felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet to the top of his skull. Why couldn't he keep his big mouth shut? At that moment Norman wanted nothing more than to slap himself silly. Even if he'd guessed it, he didn't have to say it out loud. Regret washed over him and he instinctively opened his mouth to beg. Before a sound could escape, a hand flashed out and pressed against his chest. It was over. He was going to die. Norman shut his eyes in despair. But, 1 second passed, then 2, then 10, yet he felt no blinding pain. Instead, a warm, peaceful, life-filled energy surged through every limb. Norman felt as though his body were submerged in a spring. The cracks threatening to tear him apart were slowly being glued shut. The mad, savage persona that called itself Green Goblin howled in defiance. Before this strange power, it melted like snow under the sun, silenced and erased. A few seconds later, the light faded. Peter withdrew his hand. Norman shivered and slowly opened his eyes. He stared at his hands in disbelief, feeling reborn. His body was more comfortable than ever, and inside, his mind was utterly calm. As if he'd received a sacred baptism from the inside out. Only then did he realize what Peter had meant by silencing. An indescribable gratitude and guilt flooded his heart. The boy had not only saved his life but had also chosen this way to set him on the right path. Peter, Norman Osborn's voice cracked. The man who commanded $100 billion empire and could make Wall Street tremble with a stomp was on the verge of tears. Gratitude filled his heart toward the teenager before him. Don't get too emotional, Uncle Norman. It's what I should do. Harry's my best buddy, after all. Peter's tone stayed flat, as though he'd done nothing worth mentioning. He turned and applied the same technique to the unconscious Dr. Connors. White light flashed. Dr. Lizard's hideous scales and mutations receded, his injuries healed, and even his severed right arm regrew before their eyes. Norman Osborn watched, stunned. Peter, what kind of power is this? You could call it my magic. Norman clicked his tongue, instinctively savoring the wondrous sensation. That feeling was so marvelous it was hard not to crave it for himself. Only when he caught himself entertaining such an ungrateful thought did he notice a gaze on him. Following it, he found Peter regarding him with a half-smile. What are you thinking, Uncle Norman? That look sent another chill through Norman. Every reckless idea evaporated instantly. Forget it, this power wasn't something he could ever wield. It belonged to Peter alone. I was just curious how you acquired this ability. He couldn't help asking. He'd practically watched the boy grow up, yet had never sensed such talent. Honestly, I don't know, it chose me. You know, some things defy explanation. One day I woke up and, bam, I had it. Peter offered an abstract excuse, yet it worked perfectly, snuffing out any desire Norman had to learn. Also, just so you know, this magic only dispels abnormal influences, it can't fix inborn defects. In other words, I can't cure the genetic flaws you and Harry have, your DNA remains unchanged. But as long as I'm around, you can keep working on the serum, and I'll make sure neither of you ever suffers its side effects. Even if you never finish the serum, I can keep you both healthy and let you live long, long lives. Though a flicker of disappointment crossed Norman's mind, he tossed it aside and looked at Peter with heartfelt gratitude. That's more than enough, truly. I don't even know how to repay you. Then, as though suddenly remembering something, he turned solemn. Right, Peter, there's something important. What you did at school has probably drawn the attention of certain special departments. As far as I know, this department is called SHIELD. Its full name is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, a mysterious department that was authorized to be established after World War II. The authority of this department is extremely high and nearly ubiquitous, monitoring abnormal events occurring in every corner of the globe at all times. Peter, your previous act of repairing the school has probably already been discovered by them. Even though you were masked at the time, with their power and background, they can likely easily deduce your true identity. Speaking to this point, even Norman Osborn's brow furrowed deeply, unconsciously feeling worried for Peter. No one knew better than he how insane Peter's healing ability was. Once such power became known to those high-level politicians, they would definitely want to get Peter at any cost. When that time came, whether SHIELD chose to forcibly conscript Peter or Peter chose to resist for his freedom, it would be a dead end of a dilemma for him. After all, he couldn't just watch his savior, Peter, fall into trouble, but at the same time, he also knew he couldn't contend with the entire state machine. At this thought, Norman Osborn's brow furrowed even deeper, and he couldn't help but adopt the posture of an elder to lecture Peter. Your previous behavior was still too careless. You can't act so impulsively in the future. Even if you love to study, you can't expose your special abilities just for the sake of studying. But to Norman's complete surprise, facing this kindness, Peter showed an everything is under control smile. Uncle Norman, is there a possibility that I was careless on purpose? As soon as he said this, Norman's brain crashed yet again. What do you mean you were careless on purpose? Peter, of course, wasn't just being stubborn. The reason he chose to restore the school at that time wasn't purely out of a prankster's mindset, but because there were two deeper meanings. The first meaning, naturally, was to attract the Green Goblin's attention, hooking him like a fish. Currently, from the results, this objective has already been fully achieved. And his second objective was precisely to proactively attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. As for why he wanted to do this, the answer was naturally for sacrifice points. In Norman's view, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a den of monsters that devoured people without leaving a trace, using the pretext of national security to force anyone to become their slaves or lackeys. But in Peter's eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather S.H.I.E.L.D., was a golden fat sheep. Motherfuller Man, Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Pierce, Crossbones, and Baron Strucker hiding in the shadows, the items on these people were all good things that could provide Peter with sacrifice points. It could be said that Peter entering S.H.I.E.L.D. was equivalent to locking a fat sheep in a pen, focusing on shearing it however he wanted. Of course, Peter would definitely not sell out his integrity just for sacrifice points. He intended to become a hero admired by thousands, but that didn't mean he would work himself to death for Nick Fury. He was already a beast of burden before transmigrating, if he still had to be a beast of burden after transmigrating, and for the cabinet, no less, then wouldn't his translocation be for nothing? Living a new life, he, Peter Parker, was destined to be the freest man in this world. As for S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers, in the future, they would only be fit to kneel down and beg him to do things. Don't worry, Uncle Norman, I know what I'm doing. A mere S.H.I.E.L.D. can't do anything to me. Seeing Peter act so confidently, although Norman was still a bit apprehensive, he already believed Peter's words. After all, he had seen with his own eyes how powerful Peter was. With just physical strength, he crushed Dr. Lizard. At the same time, he also possessed the healing ability to bring the dead back to life and grow flesh on white bones. Additionally, there was the blue magic bullet he had glimpsed earlier. Possessing so many means, if S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to turn against Peter, they would probably really have to weigh their options carefully. Since you know what you're doing, then I won't ask more. After a brief hesitation, Norman steeled his heart and chose to trust Peter. In short, if you need anything, just speak up. You are the savior of Harry and me. As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely do my best to help you. While Norman was speaking, Dr. Connors on the sofa also let out a groan and slowly opened his eyes. Peter. Norman. Dr. Connors somewhat suspected he had a memory lapse. He remembered that after he turned into the lizard monster, hadn't he been defeated by the Punisher? He was prepared for death, but in the end, nothing happened. Even looking at his intact right arm, Connors just felt like he was in a daze. What the hell? Is this my hand? Seeing his bewildered look, Norman kindly helped explain the sequence of events to him. After hearing that Peter was the Punisher and had even cured his arm with magic, Connors couldn't help but bow deeply to Peter in excitement. Peter, I'm sorry to you, sorry to Gwen, sorry to everyone. He felt extremely remorseful for losing control. After the remorse, he suddenly looked up at Peter and spoke with a determined expression. Since my life was saved by you, Peter. Then from now on, my life is in your hands. I, Kurt Connors, am willing to swear in the name of God that I am willing to do anything for you from now on and will never betray you. Facing the debts of gratitude offered by the two, Peter did not show any embarrassment and accepted this near master servant status very calmly. His status was bound to get higher and higher in the future, there was really no need to maintain a so-called modest gentleman persona. In the future, helping them reach higher levels while achieving his own goals would be far more useful than caring about these superficial things. Speaking of which, I really do have two things I need your help with. First, regarding the matter of Gwen's and my identities. I hope you two can help keep the secret. Before we want to make our identities public, you cannot leak it to anyone, including those closest to you. Dr. Connors and Norman both nodded solemnly. In addition, I hope you won't reveal everything that happened today to Gwen, and especially don't let her know that I am the Punisher. To this, the two were first a bit stunned, then they looked at each other and showed strange yet understanding expressions. Young people nowadays really know how to play more and more creatively. However, since the young couple liked to have their little games, they, as elders, naturally had no reason to intervene. Just waiting to watch the drama unfold would be enough. After Peter finished setting the ground rules with Norman and Dr. Connors about keeping their identities secret, he told them he'd put Herman to work on a new battery and was preparing to enter the mobile phone market. Norman looked very interested. A bold idea even began to form in his mind. He knew better than anyone how rotten things had become inside Oscorp, but with death so near he hadn't had the luxury of thinking long-term. Now that his health was restored, Norman figured he could jettison the company's dead weight and let it rise from the ashes, better than before. For instance, he could back Peter's company in Harry's name. Once the new firm was strong enough, Oscorp would be driven straight into bankruptcy. Peter could then buy back the choicest pieces of the old company. A simple left-hand to right-hand shuffle would let Oscorp dump its idiot shareholders and mountains of toxic assets. After the diet, a new and improved lizard serum plus the physique enhancement potion could be unveiled, and a reborn Oscorp, controlled entirely by father and son, would soar again. Without hesitation, Norman laid the whole scheme on the table. Peter loved it, and the two quickly drafted the Operation Oscorp plan. With that, Peter's business empire officially set sail. Once every detail was locked in, Peter still made sure to fleece the pair. Green grade sacrificial item detected. Dr. Lizard's white coat. Dr. Lizard's favorite white coat, witness to many breakthroughs, and to the monster he became. Sacrifice for 400 points. Blue grade sacrificial item detected. Proto-Green Goblin armor. First generation battle suit personally designed by the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. Rugged, weapon-packed, the very hardware that turned him into a Spider-Verse supervillain, and a priceless keepsake. Sacrifice for 1,000 points. The two items handed Peter a tidy 1,400 sacrifice points, pushing his balance to 5,200. Now he only had to wait for next month's new stock. With that happy thought, Peter hopped on his flying skateboard and zipped away from the Osborn estate. Yes, Norman had simply given him the glider. With his evil persona gone, he wouldn't be playing villain anymore. As for superheroics, at his age, the fire was spent. The craft was useless to him now. Better to let Peter have it as a goodwill gesture. While Peter streaked across New York on the Green Goblin glider, in Washington, inside the Triskelion. Level 8 Agent Phil Coulson burst into Director Nick Fury's office with a laptop. Sir, satellites caught a supernatural incident in New York, here's the footage. Fury, sipping coffee, clicked play. When he saw Ghost Spider, the Punisher, the Green Goblin and Dr. Lizard mixing it up, he sneered. That all. He'd expected something major, instead it looked like masked kids playing tag. He was still scoffing, until the Punisher unloaded a whirlwind assault and flattened Dr. Lizard. That strength, that speed, impressive. Maybe even captain class, worth recruiting, Fury thought. As the clip wound down, it showed the Punisher restoring the school. PFF'd. Watching the rubble levitate and snap back into place, Fury spat coffee all over Coulson. The one-eyed spymaster didn't even think to apologize, he just rewatched the restoration again and again. The more he watched, the brighter his remaining eye gleamed. That was a bona fide superpower. What's the name of the black and red suit? Fury demanded, greed shining in his eye. Even if it only fixed inanimate objects, S.H.I.E.L.D. could save a fortune on repairs. If it could heal people too, game changer. A cleric who could raise the dead, a strategic weapon the military must never learn about, S.H.I.E.L.D. had to own it. He might even help wake the captain. They'd only recently fished Captain Barry out of Arctic ice after 70 plus years. They'd brought him to S.H.I.E.L.D., but thawing him risked complications. Bring this healer in and revival could be done safely. Once the captain was on his feet, the Avengers initiative would jump ahead. Plus, with that power in his pocket, Fury's own life and health would have extra insurance. Whoever this guy was, Fury had to have him. Reading the naked greed in the director's eye, Coulson reported. Sir, he calls himself the Punisher, 2 confirmed sightings so far, this one included. The other was 2 days ago, when he and the black and white Ghost Spider stopped a Manhattan bank heist. Judging by his strength and methods, I strongly suspect he was also the recent Doc Butcher case that shocked the country. Satellite tracking shows his last known location, the Osborn estate. After hearing Coulson out, Fury wanted the Punisher even more. Everything the man had done marked him as no homicidal maniac. Sure, the name, Punisher, reeked of ego. But Fury loved breaking cocky self-styled tough guys. Reminded him of a certain billionaire playboy he already had in his sights. Decision made, Fury barked. Coulson, move. Full court press on intel about this Punisher. Contact Norman Osborn, make him hand over everything he has on the guy. He's shown up twice near Midtown High, odds are he lives nearby. Send our best agents to infiltrate the school, assess whether his power's a security risk and, by any means necessary, bring him to me. Fury rubbed his chin, then added. Put Natasha Romanoff on it. The next day, at Midtown High. Across campus, students were still buzzing about yesterday's heart-stopping four-way showdown. Every other minute the corridors echoed with shouts of, "The Punisher." Because the school had inexplicably rebuilt itself overnight, the previously obscure Punisher was suddenly flooded with media attention. Reporters poured into Midtown High, cornering anyone for interviews and doing whatever they could to dig up more dirt on the Punisher. JJJJ. Jonah Jameson praised the Punisher to the skies. Though both hid their faces, JJJ insisted Ghost Spider left destruction wherever she went, whereas, the Punisher, had restored an entire school in front of the city, giving kids a place to learn and saving tens of millions in property damage. The comparison made one look clearly superior. Such blatant double standards had Gwen so furious she suited up at dawn and plastered Times Square's giant screen with webbing over JJJ's smug face. Class, because Mr. Tommy, our politics teacher, broke his leg, we have a substitute, Ems Tasha. As the homeroom teacher spoke, a black-stockinged leg stepped into view, snapping every dozing boy upright. When the red-haired, pin-up gorgeous, pencil-skirted Ms. Tasha strode in, the room exploded. The boys near morphed into Indians, dying to whoop and holler. Even the girls stared, equal parts envy and awe. She was too stunning, too romantic. She eclipsed every awkward teen in the room. Listening to the wolf whistles, Gwen rolled her eyes. So shallow. Peter would never act like that. Thinking so, Gwen glanced sideways, then huffed in disgust. Not far away, Peter was staring unblinking at the new teacher, a weird grin on his face, turning Gwen's already sour mood even darker. I can't believe you're that kind of Peter. She glared at Ms. Tasha's curves, looked down at her own modest bumps, and felt worse. If Peter could hear her thoughts, he'd swear his innocence. Sure, he'd looked, okay, several looks. But he wasn't mesmerized. He was only shocked that the blackballed director had rolled out Marvel's must-eat list Black Widow on day one. Good morning, class. Just as Peter was enjoying the surprise. Ms. Tasha, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, introduced herself while sweeping the room. A moment later her gaze locked on Peter and Gwen. A top-tier agent, she could read status from bearing and mood from eyes. To her, these two teens stood out. They were also the exact names Nick Fury had told her to watch. Last night S.H.I.E.L.D. had phoned Norman Osborn and squeezed a few vague facts from him. Like, Gwen had assisted Kurt Connors, Peter had cracked the decay rate algorithm. Norman had said little, but for Natasha it was enough. A pro spy, she was sure she could spot their weak points. With that, Natasha started the lesson. 45 minutes flew. When the bell rang she paused. Peter Parker, see me in my office. Peter stayed calm, winked at Gwen, and followed. As expected, the office was empty, just Natasha and him. Have a seat. She flashed a sultry smile and crossed her black-sheathed legs. The stockings whispered as thigh pressed against thigh, curves shifting distractingly. Natasha meant only small talk to fish for intel. But Peter's first line jolted her rigid. Skip the pointless fishing, Agent Natasha Romanoff. Instantly every muscle coiled, her hand brushed the lipstick gun in her pocket. I don't know what you mean, Peter. Don't you? He smiled, tapped the desk with one finger. Thud. Solid wood parted like wet paper. My patience is thin. If I don't hear what I want, you and your people lose the chance to talk to me, forever. He'd considered playing along, then tossed the idea. No need. Sparring with S.H.I.E.L.D. gained him nothing. They already suspected, any future move would let them piece together his identity. Better to hit first, make the one-eyed man fear his power and bargain for better terms. Staring at the hole, Natasha broke a cold sweat. Decades in the field and she'd never seen a target like this. It left her off balance, unsure what to do. How did a high schooler know her name? Even if he was super-powered and had heard of S.H.I.E.L.D. from Norman Osborn, he shouldn't have spoken her real one. Questions swirled, but she inhaled, steadied herself, and played along. Fine. I admit it, Peter, or should I say Punisher. I'm here on behalf of Director Nick Fury. Your abilities are strategically vital. Serve your country. She opened with the Patriot card. Peter sneered. Auntie, times have changed. You think you'll jump at, serve your country, like Captain America and snap on a dog collar. Natasha's eyes flickered with resignation at Peter's mocking remark. Kids these days really aren't cute anymore. And what's with calling me auntie and talking about dog leashes? That's just plain nasty. I'm still on the clock for SHIELD. Show a girl some respect. But she was a battle-hardened ace and had pictured every scenario, including the target's outright refusal. Besides, she wasn't a true American and felt no real loyalty to the flag, so she wasn't personally offended. Seeing no need for further stealth, Natasha relaxed. She shifted, leaning forward, chin propped lazily on one hand, green eyes studying Peter with interest. All right, I was clearly overthinking it. Why don't you list every condition for joining SHIELD? I'll pass it up verbatim. If we hit a snag, I can take you straight to my boss after school for a face-to-face. Natasha figured she'd been nothing but sweet. Peter didn't soften, his answer was blunt. Dream on. I don't join anything. He leaned back, arms folded, face cold. I won't be leashed by people or rules. Best I'll do is cooperate. I'll solve problems you can't, then you pay me what I deem fair. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Natasha's fingers against her cheek stiffened, the kid was unreal. No organization, no restraints. Who does this high schooler think he is, God? He believes fixing objects lets him take on the whole world. Naive. Peter read her mind and cut straight in. I know what you're thinking, arrogant little punk, right? Agent Natasha, understand this. His stare bored into her, pressing even her seasoned nerves. My confidence comes from being strong enough. He opened his right hand. Woomph. A blue sphere spun violently in midair, screeching and warping the air around it. The raw power snapped every hair on her body upright. What the hell? Before she could blink, he pressed the Rasengan into a desk. SHRRRK. No explosion. The solid oak simply vanished into sawdust as if swallowed by a black hole. He reached toward the pile. Soft white light bathed the wood. Seconds later, an untouched desk stood exactly where it had been. Silence. Cold sweat dotted Natasha's forehead. Her ironclad heart, forged through countless ops, was suddenly racing. She got it now. This brat had every right to be cocky. Destroy, then restore, near godlike. At his age with that power, she'd have been worse. Finally she found her voice, a tremor slipping through. Are you even human? Peter grinned. Of course. He chuckled, then snatched her right hand from her knee. Instinct screamed resist, but his grip was lightning and steel, she couldn't move. He laid her palm over his heart. Check for yourself if you don't believe me. Through thin cloth, warmth and a steady, powerful beat thudded against her hand. Feeling the hard muscle, Natasha blinked, then a flicker of embarrassment and irritation crossed her face. Was the little brat flirting with her? Screw that, she wasn't backing down. If he wanted to feel. Fine. Her hand slid over his chest, biceps, abs, cough. Any lower would be rude. Seeing no reaction from him, she stopped short. Swallowing her annoyance, and something else, she said. Okay, you're human. I'll relay your terms. Name them. Simple. He raised 3 fingers once she let go. 1. Don't mess with my normal life or spy on me. Cross that line and they'll pay. Natasha nodded. Understood. We'll pull everyone back. 2. I deal only with you and Director Fury. My identity stays hidden from the rest of SHIELD, the government, the military, everyone, unless I say otherwise. That won't be easy. Even Director Fury has to report upstairs. Not my problem. Fail it and we're done. Natasha sighed inwardly, brat, and nodded. Got it. I'll pass it up. Good. Peter smiled. Last and most important. Deploy your best agents. When I'm not home, give top-tier protection to my guardians, Uncle Ben Parker and Aunt May Parker. And don't even think of using them against me. Anyone tries, I'll kill him in perfect rhythm. The instant Peter voiced that final demand, the air in the office froze solid. Natasha felt an inexplicable pressure bear down on her, so cold it cut to the bone. In that split second she realized exactly how much the boy's guardians, Ben and May, meant to him. They were, quite simply, the teenager's reverse scale, touch them and you died. The discovery left her torn between hope and dread. The hopeful part, a young man who honored his elders this deeply couldn't be a true villain. When real enemies came, he would stand with them, not against them. An extra ally was always better than an extra enemy. The dread, their control freak of a director, Nick Fury, was the sort who'd do absolutely anything to get what he wanted. If the black egg decided to threaten Peter through his guardians, she didn't even want to picture it. It would end in a catastrophe SHIELD itself might not survive. After a brief lapse, she collected herself and looked at Peter, a faint complexity in her voice. I understand. I'll relay your terms to my superiors. Good. Seeing the legendary Black Widow so compliant put Peter in an excellent mood. I like obedient people. Because you've played along so nicely, I'll give you a little present. As he spoke, he reached out and rested a hand lightly on her shoulder. The horse talisman activated at once. A soft, warm white light enveloped Natasha. The glow wasn't harsh, it seeped into every cell with indescribable comfort, as though cleansing and remaking her from within. Then she felt an unprecedented warmth in her lower abdomen and knees, as though some long empty space deep inside her was being refilled. What did you do to me? Alarm flickered in her eyes, yet her voice trembled with the strange sensation, an involuntary, almost flirtatious hitch escaping her nose. Peter simply withdrew his hand, casual and faintly teasing, just patched up some old injuries, and returned something you once lost. There was more he didn't mention. Under the talisman's power, even the microchip implanted in her had been neutralized. Natasha herself didn't know about that, and spelling it out would have been too shocking. Even so, his offhand words struck her like thunder. Her body shook, her hands flew instinctively to her belly, already sensing, dimly, what he meant by something lost. It was her most secret scar, a wound that had never healed. A top graduate of the Red Room, she and her sisters had been forcibly stripped of womb and ovaries to become Black Widows. All her life she had sought belonging, yearning for a real home. Yet, cruelly, that mutilation meant she could never have a true family. She had believed she would have to settle for the warmth of pets to fill the void of kinship. Now Peter had handed her a brand new hope. The realization flooded even her battle-hardened heart, her eyes stung with the sudden urge to weep. She bit her lip hard, fighting back the sob that clawed at her throat, refusing to show weakness before this boy. Peter watched her with mild amusement and said, if you need to cry, you can borrow my shoulder, or even a hug, if you like. In your dreams. She rolled her eyes magnificently and turned away. Inside, though, her fondness for him grew. She wasn't some inexperienced girl like Gwen, she knew he had simply read her need for privacy and offered her an easy exit. She steadied the storm of emotion. When she faced him again, she wore her familiar sultry, languid poise. From her bag she produced a secure phone, tapped in a number, and said, whatever our director decides, we'll contact you with this. If you ever need our help, use it. She handed him the phone, hoisted her bag, and headed for the door. I'm going to make my report. You may be asked to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. tonight, let your family know so they won't worry. Only after her curvaceous silhouette vanished did Peter look away, a confident smile playing at his lips. With today's little gift, turning the Avengers' future linchpin would be effortless. About an hour later, Natasha stepped into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s clandestine New York facility. The elevator dropped her 17 floors underground. There, in the large office, Nick Fury waited impatiently for good news. Yet when she walked in, he blinked in surprise. Agent Romanoff, back so soon. Don't tell me you've already met the guy calling himself the Punisher. She gave a slight nod. I did. The Punisher is Peter Parker. To my embarrassment, he spotted me first and laid out his terms. She recounted everything, save for the little gift. As expected, the man who'd sailed smoothly with scroll backing exploded when he heard Peter's conditions. He barely respected even Tony Stark and schemed to control him. With Captain Marvel, near godlike, behind him, he wasn't about to kowtow to some high school kid, and he slammed the table in classic style. Mother, does he think he's the President of the United States? The usually arrogant Nick Fury was huffing and puffing with rage. He was already plotting how to deal with this clueless high school kid. For instance, pretend to agree to his terms first, then quietly take control of his guardians. Let the little brat despair, then step in like a hero to rescue those guardians. Make him realize how high the sky is and how thick the earth is, while he weeps with gratitude and bows at my feet. To rise to director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury had done more shady deeds than he could count. A little scheme like this caused him zero guilt. Coulson, compile every scrap of data on Peter Parker's guardians, relatives and friends for me. Beside him, Natasha heard that a new Fury was up to no good. Before meeting Peter, she'd have seen nothing wrong with such tactics. After all, her training had always taught her, any collateral damage was acceptable if it served the mission. But right now, whether her ovaries and uterus had returned and the psychotropic drugs worn off, awakening some buried maternal instinct. Or Peter's fierce will to protect his family had shaken her. She stared at Fury's profile and found the man more repulsive by the second. With that thought, Natasha hesitated, then made a decision that went against everything she was. Director, I have to warn you, Peter Parker's abilities far exceed what you imagine. What you saw in that video is only the tip of the iceberg. Fury turned impatiently, his single eye sweeping over Natasha. Beyond being strong and fixing broken toasters, what else can he do? Natasha drew a deep breath. He can heal people, regrow lost limbs. The instant he heard it, Fury's expression shifted. So his guess had been right. The kid really could repair human bodies. If so, not only could the captain be saved, but he himself could enjoy lifelong health. Agents crippled on missions wouldn't need forced retirement. In short, with Peter Parker in hand, he could turn every SHIELD subordinate into a nuclear-powered workhorse. He could even stockpile vast political capital through the boy's power. Which old politico didn't carry some serious illness? Cure them through Peter, what enormous favors those would be. With those favors, SHIELD could do whatever it wanted. At that thought, Fury's anger was replaced by pure greed, his gaze turned crystal clear. If the boy truly was that miraculous, granting these petty demands wasn't impossible. But, certainly not so easily. He still had to test the kid, haggle the price to the floor. Otherwise, with Peter as precedent, how could he recruit other Avengers? Natasha, Fury's voice dropped, once more the wise, commanding director. When school ends, bring him here. I want a good talk with the boy. Natasha rolled her eyes mentally, but answered obediently. Yes, director. Night had fallen, the city's lights were coming on. Peter, having just reassured Uncle Ben and Aunt May, stepped outside to find Natasha leaning against a black SUV. After brief greetings he climbed in, and she drove him straight to SHIELD's New York branch. Seeing the familiar yet foreign corridors, he hooked a faint, unnoticed smile. Sheet pen, here I come. In his office, Fury watched Peter via surveillance. Noticing the kid's hayseed gawking, he sneered. Little brat, no threat at all. Thinking so, he straightened his jacket and, the moment Peter entered, loosed his long-nurtured aura of authority. Too bad Peter looked utterly unmoved. Seeing Fury, Peter frowned slightly and turned to Natasha. No way, legendary director of SHIELD is actually an in. Hearing the almost spoken slur, Natasha and Coulson nearly cracked up. They each recalled the saddest events of their lives before managing to say in mock annoyance. Show some respect to the director. Fury's single eye bulged, veins on his forehead throbbing. In all his years commanding the world's most secretive, powerful agency, no one had insulted him to his face. He nearly exploded on the spot, but, thinking of Peter's power, swallowed the rage and forced a smile uglier than a grimace. In fact, black people today excel in every field. A black director of SHIELD is nothing. Before he could finish, Peter cut in. Stop. I'm not here for a sociology lecture. Just tell me, will you meet my terms or not? A tick bulged on Fury's forehead. He'd had enough of this brat. He snorted coldly and decided to flex a little muscle first. Peter, I understand your mindset. Teen suddenly gets power and thinks everyone else is trash. But this world is far more complex than you imagine, plenty of things you can't solve alone. For instance, without my say-so, do you really think you'll walk out of SHIELD Alley? What's that jabbering about? Once again Peter brutally cut him off. Bees. He opened his right hand. Violent energy rapidly gathered in his palm. This time it was no ordinary Rasengan. Peter didn't bother shaping it, simply let his chakra pour in unchecked. The spinning blue sphere ballooned, and in a blink became a massive orb over a meter across. Energy detectors shrieked their alarms. Worse, it kept growing. Under Natasha, Fury and Coulson's horrified monster stares, Peter flashed a sunny, harmless grin. I'm walking out now, just try and stop me. And he's the director of SHIELD. Looking at the blue energy ball expanding wildly in Peter's palm, and then at the desk lamp and pen holder that were beginning to tremble slightly due to the terrifying energy fluctuations. Nick Fury felt his mouth go dry. He had seen many things. He had seen alien spaceships, superpowered individuals, and even a flurkin that looked like an orange cat but could easily swallow everything. But this thing in front of him, he had never fooling seen it before. It was as if this energy ball had no upper limit at all. What was even more terrifying was that the kid still looked completely unfazed, not even out of breath. Consuming so much energy, don't you feel like your body has been hollowed out? If one sentence could describe Nick Fury's mental state, it would be regret. Deep regret. He had originally thought that with the world's most powerful agent organization in his hands and Captain Marvel, who could punch through an alien fleet, as his backing, he could handle any threat on Earth. But now he realized he was wrong. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Even if he pressed that pager right this second, by the time Carol flew back from deep space, his ashes would have been scattered 800 times over. At this moment, he even began to suspect if Peter was an Inhuman or something similar. But that didn't make sense either. Richard Parker and Mary Parker, that couple were clearly excellent agents on SHIELD's records, with no record of any superpowers. Countless thoughts flashed wildly through Nick Fury's mind, but they eventually converged into one crystal clear realization. He had kicked a steel plate, and it was a vibranium one. Kid, calm down, let's talk this out. I didn't say I wouldn't agree to your request, did I? Survival instinct overwhelmed the director's dignity. Nick Fury ultimately chose to follow his heart and play it safe. But to this, Peter just raised an eyebrow. Kid. Nick Fury wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked tentatively. Little brother. Sir. Finally, Nick Fury closed his eyes and shouted helplessly. Lord Punisher. Tilda. Finally, the big ball Rasengan in Peter's hand dissipated, so quickly that it made Nick Fury and Coulson wonder if everything just now had been a hallucination. Natasha couldn't help but look at Peter with an extremely complex gaze, feeling that he didn't seem at all like a high schooler who had just come of age. The moment their eyes met, Peter gestured toward himself with his chin. Natasha rolled her eyes at him beautifully but still obediently brought him a cup of coffee. Peter sipped the coffee with sugar and milk, looking at Nick Fury's pale face with a half smile. I learned an old saying from the Great East today, arrogant at first and humble later. It makes one laugh to think of it. I wonder what it means. Nick Fury's pale face turned the color of pig liver, and a fire of anger burned in his single eye. In all his years leading S.H.I.E.L.D., when had he ever suffered such a grievance? Yet, he couldn't lash out. The shadow of death cast by that blue energy ball still loomed over his heart. He could only force down his anger and think quickly, trying to regain some initiative. Cough, cough. Nick Fury cleared his throat intentionally, forcing a change of subject. Pete. Lord Punisher, I think I need to give you a briefing on our shield. Blah blah blah. In short, the enemies we face are much more troublesome than you imagine. And, he stared intently at Peter, finally playing the trump card he had prepared for a long time. The enemies we face are not entirely unrelated to you. In fact, your parents' deaths are closely linked to SHIELD's arch-nemesis, Hydra. Nick Fury thought he would see Peter lose his composure, but Peter only gave an ambiguous cold laugh. Isn't it just Hydra and the Winter Soldier they control? He knew these things better than Nick Fury did. He not only knew of their existence but also knew that the so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. had long since become S.H.I.E.L.D. Aside from high-level agents like Coulson and Hill who could be trusted, almost everyone else was dirty. Looking at Nick Fury staring at him expectantly, Lord Punisher finally showed mercy, and gave him a chance to show off his eloquence. Go on. Nick Fury was somewhat disappointed not to see Peter lose his cool, but he adjusted his mood and spoke. The Hydra organization is the arch-enemy of Captain Steve Rogers. As far as I know, your parents' deaths were related to this organization's conspiracy. But because those events happened so many years ago, much of the data is unverifiable, however. At this point, Nick Fury's tone suddenly became high-spirited. Just recently, our people found the captain, who has been frozen for many years, in the North Pole. We were previously worried that forced thawing would cause irreversible damage to his body, but now your ability can perfectly awaken this legendary hero. Once you wake the captain, we might get more key intelligence about Hydra from him. This is not only for your parents' revenge but also concerns the safety of the entire world. Nick Fury's tone was passionate, as if inviting Peter to join an incredibly noble and great cause. But in the next second, the dark-skinned fellow showed his true colors. However, to prove your ability won't harm the captain, I need you to show me your healing power first. At this point, Nick Fury couldn't help but smile triumphantly in his heart. He felt like a genius. He could verify Peter's ability without any effort and naturally get him to treat Captain America for free. Who else in this world besides him could think of such a brilliant plan? Clap, clap, clap tilde. Meeting Nick Fury's excited gaze, Peter slowly and gently clapped his hands. Mr. Nick Fury, I must say, you certainly have a fine set of calculations. Nick Fury's heart sank, and an ominous feeling welled up. With just a few words, you want me to be your free labor and help you wake up Captain Barry. I must say, you really know how to get something for nothing. But, bang. Peter's tone shifted, and he suddenly slapped the office desk in front of him, shattering the solid wood desk on the spot. The captain who fell into the sea in 1945 can provide key intelligence for my parents' death in a 1994 plane crash. Don't you use your brain before making up lies. Saying this, he couldn't help but look at Natasha beside him, mimicking a famous pointing meme. And he's the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., making up lies that don't even add up. PFF'd. Cough, cough, cough. Standing to the side, Natasha finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Although she quickly covered it up with a series of coughs, her slightly twitching shoulders still betrayed her current mood. Nick Fury's single eye snapped toward Natasha, his gaze as cold as a Siberian cold front. In response, Natasha simply blinked her emerald green eyes innocently, suppressing a smile as she spoke. I just thought of something happy. Before Nick Fury could even ask, what happy thing, he heard a faint, coo-coo-coo, sound from behind him. He turned around to see Agent Coulson's large face turning beet red, his body shaking like a sieve. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was having an asthma attack. At this moment, Nick Fury felt like killing them to keep them quiet. But considering that his living ancestor, Peter, was still right there, he could only suppress the fury in his heart and explain. Peter, I'm not. Peter merely let out a hum, and Nick Fury was forced to humbly change how he addressed him. Lord Punisher, listen to my explanation. Hydra has not been destroyed. On the contrary, they disguised themselves as scientists and infiltrated the US through Operation Paperclip. To this day, they still pose a massive threat to national security. Oh tilde, Peter acted as if he had just realized something. No wonder someone like you could become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It makes sense now. Nick Fury. He was so angry he wanted to slam the table, only to realize the table had long since been smashed to pieces by Peter, so he could only grip his pants tightly. After a long while, he acted as if he hadn't heard anything and spoke. That's not the point. The point is that as long as the captain is revived, he can act as a deterrent against them. The captain himself can even identify many high-ranking Hydra members, helping us root them out one by one. Nick Fury put on an anxious look of concern for the country and its people, trying to move Peter this way. But Peter just leisurely sipped his coffee, and his words made Nick Fury want to explode on the spot. Look at you, getting all anxious again. I didn't say I wouldn't help. I was just commenting on how clumsy your lie-weaving skills are. I said it from the very beginning when I first met Natasha. As long as you can afford the price, I don't mind helping you solve some minor troubles. So, demonstrating my ability counts as one move, and waking the captain counts as a second move. For 2 moves, your shield will owe me 2 favors. That's reasonable, right? Nick Fury's hands were nearly tearing through his pants. Even when facing the military or high-ranking government officials, he had never been this passive. But unfortunately, he had no choice. As long as the youth opposite him wanted to flip the table, they would all be buried with him. For the Avengers Initiative, to save S.H.I.E.L.D. astronomical financial expenses, and to gain a strategic level, priest, who could bring back the dead and heal the living. Nick Fury kept chanting to himself in his mind. A moment later, he squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. Fine, I agree. The moment the words left his mouth, Nick Fury felt as if he had aged 10 years. Then, let's start with the demonstration of my ability. After finishing the coffee in his cup, Peter stretched and stood up. Hearing this, Nick Fury instantly perked up, and even began to wonder if he should have Peter heal his blind eye. He had hidden many secrets using the iris of that eye, after all. While Nick Fury was hesitating, he watched as Peter teleported right in front of Coulson. What's your name? Coulson was a bit overwhelmed by the attention and said. I am S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8 Agent, Phil Coulson, sir. Very good, relax. Peter smiled and patted his shoulder, then placed a hand on top of his head. Coulson was stunned. Nick Fury was also stunned. What is this kid doing? The next second, a soft and warm white light surged from Peter's palm, instantly enveloping Coulson's entire body. Coulson felt a warm current emerge within his body. Wherever it passed, chronic ailments like lumbar muscle strain, rheumatism, kidney deficiency, and urinary frequency melted away like snow. What made it even more unbelievable to him was, he felt his head was very itchy, as if he were growing a brain. Coulson subconsciously reached up to touch it. What his fingertips felt was no longer a smooth scalp, but a layer of fine stubble. Coulson instinctively looked at a nearby mirror. Seeing the stubble emerging on his head and growing rapidly, he was almost moved to tears. I've grown hair tilde. Lord Punisher, thank you. Coulson couldn't help but shout excitedly. He had been planning to save up for a hair transplant, but now he had saved a huge expense. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. At this moment, Nick Fury only found it noisy. Can you kid not understand human speech? I told you to demonstrate your ability so you could use it on me. What the hell do you mean by curing my subordinate's hair loss? Looking at Coulson's undignified appearance after gaining luscious locks, Nick Fury got even angrier. I want to grow hair too. Coulson. A low growl, suppressing endless rage, finally burst from Nick Fury's gritted teeth. Ah, officer. Coulson jolted, finally snapping out of his ecstasy. He looked at Fury's face, which was as black as ink, and belatedly realized that he seemed to have lost his composure too much just now. Moreover, Lord Punisher had given such a precious opportunity to demonstrate his ability to him. This seemed not quite right. But he couldn't be blamed, right? This was Lord Punisher's choice. Coulson silently smoothed his flowing hair, not knowing what to say for a moment. On the other side, seeing this scene, the smile on Peter's face deepened. This was the effect he wanted. Make Nick Fury lose his cool, lower his prestige, and take the opportunity to use his abilities to win over his most capable subordinates. In the long run, who the real person in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. is won't be up to you, Nick Fury. Thinking of this, Peter turned back to Nick Fury with mock innocence and said, Mr. Nick Fury, are you satisfied with my ability? Satisfied. Noticing Peter's kind smile, Nick Fury lost his temper again. He was being completely played. Good that you're satisfied. Next, take me to see the captain. After waking him up, I should head home. And so, Nick Fury, with an expression like he'd just lost his mother, had to lead Peter all the way to a laboratory, where Peter saw Steve Rogers frozen like a popsicle. Placing his hand on the block of ice, as Peter activated his ability, the hard ice covering the captain began to melt rapidly. Under the gazes of Nick Fury, Coulson, and Natasha, who looked as if they were seeing a god, the ice completely melted away, and Captain America opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, an incredibly flippant voice reached his ears. Oi tilde old timer, want to have a fight to warm up? Nick Fury, Natasha, Coulson, Captain America. When I type a question mark, it's not because I'm confused, it's because I think you're the one who's confused. What do you mean, let's fight to warm up? Ever heard of respecting your elders? Be nice to the 90-year-old, you punk. After a brief daze, Captain America didn't jump at Peter's challenge, instead he asked meekly. Could someone first tell me where I am, and what year this is? Hearing that, Nick Fury's eyes lit up. He hip-checked Coulson aside and planted himself in front of the captain, desperate to max out goodwill with his future star enforcer. Captain, welcome home. It's 2009. I'm Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Strategic Scientific Reserve you remember. He'd expected the legendary hero from the past to show immediate respect once he learned who was standing before him. Before Captain America could answer, though, a lazy voice drifted over. Bet you didn't see this coming, Captain. Peter, hands in his pockets, slouched against a lab bench and spoke in a tone that begged to be punched. These days, a black man can run a big outfit. My beloved America really is thriving tilde. Nick Fury. You little, will you never quit? Captain America. Crude, but, he's not wrong. After a blink of surprise, the ever PR-savvy captain flashed his trademark heroic smile and politely nodded to Nick Fury in greeting. Then he turned to Peter and said, Young man, thank you for saving me, but the director deserves respect. In America we're all equal. As he spoke he flexed his still stiff body, and a formidable aura rolled off him. About that spar, let's skip it. I'm still getting used to this body, I don't want to hurt any. He never finished. A sharp whistle of air split the space beside his ear. On pure super soldier instinct, Captain America snapped his hand up and caught the incoming fist. Smack. The instant fist met palm, the sound cracked like a whip through the air. Hiss. Captain America sucked in a breath, his handsome face twisting. What strength. He followed the arm to its owner, and found the clean-cut, college-aged kid who'd looked harmless a second ago. No honor among youngsters, ambushing a 90-something senior. Peter pulled back his fist and gave the captain a radiantly friendly grin. Looks like your bones haven't rusted solid after all. He dropped into a stance and beckoned. Come on. This is part of the therapy. A real fight beats any rehab workout. Peter wasn't a battle junkie or grandstander. He simply wanted to crush, in the most direct and brutal way, every last shred of hope Nick Fury still clung to. He'd already shown the magic deterrent with his giant Rasengan. Now he meant to floor the man Nick considered the ceiling of close quarters combat, using nothing but raw physical power. He would make it crystal clear, across every category of force, that Peter Parker was an opponent Nick Fury could never overcome. If Fury ever nursed another shady idea again, not even Captain America could protect him. Across the room, Nick Fury was secretly delighted each time Peter provoked the captain. He'd worried the captain might refuse to help against Peter out of gratitude. Now that Peter was shoving the legendary soldier right into his arms, Fury wasn't about to object. Let the captain beat some sense into you first, kid, show you what a real gap in power looks like. With that in mind, Fury called out. Captain, since Peter says it's therapeutic, why not humor him? It's for your own good. He egged Captain America on, stopping just short of yelling, Captain, get in there, don't wimp out. Captain America flexed his still tingling hand and studied the unfathomably strong but clear-eyed boy in front of him. After a second's hesitation he nodded. All right. He hopped off the lab table, blue eyes meeting Peter's as he said softly. Young man, bring it on. The words were barely out when Peter blurred to him, far faster than Nick or the others expected. Bam bam bam. In the blink of an eye they'd traded a dozen blows, leaving after images in the air. Captain, my body outranks yours, don't hold back, you'd better use that shield. Captain America gave a reflexive nod. The brief exchange had already shown him how formidable Peter was. The kid was easily super soldier tier, with superb fight sense and technique. He hadn't faced anyone this troublesome since before the ice. Realizing it, the captain felt a long-lost surge of excitement. He unslung the vibranium shield and warned. Watch out. The shield whipped out like a lethal comet, slicing at Peter's neck from a vicious angle, a battle-tested kill stroke, fast, precise, merciless. Peter caught the shield one-handed, vaulted off it, and snapped a reverse hook kick at the back of Captain America's head. Alarm bells rang, the captain threw up an elbow and blocked hard. They separated, neither gaining the upper hand. In that instant they locked eyes and saw the same thrill mirrored there. Peter thought, worthy of the Marvel 50-50 legend, still not fully recovered, yet with reflexes and experience he's turning every speed and strength-based strike aside. To Captain America, Peter's silhouette flickered, overlapping with another figure, Buggy Barnes, his best friend. Again, they shouted in unison and crashed together once more. Bam bam bam. The tempest of fists left the other three spectators stunned. Nick Fury, Natasha, and Coulson huddled in a corner, faces white with shock. So this is Captain Barry's true might. Incredible. But, why on earth is Peter Parker, a high school kid, and supposedly a mage, trading blows with him blow for blow? Nick Fury was looking forward to seeing Peter being pinned down and beaten by Captain America. But reality disappointed him. Not only was Peter not subdued, but he became more excited the more he fought. He found Captain America to be a perfect sparring partner. Daredevil was also a master of technique, but his physical fitness was too weak, and he only fought street gang members. Plus, he always adhered to the no-kill principle. So, while he had some skill, Peter felt somewhat restricted when fighting him. Simply put, he was afraid of accidentally killing him with one punch. But Captain America was different. After injecting the super soldier serum, his physical fitness was only slightly inferior to Peter's. This allowed Peter to fight him without holding back. Additionally, the techniques Captain America mastered were real killing techniques honed on the battlefield. These techniques perfectly compensated for Kyugoku Makoto's shortcomings. Although Kyugoku Makoto was a fighting genius, he was an athlete, rather than an assassin. Therefore, while his karate moves were exquisite, they lacked true killing blows. With Kyugoku Makoto's monstrous fighting talent and the super reaction speed provided by the lizard serum, Peter was like a sponge, greedily absorbing the combat experience Captain America had accumulated through countless life and death struggles. Every move, every exertion of force, every combat decision Steve made was firmly imprinted in Peter's eyes and body, then quickly transformed into his own. This also caused Peter's fighting style and techniques to evolve rapidly at a visible pace. Is this kid a monster? On the other side, Captain America grew more alarmed the more he fought. He could clearly feel his stiff body gradually recovering during the fight, and his strength and speed were steadily returning to their peak. But no matter how much he improved, the young man opposite him could always perfectly overpower him. However, amidst his alarm, he couldn't help but feel some admiration. Because several times, he clearly felt that when Peter couldn't block his attacks, the strength in Peter's fists would suddenly increase a few points. But after forcing him back, in the next exchange, that strength would mysteriously recede, maintaining a level just enough to contend with him. What did this indicate? It indicated that the young man had actually been suppressing his own strength and speed. He wasn't trying to show off by stepping on him. Instead, he was genuinely helping him with his rehabilitation training. With this thought, Captain America's gaze towards Peter softened considerably. To be honest, when he first met Peter, his impression of him wasn't very good. But after a round of fighting, he gradually realized that this young man, although a bit sharp-tongued and arrogant in his actions, was essentially a good person. Especially. Clang. Peter's fist heavily struck Captain America's shield, and the violent force caused both of them to subconsciously retreat 2 or 3 steps. The moment they separated, they both spoke almost in unison. I can do this all day. At that instant, Captain America's eyes lit up. You kid, you even said my catchphrase. Aren't you my fan? With this thought, Captain America's gaze towards Peter completely changed. It was the loving and appreciative look of an elder seeing an outstanding junior. Nick Fury, huddled in the corner, saw Captain America's expression and couldn't help but slap his forehead. It's over, it's all over, even Captain America can't do anything about this brat. And looking at Captain America's expression, it's clear he's developed feelings. Is there still justice? Is there still law? Why can this brat achieve this level without even using magic? Is there really anything on Earth that can restrain him? Peter didn't pay attention to Nick Fury's changing expression, he just looked at Captain America and asked. Captain, want to continue? Feeling the sore muscles in his arms, Captain America smiled and shook his head. No need, your treatment is very effective. I feel like I've reached my optimal state, and. At this point, Captain America paused slightly, but still sincerely praised. I'm no match for you. If that had been on the battlefield just now, I might have already died. If Peter and Captain America's fight had merely made Nick Fury feel suffocated, then now, Captain America's personal, official certification, was equivalent to nailing the coffin shut. There was absolutely no hope left. He couldn't control Peter and could only accept all the unequal treaties, as Peter said. No. While Nick Fury was immersed in the BGM of snowflakes fluttering, Northwind howling tilde, Peter had quietly walked up to him. Mr. Nick Fury, I've already taken care of the 2 things you asked me to help with. Now, it's time to pay up. Nick Fury looked at Peter as if facing a formidable enemy. Although he knew he was no match for him, he still spoke fiercely. I'll say this up front, S.H.I.E.L.D. has no money. If you want money from me, forget about it. Don't worry, I have other people in mind for making money. Peter patted his shoulder, then stroked his chin and said. For this first payment. He surveyed the laboratory, then pointed at Captain America and said. I want Captain America. You wish. Nick Fury's voice changed pitch in excitement. Look at you, so impatient. Peter rolled his eyes at him, then said. I want the uniform Captain America is wearing. This was Captain America's original uniform, worn for 70 years after he injected the super soldier serum. Strange, why did I emphasize original? Anyway, although this uniform wasn't made of any special material, sacrificing it to the system would definitely be super valuable. At least it would be on the same level as the decay rate algorithm manuscript. Hearing that Peter only wanted Captain America's uniform, Nick Fury breathed a long sigh of relief. Uniforms weren't worth much, S.H.I.E.L.D. could make dozens of them in minutes if they wanted to. Captain America, on the side, looked at Peter with a hint of excitement in his eyes. And you still say you're not my fan. As for the second payment. Peter stared at Nick Fury's eye patch for a while, then withdrew his gaze a moment later. Nick Fury was just a weakling, and not particularly important. This item probably wouldn't be worth much sacrifice points, and exchanging a favor for a broken eye patch simply wasn't worth it. I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Nick Fury had no choice but to humbly express, whatever makes you happy, sir. Not long after, Peter received Captain America's uniform. The moment his fingers touched the uniform, a prompt immediately appeared. Detected sacrificable dark blue item. Captain Barry's original uniform. Item description. The first generation uniform of Captain Barry, Steve Rogers. It accompanied Captain America through the glorious years of World War II and witnessed 70 years of solitude in the Arctic ice. It holds significant commemorative value. Sacrificing this item grants 3,000 points. Do you wish to sacrifice it? As expected, it was an item on the same level as the decay rate algorithm manuscript. Peter was quite satisfied with that number, so he didn't hesitate for a second and immediately chose to sacrifice it. Buzz. The next instant, the suit he had been holding vanished into thin air under the stares of Nick Fury, Natasha, Coulson, and Captain America himself. Of course, Peter had done it on purpose. Sure enough, Nick Fury was badly rattled by this little ace of his. Right now, Fury's one good eye looked ready to pop out of its socket. That was spatial manipulation. This guy can fire magic bullets, cast healing spells, and even wield spatial magic. Hiss, can't be provoked, can't be provoked. If Fury had simply lost his temper earlier, now he was in utter despair. He no longer dared dream of controlling Peter. If he upset this ticking bomb and it ripped open space to stab him in the back, where could he even cry? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Fury's face performed a Sichuan opera mask change. Instantly, I've learned my lesson, please spare me. All right, deal's done. As if he hadn't noticed the odd looks, Peter languidly stretched and said, "It's late, I should head home. Natasha, give me a ride." He spoke as naturally as if she were his personal chauffeur. Natasha parted her red lips to answer, but Fury cut in first with an almost fawning tone. "No problem. Agent Natasha, you will see the Punisher safely home. From now on, meeting and fulfilling the Punisher's requests is your top priority." After that, he still turned to Peter to keep himself in the limelight. "Lord Punisher, if you ever need anything, just say the word, S.H.I.E.L.D. will cooperate." Watching the grinning Fury, who looked ready to offer his other cheek if Peter slapped the first one. Beside them, Captain America's double chin wrinkled in disgust. He thought, so that's how this guy became director. Peter smiled and patted Fury's shoulder, giving him a rare compliment. "Good, Nick. Looks like you're finally learning how to be a bureaucrat." On the way home, sirens wailed closer and closer. Without rolling the window down, Peter's sharp ears still caught the keyword, ghost spider. He glanced out the side window. High on a building, Gwen was fighting a purple-clad guy with steel-clawed gloves on the wall. Noticing Peter's gaze, Natasha tactfully switched the radio to the police band. The purple-costumed perp calls himself the Prowler. He just robbed a jewelry store, but Ghost Spider intercepted him. "Officer, do we open fire?" The Prowler. The name made Peter raise an eyebrow. It reminded him of the uncle who died in another universe's Spider-Man story. But he quickly shook his head, a faint curve on his lips. This Prowler's suit looked crude and ridiculous, clearly homemade cheap stuff, nothing like Kingpin's version in the movies. More importantly, even if the guy did have a nephew named Miles, so what? Thanks to Peter's advice, Norman Osborn had every last one of Oscorp's gene-modified spiders destroyed. Peter had watched Norman wipe them out, not a single one escaped. Without those spiders, unless someone tinkered with Gwen's existing genes, this universe could never birth another Spider-Man. "That ghost spider is your childhood sweetheart, Gwen Stacy, right?" Natasha's tone was casual, as if making small talk. But her grip on the steering wheel tightened imperceptibly. Peter shrugged in tacit acknowledgement. In the rear-view mirror he watched Gwen kick the Prowler over, web him into a cocoon, and swing away with him by the collar. A faint smile crept across his face. After a few days off his radar, the girl was doing pretty well as a superhero. Maybe soon he could reveal his own identity to her. Where did she pick up that weird habit of taking the crook away after catching him? Oh, right, from me. Never mind, then. Natasha noticed the smile tugging at Peter's lips and glanced back at Ghost Spider. An odd feeling of envy stirred in her. To be watched over by such a powerful man, what a lucky little girl. Early the next morning, instead of taking the school bus as usual, Peter silently followed Uncle Ben as he left for work. Ben's beat-up old car had barely left the block when a discreet black sedan slipped in behind. Noticing Peter's attention, the sedan's window slid down to reveal a grinning Phil Coulson, whose hair Peter had restored. Reading Coulson's "Don't worry" lips, Peter nodded in satisfaction. Looks like Fury really had learned his lesson. From now on Uncle Ben and Aunt May's safety at work was one less thing to worry about. After chatting with Gwen about Ghost Spider vs. the Prowler, and feeding the girl's vanity, the day passed quickly. He had just left her at her doorstep when Herman called. Boss, I've built the downgraded battery you wanted. Peter's eyes lit up. He ducked into an alley and pressed a button on his watch. Buzz. A black streak shot skyward and hovered in front of him, the flying skateboard. Suited up, Peter stepped onto the board and shot straight to Herman's rented apartment. Chief, look. Inside, Herman beamed with pride. This battery's the size of a normal phone cell but packs over 20,000 milliamp hours, 10 times a regular phone. And I added the special fast charge you asked for, full in under 30 minutes. Checking the multimeter and confirming the numbers, Peter nodded in approval. With this battery tech, his smartphone project could finally move forward. Without hesitation, he scooped up Herman and the prototype and headed straight for Norman Osborn's manor. Norman Manor. When Herman saw the legendary capital titan Norman Osborn welcoming his boss with a smile like a kind elder, he was completely stunned. This young boss of his, what exactly was his background? To actually be treated with such respect by the head of Oscorp. The Punisher, my lord, you've arrived. Knowing that Peter had not yet revealed his true identity to Herman, Norman pointedly avoided saying Peter's real name. Everything you asked me to collect is ready. Since Norman had known early on that Peter wanted to build a mobile phone, he had specifically spent these past few days scouring for the highest quality components and parts related to mobile phones for Peter. Even the exterior molds had been manufactured according to the design blueprints. Motherboard, capacitive screen, speakers, vibration motor, camera, relying on the super brain left by his previous incarnation and the teardown videos he had watched out of boredom in his past life, Peter quickly attempted to assemble a phone himself. Before long, a phone with a design similar to the Fruit 5S appeared on the lab bench. Peter personally felt that although Fruit had released many generations, when it came to aesthetics, the 5th and 6th generations stood head and shoulders above the rest. So, for the first phone he launched, he intended to base it on the 5S design. On the other side, looking at the phone that had already powered on, Herman and Norman both unconsciously widened their eyes. When it was just a pile of parts earlier, they hadn't felt there was anything special about it. But now that it was assembled, the visual impact was truly stunning. The centered screen design, an oversized screen-to-body ratio for the current stage, the minimalist home button, every detail exuded a sense of minimalist industrial aesthetics. Norman even subconsciously pulled out his own latest mobile phone for a direct comparison. Although his phone was also claimed to be a touchscreen phone, it used a resistive screen that required forceful pressing with a stylus to operate. The screen brightness was low, and the colors weren't clear. Furthermore, to ensure the user experience, the phone still utilized a slider design with physical buttons at the bottom, making the whole thing look particularly bulky. In contrast, this so-called smartphone that Peter had, handcrafted, himself was only about 1/3 the thickness of its competitors. It felt exceptionally thin and light in the hand, the display effect was also excellent, and the responsiveness of the touchscreen operation completely crushed the new phone he had just bought for over $1,000. This is simply like a work of art. Herman, the country bumpkin, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although Norman didn't see any connection between this phone and a work of art, he couldn't help but give it a high evaluation. In appearance alone, this phone is 3 to 5 years ahead of its peers. Combined with the battery and fast charging technology. The Punisher, my lord, this creation of yours will definitely dominate the entire mobile phone industry. After confirming that Peter's project was indeed promising, Norman did not hesitate and immediately discussed the investment amount and related share matters with Peter. The result of the discussion was also very simple. Norman would invest $50 million in Harry's name to establish a company. Following the naming conventions of the Marvel Universe, the company name was directly set as Parker Tech. The mobile phone brand and model name would be Unicorn Generation 1, and the logo would be the pattern of the horse talisman with an added single horn. Actually, Peter initially just wanted to commemorate everything the horse talisman had brought him, so he wanted to name it White Horse Generation 1. But Norman felt that name wasn't eye-catching enough. Coupled with the fact that he found Peter's healing magic to be miraculous, he replaced the white horse with a unicorn, a magical creature that better fit American perceptions. As for the company's share distribution, it was also very clear. Peter, as the chief designer and boss, held a 55% stake. Harry Osborn, as the investor, held a 40% stake. And Herman Schultz, as the head of the technical department, was allocated a 5% stake. If there was a need for financing or going public in the future, the shares would be diluted proportionally to ensure that the company's decision-making power remained in Peter's hands. When Herman heard this distribution plan, he was so excited he almost knelt down to Peter on the spot. He originally thought it would be an act of great mercy if Peter gave him some dividends after the phones were sold. He never expected Peter to hand out 5% of the original shares right away. You have to realize, this is a star of tomorrow, with a future market value of at least 100 billion. Even holding just a 5% stake would allow one to enjoy a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Thinking about the various wasted years of his early life and contrasting them with how well Peter was treating him now, an impulse to die for the one who appreciates me naturally arose in Herman's heart. Patting his chest, he vowed solemnly that he would not fail Peter's expectations and would work overtime to complete the mass production of the new phone and subsequent technological innovations. After finishing the company registration with Harry, Peter didn't need to worry about the subsequent matters. Even without using Oscorp's channels, Norman could leverage his own reputation and resources to quickly integrate the world's top supply chains. And Herman, like a wound-up perpetual motion machine, led his newly recruited technical team every day, working overtime to optimize and perfect every detail in the operating system of the Unicorn Generation 1. Time passed day by day amidst these intense preparations. A month slipped by quietly. Over the past month, the Punisher had not made any public appearances. Correspondingly, Ghost Spider's reputation, as she fought crime and saved citizens time and again, reached an unprecedented height. Although Gwen had not yet experienced the web of fate of losing a loved one, Peter felt that she could already be considered a qualified street hero. Because of Gwen's efforts, the tone of reporting from most print media had also quietly shifted. Only the Daily Bugle persisted in acting as Ghost Spider's #1 hater. Unfortunately, without Peter's help in taking photos, they couldn't get exclusive pictures at all, and thus had nowhere near the high credibility they possessed in other parallel worlds. On SHIELD's side, they hadn't contacted Peter since the captain's revival. It wasn't that Nick Fury didn't want to find Peter, but rather he was worried that Peter's appetite would grow with each cooperation. Today he dares to ask for Captain America's suit, tomorrow he'll dare to ask for Black Widow's undergarments, and the day after. I don't even dare to imagine the day after. Therefore, Nick Fury would rather work Captain America to death than disturb Peter at a non-critical moment. Peter, for his part, was happy to enjoy his leisure, simply counting the days and waiting for a certain day to arrive. Finally, when the 12 o'clock bell rang, Peter heard the long-awaited system notification in his ear. Countdown zeroed out. Monthly items refreshed. Host is welcome to browse and purchase. I've finally been waiting for you. The moment he heard the system notification, Peter's eyes lit up immediately. He could hardly wait to sink his consciousness into the system space. In the store interface, 8 brand new items were lying there quietly. The top right corner of the system displayed Peter's current sacrifice points balance, 8,200 points. Let's go, let's go. Item 1. Cold Jade Bed. Origin. Jin Yong's Wuxia World. Effect. A bed made of cold jade from the extreme north, highly beneficial for cultivating internal energy. Cultivating internal energy while sleeping on the cold jade bed grants a 10-fold efficiency bonus. Additionally, practicing on the cold jade bed prevents chi deviation. Price. 500 sacrifice points. Tisk tilde. The moment he saw this first item, Peter couldn't help but click his tongue. It's a good item, but the problem is, I don't have internal energy. Although chakra is somewhat similar to internal energy, it's a product of physical and spiritual energy. It can only be extracted and used on the spot, and cannot be stored in the Dantian-like internal energy. In the Naruto world, it seems only Tsunade, with her strength of 100 seal, managed to successfully store excess chakra. Besides, with the horse talisman, I don't need to worry about so-called chi deviation anyway, it's useless. Thinking this, Peter shook his head and turned to look at the other items. Item 2. Byakugan. Origin. Naruto World. Effect. Eyes possessing X-ray vision in a 360 degrees field of view. Visual range increases with the user's strength. Additionally, possessing the Byakugan allows the release of chakra from any acupoint in the body. Price. 500 sacrifice points. This one is actually pretty good. It's equivalent to having built-in thermal imaging plus supervision. Plus, with the Byakugan, I can figure out techniques like 8 trigrams vacuum palm and rotation. It counts as an indirect way to increase my ranged attack and defense methods. This time, Peter didn't hesitate and chose to purchase it directly. The next second, he felt a cooling sensation in both eyes. Looking in the mirror, good, the Byakugan produced by the system didn't make him look like he had cataracts. Even when using the Byakugan, no veins would bulge around his eyes. He activated the Byakugan to test it out. Peter felt as if he had gained an option similar to adjusting transparency. As long as he wished, the walls of his bedroom could instantly become transparent, allowing him to easily see the world outside. Peter tried to let his vision penetrate layers of obstacles, intending to see the maximum observation distance of his Byakugan at its current stage. And then, he saw Gwen taking a bath in the tub. Gwen's house was only about 300 meters away from Peter's in a straight line, so when Peter's vision passed through the walls, he noticed Gwen at a glance. The effect was as if Gwen was right in front of him. Peter instinctively wanted to look away, feeling his behavior was a bit sinful. But on second thought, she'll be my wife sooner or later, what's wrong with taking a couple of looks? Besides, didn't Gwen also, last time? Now we're even. While Peter was thinking this, Gwen in the bathroom suddenly sensed something. She jerked, instinctively curling her body into a ball and looking around warily. Crap, I forgot Gwen has spider sense. Peter hurriedly retracted his gaze. After calming his inner agitation, he began to seriously test his vision limits. As Peter pushed the Byakugan's field of vision to the maximum, he found his vision easily covered several surrounding blocks, with a range of about 2 kilometers in radius. It's worth mentioning that while using X-ray vision, he also saw Agent Hill from S.H.I.E.L.D., who was currently instructing 2 people nearby. It looked like she planned to have them responsible for the safety of Uncle Ben and Aunt May. This made Peter nod in satisfaction, at least Nick Fury was being sensible. After confirming the Byakugan's effect was definitely worth the price, Peter exited Byakugan mode and continued looking at the subsequent items. Item 3. SpongeBob SquarePants, Spatula. Item 4. Conan Stun Gun Wristwatch. Item 5. Emerald Dragon Scale. Origin. The Adventures of Little Carp. Effect. The Emerald Dragon Scale of Xiaomei the Jellyfish. In setting the dragon scale on one's head and singing loudly can confuse enemies and cause the sea to produce giant waves and whirlpools. Price. 800 sacrifice points. Item 6. Clo Card, the Sweet. Origin. Cardcaptor Sakura. Effect. After use, it can make all food taste sweet. Price. 500 sacrifice points. Peter. Are you freaking kidding me? Looking at these items, Peter's face was almost as dark as Nick Fury's. That spatula and stun gun wristwatch felt like they were purely spawned for laughs. And that Sakura card, the Sweet. To even put out an item like this, you really are a genius. If it had been something like the Sword, the Windy, or the Snowy, he might have considered it. As for this sweet card that makes food sweet, Peter really couldn't think of any use for it. In comparison, the effect of that Emerald Dragon scale was actually quite powerful, roughly equivalent to the Marvel, Aquaman, Namor's artifact trident. But the problem was, the way to use this thing was too abstract. Peter didn't want to be commented on by other superheroes in the future as, "Oh, Peter. He's just a showgirl." Just as Peter was complaining in his heart about what kind of trash items were in this batch, the appearance of the last 2 items made him perform a face change. Again. Item 7. 6 Powers of the Navy. Origin. One Piece. Effect. Purchasing this item will grant immediate mastery of the 6 powers of the Navy and its extended techniques. Long-term use can lead to the preliminary awakening of observation haki and armament haki. Price. 3,000 sacrifice points. Item 8. Stand, Wheel of Fortune, Enhanced Edition. Origin. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3. Effect. Possesses a vehicle and significantly enhances its appearance and performance. Makes the vehicle no longer consume fuel and self-repair. It can even allow the vehicle to enter a combat stance. The stand's effect will evolve as the user's strength grows. Note: stand-type items are not unique, the host can obtain multiple stands by purchasing items. Price. 4,000 sacrifice points. Insta-buy. Without any hesitation, Peter chose to buy these 2 items on the spot. Although after purchasing these 2 items, he only had 700 sacrifice points left. But he felt that these sacrifice points were very well spent. Every move of the 6 powers of the Navy could be considered a minor trump card, and paired with his current super physique, it could achieve a 1+1 is greater than 2 effect. The setting that he could awaken the 2 types of haki later on would save him a huge amount of future expenses. And that enhanced version of the stand, Wheel of Fortune, made him feel it was even more extraordinary. With a thought from Peter, the next second, the stand, Wheel of Fortune, which only he could see, emerged beside him. It was reddish-brown all over, covered in spikes, and shaped like a fusion between a car and a beast. In the original work, Wheel of Fortune wasn't considered a top-tier stand ability. Furthermore, its user was a useless comedic character, and the vessel provided for it was just a dilapidated, scrapped car. So, although Wheel of Fortune caused quite a few crises for the protagonist group, it was ultimately resolved by them with ease. But, just because it wasn't outstanding in the original work didn't mean the stand itself lacked potential. Especially since this stand had been enhanced by the system. In the original, Wheel of Fortune was attached to a junk car that had been scrapped for who knows how many years, yet it relied on its own ability to make the old junker's performance exceed that of the protagonist group's vehicle. The originally rusted and scrapped body also formed sharp spikes and steel claws capable of crushing rock. Even an old junker could become a lethal weapon under the amplification of the original Wheel of Fortune. So, what would happen if the enhanced Wheel of Fortune, which was no longer restricted by the type of vehicle, was placed on a higher grade vehicle? For example, the flying skateboard with its own weapon system that Peter was currently using, the vibranium car seen in Black Panther, or even SHIELD's Helicarrier and the Chidori space carrier. When these vehicles were enhanced by Wheel of Fortune, gaining infinite power and weapon modifications, how much would their offensive performance increase? Even more ridiculous was that everything mentioned above was something the original Wheel of Fortune could already achieve. Now, the Wheel of Fortune in Peter's hands could continuously evolve, just like Koichi's echoes or Johnny's tusk. What was the endpoint of vehicle evolution? The answer to this question was undoubtedly, Transformers. Peter estimated that as long as Wheel of Fortune could ascend to Wheel of Fortune ACT4, or use a stand arrow to evolve into Wheel of Fortune Requiem, he might truly be able to traverse the universe in a Transformer in the future. Shaking his head to toss aside those thoughts that seemed far too distant for now, Peter didn't hesitate. He immediately changed into his suit, climbed out the window, and summoned his flying skateboard. With just a glance, Wheel of Fortune rushed forward and directly possessed the flying skateboard. Once Wheel of Fortune possessed the flying skateboard, its appearance immediately changed. The glider as a whole expanded by 2 sizes. The gliders on both sides and the spikes protruding from the front became incredibly sharp and retractable. Even more absurdly, the machine gun below the glider, which had previously run out of bullets, was now wrapped in ammo belts, and a barrel similar to Iron Man's palm repulsor appeared on the other side. According to the information sent back to his brain by Wheel of Fortune, this barrel could use the internal special battery pack as energy to fire electromagnetic pulse beams. Peter stepped onto the glider and tentatively gave the command, "Depart," in his mind. Whoosh tilde. The next second, the flying skateboard shot out like an arrow from a bow, nearly doubling its speed. Previously, the flight speed of the glider was around 400 kilometers per hour. But now, the flight speed had increased to at least Mach 1, 1225 km per hour. Such a fast speed had even broken the sound barrier. If Peter were willing to upgrade the raw materials and the engine of the flying skateboard, this speed could continue to double. Surpassing the latest modern fighter jets wouldn't be a problem at all. Not only did the speed increase, but the glider's operation also became more effortless. The current flying skateboard didn't even need Peter to control it, it could spontaneously fly according to Peter's will. It could even help him with automatic navigation and obstacle avoidance while Peter had his eyes closed. The only slight drawback was that because the flight speed was truly too fast, Peter, who wasn't wearing any protective gear, would feel a slight physical discomfort, requiring the activation of the horse talisman to eliminate those abnormal effects. In less than a minute, Peter flew from Queens to Hell's Kitchen. Activating his Byakugan, he quickly locked onto a gang stronghold belonging to Kingpin's men. Peter descended from the sky, and then, bang 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 tilde, bang 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 tilde, the machine gun mounted under the glider began to madly spit fire. In Peter's Byakugan observation, every time a bullet was fired, new bullets would eerily grow out of thin air at the end of the ammo belt. After confirming this, Peter simply closed his eyes and let the flying skateboard rotate and leap spontaneously under the control of Wheel of Fortune. Since the overall strength of a stand is influenced by its host, Wheel of Fortune's precision attribute had clearly increased to rank A. Without Peter's intervention, Wheel of Fortune actually easily avoided some of the bullets fired by the enemies and riddled the gang members one by one with a dense rain of bullets. The machine gun fired frantically for over a minute with no sign of stopping, yet the gang members on the scene had already fallen one after another into pools of blood, looks of confusion on their faces. They didn't understand who they had offended until the moment they died. After completing all this and looking at the scene that resembled a Shira field, Peter began to try using the electronic pulse. Hum tilde. Accompanied by a low hum, a beam of light as thick as a baby's arm gushed out. Wherever it passed, whether it was the concrete ground or the buildings, long trenches were swept out, and the area was completely turned into scorched earth. The beam of light lasted for about 3 to 5 seconds before gradually disappearing. According to the information sent back by Wheel of Fortune, this was because the battery pack Peter had installed on the flying skateboard was only enough to support firing for that long. Of course, if he chose not to fire a continuous beam but to fire in the form of energy bolts, he could fire many shots. At least dozens or even 100 shots wouldn't be a problem. Additionally, although Wheel of Fortune could provide infinite energy, replenishing that energy also required a certain amount of time. After the power in the battery pack was exhausted, Wheel of Fortune needed about 5 seconds to refill the battery. Although there was a cooldown time, Peter was already very satisfied with this. After all, the energy weapons released by Tony Stark using the arc reactor also had to have their barrels cooled, didn't they? After confirming that the stand could enhance the power of the vehicle's built-in weapon system and provide nearly infinite energy for it, Peter turned to test Wheel of Fortune's self-healing ability. He jumped off the glider, conjured a Rasengan, and pressed it directly onto the glider. Just like when he subdued Green Goblin, with a boom, a large hole was blasted into the flying skateboard on the spot. Under normal circumstances, the glider would definitely have been scrapped on the spot. But under the effect of Wheel of Fortune, that large hole was being repaired at an astonishing speed. In just 3 to 5 seconds, the large hole was completely repaired, without even a trace left behind. Invincible. This amount of sacrifice points spent was simply too worth it. Just as Peter finished testing Wheel of Fortune and was preparing to change to another gang stronghold to try out the 6 powers of the Navy, the SHIELD private line phone on him rang. Peter had just picked up the phone when Nick Fury's slightly anxious voice came from the other end. Hey, my Lord Punisher, I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Have you heard of Tony Stark? Tony Stark. Upon hearing this name, Peter instantly perked up. He's coming, he's coming. He's coming with piping hot sacrifice points. Although he was already calculating how to fleece Tony in his mind, Peter's tone when responding to Nick Fury remained indifferent. That arms dealer and playboy. I have some impression of him. What's up? Does he have a kidney deficiency and need me to help patch him up, or what? Nick Fury on the other end of the phone was choked up, nearly gagging on his own saliva. But, the kid wasn't wrong. With Tony Stark's debauched lifestyle, one day in the future, he might actually come crying and begging, the Punisher, for help. Sigh, it was a pity the other party wasn't one of his own, otherwise, he could use this situation to pull Tony under his command. Shaking off those messy thoughts, Nick Fury regained his composure and began to recount in a low voice the general events of Tony Stark being kidnapped by a terrorist organization in Afghanistan. He was truly out of options this time. Tony had gone missing in Afghanistan, a place where even the U.S. military's reach fell short. Without clear intelligence, and unable to make a big fuss to have the U.S. military conduct a carpet search, the captain was also unfamiliar with the environment there. In such a situation, trying to find a person in the mountain ravines of Afghanistan was no less difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, Nick Fury was genuinely worried that by the time they found Tony, the man might have already been turned into Gundam fragments. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's voice grew even lower. Tony Stark is very important. He possesses the nation's highest level weapon technology. Once he is coerced and exploited by terrorists, it will deal a devastating blow to the security landscape of the entire world. Nick Fury tried to appeal to Peter's mercy, attempting to get Peter to give him one for free this way. But he was destined to be disappointed. The usual rules: one favor for one intervention. If you also need me to save someone along the way, that's an extra price. Nick Fury was so angry he felt like smashing his phone. But he had no choice and could only pinch his nose and say, "No problem. As long as you can bring Tony Stark back alive, our shield is willing to agree to another condition for you. As long as it's within our power." Nick Fury had completely seen through Peter. Things like national righteousness, personal feelings, or patriotic sentiment, these empty concepts were completely ineffective against him. Only the most simple and crude exchange of interests could make this little monster temporarily work for them. On the other side, Peter, having received a satisfactory answer, finally agreed to Nick Fury's request with a drawn-out tone. That's more like it. I'll take this job. What Nick Fury would never have imagined was that even if he hadn't invited Peter, Peter would have gone to Afghanistan himself after seeing the news. Nick Fury knew to win over Tony, but did he think Peter didn't? He had been eyeing that first-generation Iron Man suit for a long time. Although it was just emergency equipment Tony hammered out of a pile of scrap metal in a cave, this suit was the beginning of the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. Its precious commemorative value could at least be ranked at the purple grade, a presence that could sit at the same table as the radioactive spider corpse. Additionally, the Wheel of Fortune had indeed piqued Peter's desire for an Iron Man suit. The feeling of strong wind hitting his face during supersonic flight, to the point where he couldn't even open his mouth, was really not pleasant. An Iron Man suit with a constant temperature system could already be considered a necessity for the current Peter. However, I have one more condition. This trip to Afghanistan will take 3 to 5 days at the fastest, and 10 days to half a month at the slowest. I don't want Uncle Ben and Aunt May to worry, so you have to provide a suitable reason for my absence so they don't have any suspicions. That's easy. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was some big deal, but it was just this. The next morning, S.H.I.E.L.D. arranged a title for Peter through Midtown High School, an academic visit and exchange to Saudi Arabia on public funds. To avoid suspicion, Natasha, disguised as teacher Tasha, also specifically extended an invitation to Gwen. But unsurprisingly, Gwen rejected it without even thinking. Peter knew very well that Gwen had chosen to decline this opportunity to continue being a superhero, but on the surface, he still put on a disappointed look and asked, Gwen, don't you want to have a deep exchange with me? Simple-minded Gwen didn't notice the ambiguity in Peter's words at all. She just helplessly stammered like a man. No, it's not like that. She thought for a long time before coming up with a somewhat reasonable explanation. It's just, Flash's father is my father's colleague, and he's been asking me to help tutor that guy these past few days. My father already promised him, and I don't want to make it difficult for him. Peter thought to himself that when you father and daughter are playing a game of wits on the streets of New York every night, you don't see such filial piety, but he still made a reluctant face and curled his lip. Fine, I'll let you off the hook. Seeing that look, Gwen couldn't help but find it a bit funny, and her heart felt a bit sweet because of the excessive concern Peter showed. However, as Peter turned to leave, she looked at his back and unconsciously tilted her head. Strange, has Peter bulked up a lot lately? And this back, why does it feel somewhat familiar, like a certain someone? Peter didn't know what Gwen was thinking. After calling Aunt May to report, he went to S.H.I.E.L.D. with Natasha. Wait, is your S.H.I.E.L.D. really this poor? Peter had thought he could experience the Quinjet from the Marvel movies on this trip to Afghanistan. But when he arrived, he found that S.H.I.E.L.D. had actually only prepared a small military transport plane for him. It was only then that he suddenly realized that the current S.H.I.E.L.D. was far from being as awesome as he remembered. Whether it was the Quinjet or the helicarrier, none of these things existed in the current S.H.I.E.L.D. They all had to wait until Tony solved the energy problem with the arc reactor before they could turn from blueprints into reality. No wonder Nick Fury valued Tony so much. Without Tony's financial and technical support, S.H.I.E.L.D. would probably be suppressed by the military and other high-level organizations in America for a lifetime. Feeling disappointed, Peter didn't even bother to get on the transport plane. This thing's flight speed wasn't even as fast as his flying skateboard. He simply reached out and snapped his fingers. Before long, the flying skateboard, strengthened by the Wheel of Fortune, stopped steadily in front of Peter. Seeing Peter jump directly onto the skateboard, Coulson's eyelid couldn't help but twitch, thinking that the boy probably didn't know how far Afghanistan was from America. Lord Punisher, although your flying skateboard is very convenient, its internal energy reserves probably aren't enough to support you flying to Afghanistan, right? Coulson's reminder was full of goodwill. But to this, Peter only gave him a faint glance. Mind your own business when it comes to mages. As soon as he finished speaking, a black stream of light soared into the sky. Whoosh! A terrifying sonic boom cloud exploded in the air. The huge momentum knocked the dazed Coulson right off his feet. Watching Peter whistle away on his flying skateboard at a speed exceeding Mach 1, Coulson touched his shaken hairline and felt his life choices were being questioned. A personal flight device, breaking the sound barrier. The world of mages was indeed not something a mere mortal like him could understand. From New York to Afghanistan, the straight line distance is over 10,000 kilometers. If taking a red-eye flight, this journey would take at least 16 or 17 hours. But Peter, relying on the flying skateboard enhanced by the Wheel of Fortune, took less than 8 hours to step onto Afghan soil. It really was fast, but the experience was honestly a bit terrible. When Peter arrived in Afghanistan, he immediately staged a precious footage of early humans taming their facial features and limbs. The matter of the Iron Man suit really can't be delayed any longer. Complaining like this, Peter immediately activated his Byakugan. With the activation of the Byakugan, a 360-degree panoramic view without blind spots instantly unfolded. Flying skateboard plus Byakugan is undoubtedly the perfect reconnaissance configuration. With this combination, Peter soon discovered a terrorist hideout similar to ISIS. Alright, you'll do. Thinking this, Peter didn't hesitate and immediately performed a leap of faith. On the outskirts of the hideout, a patrolman carrying an AK pointed at the night sky and said to his companion in Dari, "Buddy, look, a shooting star." His companion, carrying a sniper rifle, looked up at the so-called shooting star, and the more he looked, the more something felt wrong. "Wait, man, why do I feel like this shooting star is getting closer and closer to us?" He instinctively raised his gun and aimed the scope at the shooting star. At this sight, he felt like his whole world was falling apart. Holy crap, that's a fool person. In the time it took for them to speak, Peter was less than 100 meters from the ground. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the two terrorists, his rapidly falling body first became as light as a piece of paper. Then, after stepping in the air several times, producing a series of strange, chi-chi-chi, sounds, he actually hovered steadily in midair. These were the paper arts and moonwalk from the 6 powers of the Navy that Peter had just obtained. The effect of the former is to release all strength from the body, making it as light as paper, allowing one to dodge attacks by sensing the airflow of the opponent's movements. The effect of the latter is to walk in the air by rapidly kicking the air. This time, Peter didn't plan to use the flying skateboard enhanced by the Wheel of Fortune to deal with his opponents. Instead, he wanted to use these terrorists to practice and continue the 6 powers test he hadn't finished in New York. The two terrorists had never seen a monster like Peter, so they instinctively pulled their triggers. Tilde. Bullets rained down on Peter. But Peter remained suspended in place, motionless. Iron body. With a thought from Peter, his muscles instantly tightened, and under the moonlight, they even took on a metallic texture. Clang 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 clang. When the bullets hit his mortal flesh, they actually made sounds like metal colliding. And on Peter's body, where he was hit, not even a drop of blood could be seen. Those bullets were just embedded in Peter's body, unable to even pierce his skin. As Peter deactivated the iron body state, those 7.62 caliber rifle bullets fell to the ground with a clatter, leaving not even a mark. Two 12.7 caliber bullets fired from the sniper rifle were still stubbornly embedded in his body, requiring Peter to manually dig them out. After digging out the 2 bullets, Peter instinctively looked down and found that he still hadn't been breached, only a slight bruise remained on his skin. Good grief, now I really can withstand bullet. Peter was quite satisfied with the test results of Iron Body, so as a reward, he decided to give these two a quick death. Shave. As Peter exerted force with his feet, in the blink of an eye, he had completed dozens of ground-stomping movements. With this explosive speed boost, he arrived in front of the two terrorists 100 meters away in an instant. Finger pistol. He extended 2 index fingers and tapped the two terrorists between their eyebrows. With 2 muffled pops, his fingers instantly pierced through their skulls, scrambling the brains inside. Now then, looking at the terrorists in the distance who had been awakened by the gunfire and were hurriedly rushing out of the camp, disheveled. Peter raised his foot and made a motion similar to kicking a goal. Buzz tilde. The next second, as his right foot kicked out, a light blue blade aura, over 10 meters long, carrying a strong whistling sound, flew toward the rushing terrorists. Poochie tilde. The sound of blades tearing through flesh was endless. One terrorist after another was sliced in half at the waist by this tempest kick, like harvesting leeks. Because the speed was so fast, the legs that had lost their upper bodies could even run 2 more steps forward before collapsing to the ground with a thud. With just this one tempest kick, Peter instantly slaughtered dozens of terrorists. It wasn't over yet. A few dozen bodies were simply not enough to dissipate the terrifying kinetic energy carried by the tempest kick. The light blue blade aura continued unabated, hitting a stone tower in the rear, actually cutting the tower completely in half. Rumble. The upper half of the bunker slid to the ground along the mirror smooth cut, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. When the dust settled, only a foundation less than half a meter high remained standing there, as if silently telling a story. Run. Demon. It's a demon. This guy isn't human at all. Seeing Peter kill dozens of their companions with just one kick and even cut down an entire tower, the terrorists who were lucky enough to survive went mad on the spot. They shouted, Allah, some dropped their guns and turned to flee, while others pointed their guns at their own heads and pulled the triggers. Looking at the terrorists trying to escape, Peter revealed a cruel smile. Aiming at the guy closest to him, he didn't use shave to pursue, but instead made a movement toward the other person like, flicking a booger. Swoosh tilde. An almost invisible air bullet was flicked out by Peter, hitting the terrorist right in the back of the heart. Along with a spray of blood, the terrorist died on the spot. This was the extended technique, flying finger pistol, Bachi, used by Rob Lucci in The Pirate King. Peter roughly tested it and found that the range of this flying finger pistol was about 20 meters. If chakra bullets were fired using flying finger pistol, the range could be increased to about 50 meters. As for longer distances, physical objects like pebbles or shell casings would be needed. With Peter's current strength and the power delivery techniques of finger pistol, he could easily headshot enemies hundreds of meters away with just a small pebble. Using the insight of the Byakugan to slaughter all these terrorists to the last man. Peter went to the deepest part of the hideout, dragged out the terrorist leader who had already wet his pants in fear, grabbed him by the back of the collar, and asked succinctly, "Where is the Ten Rings Gang's base? Tell me and I'll spare your life." Terrorist leader. Wait, man, you should have said earlier you were just asking for directions. Part 3 coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.